The seas still whisper of gods and monsters. It has been far too long since the legends of Age of Mythology have battled. Once again, armies gather, and titans wake from their slumber. The heavens crack, the ground splits, and only the worthy will stand. Mighty civilizations, each commanding myth and mortal alike, each calling for glory.
We clicked the wrong button. God damn it. Yay, we did it. We're on the right seat. What's happening, y'all? Day 2, Champions League Season 4. It's all on now. We got Moscow, we got Adopesu. They're just getting into their lobby as we speak to kick the proceedings off. So one day, 4 more champions to crown. For those of you still trying to figure out what's going on, well, there are a handful of players in at the moment for Champions League. The players who have qualified last week is Grass, B, Nyan, and Mini Yeti. And the players vying for a spot today. The players vying for a spot today. I'm not going to lie, my brain is somewhere in a very strange place today. So that's fine though. That's what's happening. So today we're going to have Mosca versus Adopes. We're going to have Aetherial and Garneth. We're going to have Eric versus Chasing the Sun. Zucolo versus Hell's Ravage. So 4 games, 4 winners, 4 players that will go into Challengers League, and we'll still see them there. So we've got absolutely stacked competition for the it's just absolutely stacked. I don't know how else to say it. We're gonna jump into the draft momentarily here, and we're gonna kick it off as the guys are about to get going. So let's see what we're going to be watching today. Just check out the draft and get excited. I'll talk about the players as well momentarily. It should not say that there because it's not Tiger Boss and Hell's Ravage. No. Oh no. My scoreboard. Wow. Ross, save me. Save me, Ross. Oh dear. Hang on. We're having some technical difficulties here. We're having some very technical, very, very difficulties at the moment. Let me try this. We're a professional organization here. Excuse me while I figure out my life. Does this work? Okay. All right. That's good. That's good. We're gonna run with this for the time being. All right. So now we can talk about the draft. Let's go. Alrighty. No, we can't. We can't talk about the draft just yet. I'm still struggling. Have I tried turning it off and on again? That is exactly what we're doing here. Fantastic. Alrighty. We got the draft in. These players have just jumped in to their first game. I'm not going to wait anymore. We're going to jump in. We're going to catch it live and in stereo as we jump into game number 1. It's on the map Giza, and we are going to be watching a Shenong versus Susanoo affair here. So let's jump into game number 1, not miss any of the action, and make it all happen. In the left-hand corner of the map, Sporting in the blue color. It is rank number 1. Mosca. This guy is rank 1 on the ladder, I believe, last I checked. It might be different right now. I haven't checked recently, but he is an absolute monster of an Age Mythology player. He missed the Qualifier 1 due to scheduling difficulties, but he's hit Qualifier 2. He's in the final Qualifier games, and his opponent is none other than the Japanese Titan himself on the Japanese civilization here in the red color. It is Oedipus. And he is going to be playing some Susanoo. He is going to be playing some Susanoo for us. The newly buffed Nightmare Civ to deal with. God Power Spammage, an issue to deal with. The Raiju, a big power unit for the Susanoo as well. And all of the other things that are going to come here. However, Mosca, no slouch. He opens with the Shenong Farms here to kick this game off. He's already grabbed himself enough favor for his first of many Qualfu. And just take a look at this. One of the recent changes that's come in for the Chinese is that the Qualfu has become, some might say, too cheap. Others might just say very cheap. At a 50 resource, effectively, reduction from 15 favor down to 10 favor. And players are taking full advantage. Qualfu on repeat here. On repeat. Going to pop out. Probably head over to the gold mine as Mosca now preparing for his wood income as well. Now, the thing is here, though, for Mosca, in doing this specific build against Oedipus, this is allowing the Susanoo to also get a huge amount of value out early on in terms of shrines. So normally here, what I've been seeing from Chinese players is a lot of early pressure with Pioneers, a fast advance, early pressure with Pioneers while dropping a town center, things like that. Very, very, very tough to actually deal with that as the Susanoo player. But Mosca says, nope, we are going to be playing for 3 Qualfu. A temple coming up on the top here. We're going to be playing for 3 Qualfu. A huge economic edge to kick this series off with. A huge economic edge. I can't overstate the economic edge. Like, already look at it. It's 17 villages to 13, going on to be 20 villages to 15. So yeah, that's what this is going to be. But Oedipus here, he's going up through Inari or Kami at the moment. And we might even go for another Qualfu here. It looks, he's not going to have the gold for it, and he doesn't have the favor for it either. But it could be close. It could be close. Sure enough. How perfect is Mosca's build? It's 5 gold away. No, he's advancing. Chio coming in. So it's going to be a 3 Qualfu opening from Mosca with pickaxe. Hand axe coming in. Chio got a choice. Oedipus is going to have a problem-free early game here. And it looks like he's just got so much favor at the moment. He's at 52 favor at 4 minutes into the game. If you guys remember, there was a certain strategy from a while back. There is a pretty awesome streamer and content creator and top level player, good friend of mine, Nulra, put out a video about the Fast 4 Monument opening as Egyptian. It's since been nerfed, unfortunately, but this is more favor than the Fast 4 Monument at this point in the game, from my memory. I could be wrong, but it's a lot. So the question is really, what is Oedipus going to be coming up with here? He goes stable, he goes dojo, and he is going to be ready to start putting some pressure onto Mosca. Meanwhile, Mosca drops himself the military camp, getting himself out a couple of yatsa, and he's going to be ready for some shenanigans. As the halberdiers coming through, we got the machine workshop on the way. Oftentimes here, the standard route for Shenong is to go Fire Archer, Yatsa, and Halberdier, and I would not be surprised to see Mosca going down that route either in order to try and defend against the Susanoo shenanigans. But the Yachts are also going to be a bit of an issue here, as look at the building positioning from Alopes. This is some high level stuff here. Completely surrounds his gold mine, basically unattackable. Even with the Yatsu, if he comes in here, the villagers can sneak over onto this position and they can get caught in on this spot and get easily taken out. Not only that, the Ondomusha on patrol, hoping to get greeted by a little bit of a Yatsu shenanigans here as the Yatsu comes through. Alopes does notice that. Doesn't need to finish off the wall here. I don't think they can pass through this little sliver of an opening. Maybe a villager could pass through there, but definitely not a Yatsu. You'd have to dive over onto that spot. As Mosca getting his upgrades. Son of Lung, also master of weaponry here. Some big favor costing technologies, at the very least, will stop the Qualifier spammage from coming in. At the moment, there's so many Qualifier on... There's actually only 3. Am I going crazy? He hasn't built an extra one. He's only got 3 Qualifier out, guys. So it seems like this Qualifier change has not affected Mosca's plan in this game all too much. He just says, I'm just going to get myself 3. That's it. We're going to spam Yatsu out, and we're going to spam Army out, and we'll call it a day. On the other side here, Alapesu needs to figure out what sort of a strategy he wants to go for. Either A, you go for a really early first Swampland. Use that Swampland, attack this army, Swampland on top of it with whatever you've got early on. That gets the Swampland off cooldown faster for the bigger army that's going to be coming through. And not only that, you can use the Kusanagi to get that costing less, and you can keep spamming that out. Alternatively, Jorogumo with some extra upgrades here would not go astray. Nonetheless, he's under attack right now. The army coming in. He's got himself a handful of Naginata riders, as damage going to be coming in as Mosca feeling very, very powerful at the moment. As Alapesu going to be wandering forward to take the first fight. Swampland needs to get dropped down. Does drop it down, as well as the Kusanagi, which does drop the recast cost there. So a little bit of damage in. Couple of units going to fall, and on the retreat, as well as Alapesu gets off to a very, very good start. Not going to be chasing them down. I think he should have been trying to pick off just a couple more units here. He's got a pretty big advantage now cooking as the first myth unit to come through. This will be this will be another Yatsu, actually, but then he's going to be going in for a Tao Wu afterwards, as the Yatsu going to be making their way around the map. And take a look at this. The Swampland will be taking just a little bit of time here. Just a little bit of time here to come off cooldown, and then he can use it straight away as he snipes off one unit there. The Samurai as well in a little bit of a tricky position, trying to keep that one alive here as the Ondomusha comes through half HPs with one special. But what Alapesu should probably be thinking about doing now is getting that heal in. Those Miko, so good at in these sorts of spots. Picks off one Yatsu, going for another one as Mosca's going to be pulling up to the top side of the map. And we do actually see now Rage of Slaughter coming through for Mosca. Alapesu's got to be careful though. The army is in. He does not yet have the Swampland, but he does have a disengage tool almost up with Kusanagi. That being said, the army of China is slow in the same sort of sense as the army of Alapesu is, or Japan is a little bit slow as well. As the fire archers onto this side, going to start taking down the Jorogumo here, but we do see a little bit of an attempt to just turn around on this one. It looks like Alapesu says it's time to get going there as the Samurai taking out those halberdiers. The Naginata riders coming through. Lightning weapons comes in. Alapesu may need to just bail on this position, but he says, nah, I'm going to take the fight as best as he possibly can. The Samurai going to be getting some good damage after the stuns are over, but all the Naginata riders pretty much going to be falling there. And it looks to me like so far, Alapesu has survived the early onslaught from this titan of a Age of Mythology player in Moscow. He's about to have another Swampland up, as well as potentially another Kusanagi. You drop the we'll probably want to drop the Swampland down next, and then the Kusanagi to keep the army inside of it. But he's in a really, really good position. Economically speaking, though, Moscow has to be pulling ahead here to some degree, no? Maybe he's not even getting any extra qualifiers, so he's not pulling ahead, so to speak. Raids now starting to come through as those Naginata riders going to be searching for something. You've got to be so careful with raiding against the halberdiers, those master of weaponry halberdiers of Shinong, of Chiyao, as the Naginata riders to come through, but the halberdier are in. He could drop the he could drop the Kusanagi down in order to send those flying and then get a little bit of damage done, but nonetheless, the Naginata riders pulling in. Kusanagi not going to come down just yet, over into the corner of the map, trying to find his way out, but the halberdiers do catch him, and that's going to be probably one, if not two, dead here. Good play from Moscow. Gets a half HP onto one of them, not able to pick that one off just inside of that moment there, but nonetheless pulling up over onto this side, fully walling off the gold mine, making sure this is as safe as it possibly can be. The army of Moscow looking terrifying at the moment, though. He's up 1,000 military resource value. On the other side, though, you look at this army, it looks tiny, but you do have to kind of imagine it double as big as it is. You've got the samurai, you've got the Yumi archers, you've got the Naginata riders. Naginata riders are 3 pop, samurai 4 pop, and then obviously those Yumi archers are only 2 pop. But nonetheless, Moscow pokes his head in, and he's got to be thinking, okay, I haven't seen many myth units just yet. There must be something coming for me, god power wise. So how do you play around it? How do you play around the Swampland? Well, you can just attack, run, and then come back in later as one idea. Or you can say, no worries. Let's just not even be close. Let's not try and take any fights. Let's just get heroic age, get our advantage cooking a little bit more. We are seeing more Miko coming out here for Adopes here at the moment as well. So we'll see what he can do as he's wandering forward. He's going to look for this fight here. It's a good time to be fighting at the moment because that rush all is coming through. As Moscow sitting back, watching, he's going to probably think he can take the fight. No, he's very smart. Pulls back into the main base. The Yatsa going after the villagers as Adopesu does notice that one. He does have the Miko in, but 3 Yatsa might actually be enough to deal with that Miko there, as the villagers need to get back to work. Adopes to pull back ever so slightly. One thing here is, while heroic age would be ideal, because the best thing for Moscow to do right now, not Moscow, for Adopes to do right now, is to click Thunderdome. To get that Thunderdome down first, reducing the Kusanagi and the Swampland, and then drop the Swampland down. Or alternatively, another idea would be to drop the Swampland down at 57 favor, and then on top of the Swampland, drop the Thunderdome, which will keep those units inside the Swampland for even longer, potentially killing even more units. And then on the outskirts of the Swampland, drop the Kusanagi to get even more favor off of those god powers. Effectively, what we're seeing in this game is going to be whether or not Moscow can out-eco the god power spammage of Adopes. I mean, the other option here for Adopes is to go into Raiju, which is definitely, he's got a lot of favor. Drop a second temple, put everyone onto gold, spam out a bunch of those guys. Maybe also get the ivory net scare technology to get some extra gold income is another angle. But in my experience against China, god power spam is normally the way to go. There is also another technology inside of Raijin, which is the Den drums, which makes those god powers also cheaper. So that can work there as well. However, the second town center is now up for Moscow. Moscow's in the heroic age. Now, military resource-wise, it's kind of close. It is kind of close. So things can go either way here as the Naginata Riders are going to be searching off to the left-hand corner. Mosca doesn't really notice any of this at the moment as it looks like over onto this side, Adopes has spotted the army coming through. His army to make his way in, looking for the fight. It's going to be the Fey Beasts and everything else. Swampland first, then the Kusanagi comes down, then the big fat Thunderburst onto this position. Is it going to be enough? The Fey Beasts gets dropped down as well. The majority of the army pulling off of the Swampland at the moment. The army for Mosca still standing strong. 4K to 3K at the moment. You can't call this fight. I don't know which way it's going. A whole bunch of mid units are still in. The Raiju is through for Adapesu as it's looking like he's able to pull through. He also gets the heavy in as well as the Baihu goes down over here, and Mosca's army has fallen yet again to the god power spammage of Adapesu. If we take a look at the upgrades here, that Den drums not yet in for Adopes. He needs to be grabbing that one if he wants to continue down this route. He has another Swampland available in 2 minutes. It comes off cooldown so fast. The Raiju can now look for raids, take villagers out. This is the time to strike for Adopesu. On the other side, Mosca needs to defend. Ballet, everything like that. Is this Raiju can come over, going to start picking off Qualifier and things like that. He does have that speed in. The army for Adopes slowly starting to move forward here as it looks like Adopes can't quite break through this army. Mosca will be able to rebuild quickly. His economy is gigantic here. Absolutely gigantic as Adopes thinks he can take the fight, but in reality here, not quite able to. He's got to wait for that cooldown and keep on using these god powers. He does manage to snipe one Qual through there. That's got to feel good. Another option is, like I already said, is to go into those Raiju. He's still got 150 favor in the bank. Alternatively, also that Den drums. Super good technology there. Can't overhype that one there in the slightest. But the problem here is for Adopesu is even if he kills off the army, repeatedly, the fact of the matter is Moscow's economy is gigantic. He will continue to rebuild units. Picking off an army here is not the end of the game in this sort of situation. We see Huang Di going to be coming through for Moscow now. Moscow has fended everything off. He doesn't have a ballet though. He needs his ballet up, so he needs a little bit more gold income. His food is almost in. So he's going to be trying to get that through. And a little bit of a calm before the storm. In these sorts of situations, you don't have time to wait as the Susanoo player. I mean, maybe you have time to wait for Swampland, but as soon as that's up, you almost need to be taking the next fight. As more units are pumping out, the ballet is coming up now onto this position, which is a really, really good defensive stronghold for Moscow. Reason being, well, you can just garrison. You can just sit on this spot and just garrison. Adopes, on the other hand, maybe a castle needed for himself here, such that he can get some siege and start actually breaking through this spot. The problem here for Adopesu that he's about to be getting greeted with is the fact that the Bushi, are they enough? Are they enough to deal with? Are they enough to deal with a dragon? A couple of Bushi like this? I don't know. We are seeing some heavy shinobi coming through as the Yatsa now starting to go after these villages, but the Yatsa will simply just pull back. And we are now going to see a little bit of an attack onto the town center. Again, this Swampland is not useful on this position because the army can garrison into the town center. You could drop it down anyways, force the army to garrison and then just get out of there. As he drop that Swampland and he's going to be pulling back ever so slightly. He also drops the Thunderburst down as well, trying to keep these units on top of the Swampland, but the positioning on that third cast there, is it enough? I'm not sure it is. We'll see. The army numbers falling for both players. Huang Di is on the way for Moscow. As Adapest pulls back, he does have himself those very, very strong Bushi now to take out the Qinglong. But now he's got 0 favor in the bank. Until he has that champion where he gets an extra 100 favor, what's he going to be able to do? We take a look at the temple. Still no Den Den drums in. I think that was a missed opportunity. If he was going for that move, that 20% reduction in all of that favor would mean that Adapest would have been able to have a hefty amount of favor remaining for at least another Kusanagi at this moment. Nonetheless, Town Center coming up for Adapest. He's going to have to pump units out and somehow hold versus the incoming, ridiculously strong late game Shenong. What are some answers here for Alapesu? I don't even know at this point. He's in a difficult spot. He's got a great amount of military, but he has to kill off a dragon. 2 dragons, in fact. As the Qinglong in, the Yinglong in, the hero archers targeting down that Qinglong, trying to take it out as quick as it possibly can. Lightning weapons for the second time in this match comes through as the Yumi archers, the Bushi, going after the dragon. It does get pulled back. The army here of Adobesu melts to the lightning weapons, melts to everything. The Bushi going to be falling as well as the Yinglong comes back in. And Mosca looks to have survived the onslaught of the Susanoo from Adopesu. Adopes taps out. Game 1 goes to Mosca. An incredibly good try there, but Mosca was prepared, played an incredibly good defense against this with the boom, with the ballet. I think there was one opportunity for Adopes to really get some damage done, and that was after the second Swampland. He needed to get in, get villager kills. He got 1 Qualifier and a building. That was not enough. He needed to get in. He needed to get onto this back gold mine, attack there, just pick villagers off, maybe take out the town center or throw down a town center for himself so his own economy could start getting into overdrive. And then maybe, just maybe, he would have been okay to continue along here in this game. But Mosca, he is a tough cookie to break, to crack, a tough cookie to crack, break. He's up currently 1-0. We'll move back into the draft, see what these guys are going to pick for game number 2. And let's check it out. Alrighty then. We are going in onto the map Step. And let's see what gods they're going to pick. Give me a second while we get this all sorted out. Alrighty. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be seeing a Gaia versus Fushi game now. So a little bit of a different one. So first map done, Giza down, onto Step for game number 2. Gaia versus Fushi, first game there, victory for the Shenong over the Susanoo. And then obviously game number 2 here is going to be the Gaia versus the Fushi. So, newly improved economy of the China versus the boosted economy from Gaia with those early game economic upgrades. I really don't know how this matchup even goes at the moment. I haven't really been playing. I have been playing a lot, but I can't even remember what I haven't been playing a lot of this patch. I've been casting most of the time, so haven't really seen this one a huge amount. But nonetheless, we'll see what's going to happen here as Mosca's Gaia. I mean, I didn't even realize he played Gaia. So Let's see how it's going to go. Alrighty. I might... What do we got? I don't even know. My brain is in a strange place at the moment, guys. I think that's okay though, right? It's okay though. Alrighty, so we're about to get into this next game. We're about 10 seconds away here, guys. Gaia versus Fushi. Game 2. Adipus going to have to try and hit back. We'll see if we can make it happen. Onto the map step for game number 2. Let's jump in, see what's happening. Alrighty. As we pop into game 2 here. Alrighty. We pop into game number 2 here in the right-hand corner. Playing as Gaia. His name is Mosca. In the left-hand corner of the map. Playing as Fushi. His name is Adipus. A really nice try in that first game from Adipus. Really trying to make that Susanoo work. I think he played it in the best way that can possibly be played, as I'm noticing the game is not really working right now. Let's fix that up. He played it in the best possible way I think it can be played for that matchup, but just did not quite make the right amount of the right decisions in the moment to give himself that advantage, so to speak. So he's going to have to take some solace in the fact that he did something really, really good, and then move into this next game and figure out what he's going to have to do to break the Gaia of Mosca. So what are the big things here, the big problem units here for Fushi to deal with, right? So what do you have to deal with? Mosca is going to have access to things like destroyers. Not a fantastic way. There's not a fantastic unit to kill off a destroyer, especially not a hero destroyer. You can have myth units, things like Tao Wu can be good against the destroyer, and yeah, or like even making a whole bunch of Dao swordsmen can be decent there against the destroyers as well. But you don't have that like really big counter unit like the Axeman, like the Pacifist, or like the throwing Axeman, right? So that's going to be a big issue for Adipus to have to figure out. On the flip side, Mosca's army, generally speaking, versus the Chinese army, the Gaia army, has some trouble in the classical age, especially versus Qi Yao. You've got things like the Halberdier, which can obviously take out the Contarius, or even take out the what are they called? The Terma, right? If you get the Master of Weaponry against the Terma, you can get on top of those. If they ever get mismicroed, they're all going to get taken out in an instant. They've also got the Javelineers to take out the Terma, Fire Archers to take out any sort of melee army, infantry army. And then on top of that, you also have things like Yatza, as we will be seeing the final Qualifier coming through, and El Paso will be advancing on the other side. Mosca here, one more citizen taking the advance. This is fairly standard, I think, from Gaia nowadays. You get 2 upgrades, plus you get the husbandry in. Maybe you don't need the husbandry, maybe you do. It's not a terrible technology to grab early, especially on a map like Steppe, where there's a bunch of goats. Take a look at what Mosca's actually collected. He's got 10 goats. On the other side, Adipus has had a little bit more luck in this game. I don't know. You guys tell me in the chat what you reckon. You guys tell me in the chat what you guys reckon. Is goat finding luck-based, or is it skill-based? I reckon it's all luck based. That's what I reckon. I reckon there's zero skill in it. I don't reckon there's any skill. No skill. I'm gonna keep on throwing this out there until it sticks. Every map should be like Tundra. No more goat wars. Everyone gets 7 goats each, and that's it. If I find many goats, it's skill. If my opponent does, it's luck. That's exactly right. That's how it works. That's 100% true. Alrighty, we've got ourselves the first relic coming through here. This is the Thundercloud Shawl. Huge relic to pick up there for Adipest. Gives him more help in that Javelineer versus War, if that ever ends up happening. On the other side, for Mosca, I haven't seen him grab relics just yet. Looks like he hasn't. Let's have a quick look. We got the Harmonious Necklace here, which is a little bit of a gold % gather rate boost. Over onto this side here, there's one other relic, the Oseberg Wagon, which is a 10% boost there, as Adipest does grab the Eye of Horus, which is going to give him just a little bit more population to play with. Always nice. It should be an extra 4 pop, no? No, an extra 4 pop there for Adipest to play with, and he's going to drop the military camp. He's grabbed himself the Imperial Academy for his Nijar. And the game to come through. I do see the comments in the chat about the UI. I'm currently working on fixing that midstream, but for this game, I cannot fix it. I need to take a quick break to fix that thing because there's a whole bunch of changes I need to make quickly, and I can't. My brain's not functioning well enough to do that while streaming, while commentating. So we'll bring that score, the new score back in a later round, I think. Nonetheless, Javelineers coming through. We've got the Dow Swordsman coming through. We've got the Machine Workshop on the way. And Adipest is going full send in this classical age. On the other side, Mosca says, you know what? I'm just going to fast heroic. Well, I don't need to stay in the classical age. Why stay in the classical age? I just go heroic age. Give me access to the Contarius. That changes things, right? Give me access to the Arcus. That changes things even more. Give me access to the Stymphalian Bird, another big, helpful unit. As the arts are poking in over here, Citizen's going to grab their chickens, eat that all up, and Adipest at the moment, not really. He is now making some Dow. He's getting some Fire Archer. He's getting some Wuzu Javelineer. Just pumping dudes out. Now, here's the thing. With Thea, this is not necessarily the most scary thing for Fushi. Why? Well, A, you have this technology here in the Imperial Academy. You also have Tai Chi as well. So this one here, I've forgotten the name of it for whatever reason. That's just what happens. Celestial Weapons gives extra divine damage onto your Pioneers. That's going to be a big help with dealing with high pierce armor myth units like the Dryad, like the Stymphalian Bird. Then on top of that, you've got lightning weapons. So all of a sudden, you can't even micro away from it. So the lightning weapons plus a whole bunch of Pioneer will be able to break through a fast heroic Mosca here. Beyond all that, look at the differential in military. It's going to be literally the resources to go to a heroic age versus the military pop here. Obviously, you do get the Stymphalian Bird, you do get the Dryads out for free, so that does boost up the military numbers a little bit, but I don't think these units are going to be all that useful so long as Adipest makes the right decisions right now. He's got the favor. He's got the building. He just needs to get the upgrades, get the units in, and he's got to look for gold starving this Gaia player. These Contarius are going to be an issue. The walls are literally getting sprayed up by Adipest now. He goes, oh, you're going for Contarius. Great awareness here. You're going for Contarius. Let me get my base cleared up. I'm going to have Master of Weaponry. That's going to be enough there to defend. The only negative for Adipest right now is he's got himself 4 and building more Fire Archers. These have 0 impact on this game because there's no Murmillos, there's no Catapultis. So those need to stop being made here. Javelineers, Halberdiers, Pioneers, Yatza. That's it. The walls, all up. The halberdiers sitting in the back. And Moscow's going to be searching for a little bit of pressure here. Now, on top of this, one cheeky little idea would be to send this villager forward and start looking for forward barracks all over the place. Dropping those in there as the pioneers popping forward. 3 Stimfalion birds there for Moscow. 3 Stimfalion birds for Moscow as the Contarius just hanging out on the right side, waiting, biding their time. The villagers for Outapest, he says, I'm not leaving my base. I don't need to. I've still got a little bit of gold left. I can even jump onto the Peach Blossom Spring and grab that. No problems. Is there an entrance over? There is an entrance over here. Outapest here gets caught out a little bit by the oldest trick in the book. The wood line gets opened up and he has to retreat all the way to his main base. Now, Moscow, with that tiny, tiny little bit of pressure, he could wander forward and drop a palace down onto this gold mine. Very, very simply. Meanwhile, Outapest comes back up. Going to drop some houses there to lock this off. Also moves over here for a silo on the other side as he's going to start chopping this. There is a little bit of an opening over onto this spot, but that's going to get dealt with. One Contarius gets sniped up there, and we are now seeing some Amillos coming through. So Moscow is playing the mind games. He goes, I'm not going to build a single Murmillo until the Fire Archer numbers slow down. However, 8 Fire Archers, a mix of units here for Outapest, a mix of units here for Moscow. I don't know how to put it other than it's a micro fight. It is a really, really tough micro fight for both players. You've got to get the Javelineers onto the Archers. You've got the Fire Archers onto the Murmillo. You've got to get the Pioneers onto the Stimfalion birds. You've got to get the Halberdiers to not chase off against the Contarius. On the other side, you got to get your Contarius onto the Fire Archers, or make a Terma to take down Fire Archers. Use the Stimfalion birds to stay out of range of the Pioneers. There's so much in this micro to come forward in this first fight. That being said, one player has got a really powerful Classical Age God Power, and the other player, Carnivora, not bad, but obviously not ideal in a situation like this. Why? Well, there's 6 heroes here. They can immediately take out a Carnivora. No problems. Nonetheless, the gold tier, 700 gold remaining. And we are actually going to be seeing the Peach Blossom Spring grab now for Outapest. I love this little idea from Outapest. Most players here would say, all right, I'm going to save this for a tech boom or something like that. What Outapest says is, no, I'm going to get all of the resources in I possibly can, and we are going to pump units here, and we are going for the gold staff. I think. He might be thinking about a next age, but it doesn't look like it. He's got so much favor in the bank. He's actually got enough favor for double lightning weapons. Obviously, you have to wait for that one to come off cooldown to use it again, but 240 seconds is a long time. As Moscow still turtling in his base, waiting for the perfect moment to leave here to try and get onto another gold mine. The units, he's got himself the Pioneers on both sides, spreading out these Sky Lanterns, getting all of the line of sight he possibly can. The citizens now moving forward as Outapest takes a step backwards here. Allowing Moscow onto this position is a little bit dangerous, but there's no resources for that palace just yet. Unironically, Spores of War coming through here for Outapest as well. This doesn't help him in the slightest in this next position, but it could help him if he wants to start taking some things out as the Pioneers coming forward. They don't have that technology I was talking about, Celestial Weapons, but Outapest to come through. We see the Lightning Weapons. We see the Carnivora coming down as the Pioneers try to move forward. Moscow pulls back here on this one. He's going to be losing a citizen or two. No. Outapest backs up. Moscow has been denied gold for the moment. There's still a little bit more population to come through. I need to see this there it is, the Celestial Weapons now coming through, as well as Tai Chi. Both of these technologies are so big for the Fushi Classical Age army. Why? Look at the damage this normally does. Normally it's 4 pierce damage per second. You add 1 extra divine damage and you might be like, okay, well, it's not 1 extra divine damage, 0.7 extra divine damage. You might be like, well, that's what, a 25% boost? Yeah, that's a 25% boost plus on these Pioneers. And that's also that 11x divine damage there when it's hitting a myth unit. So it's kind of a big deal. Those things slap. Alapest takes a step back. Can he take the fight is the big question. Hops forward. Tries to snipe the Stymphalian Bird, gets one volley off. One Stymphalian Bird goes down. The Dow Swordsman getting some big damage done here. The Fire Archer numbers do not look that big, though the micro there from Mosca. That's what you've got to be careful of if you are Alapest. You can't run those Pioneers in to their death here, as the Javelin is also not targeting down the Arcus at the moment. The Pioneers trying as best as they can to get onto those Stymphalian Birds. Is it going to be enough? It doesn't look like it is, as Alapest says, all right, time to pull back, time to repopulate. The gold mine is now in Mosca's possession here, and 6 Pioneers queued up in the temple as the Nijar gets brought back out. And now Mosca very much ready for a revenge push. It's still a very close fight moving forward here. You got to ignore the population differential and focus on this thing here. The military resources here is everything, because those Dryads, they're worth about 3 pop each, where they are costing 0 pop because they are a god power. Nonetheless, Alapest still okay. He's about to have himself up. Well, he's got an 85 seconds on that. I want to see that pallets get thrown down here such that there's going to be an answer for that next lightning weapons, as Alapest comes through at the moment trying to take this fight. Those Javelineers now starting to target down the backline of the Arcus here, as the Pioneers just say, all right, well, this time let's just maybe take out all the Dryads first. The Stymphalian Birds do some damage here. It's an effective amount of damage, and Alapest learns so quickly in this fight. He goes, all right, we're just not going to chase the birds. We're going to just focus on everything else. And he's able to, in that moment, push Mosca all the way back. Citizens going to be getting picked off over here, as well as the Pioneers sniping down the Stymphalian Birds. One more Stymphalian Bird to go down. Is Mosca not paying attention there? Neither was Alapest, to be honest, but does manage to pick that one off, and now Mosca is stuck inside his base. Gormang now on the way, which does mean the kid will become the teenager, and a little bit more scariness for Mosca. And Mosca at the moment, gold-starved. He is gold-starved in a bad way, as the Sky Lanterns moving out, units spreading out, Dow Swordsmen all over the place. We'll notice the villagers coming onto this position here as the army to move forward. Dow's, whoa, he just misses them. Or does he? He doesn't miss them. The Dow are in to deny that gold mine on the right-hand corner. We see citizens making their way over onto the left-hand corner here, as Mosca is trying to pull a fast one on Alapest, but he is not allowing it. I still want to see the Qualifier moving forward, dropping buildings all over the place. There's 900 wood in the bank for our Fushi player right now. Over onto this side, the citizen will be falling. And we are seeing that Spoils of War actually pay some dividends here. And there's the resign from Mosca as he realizes how far behind he actually is. I mean, there's a lightning weapons coming. There's a forest protection. I don't think he can get out. A nice try from Mosca, but Alapest here, too strong in this one. He really read that strategy that Mosca was going for to a T. Fast heroic into Contarius to raid. Well, Alapest just goes, well, I'm just going to wall up, no problem. It's like, how are you going to raid me if my entirety of my base is looking like this? A page out of the Age of Empires 2 book to some degree from Alapest here. I love to see it. Almost had a big throw here. It was a decent enough fight for Alapest, but he just kind of threw away the Pioneers. I think if he took that first fight a bit better, maybe the game would have been even quicker to finish. But Mosca loses on that second game, leveling the series 1-1. We'll move into game number 3 and see how it's going to go. Alrighty, so we are going to be going in onto the map now. We're going to be going in onto the map Mirage. This is traditionally a bit of an ISIS map, in my opinion. A little bit of an ISIS map. So I wouldn't be surprised to see... Oop, the scoreboard is the wrong way around. This is traditionally an ISIS map just on the fact that the timing attacks and things like that are very, very strong. That being said, you can also pick Hades here. You could also pick Ra here. I wouldn't be surprised if Tsukiyomi isn't pretty good on Mirage as well, but a little bit unknown factor there. Nonetheless, on Adopes' side, he's got the new Wire, he's got the Uranus, he's got the Set, he's got the Kronos. Probably Kronos, to be honest, on this Mirage map makes the most sense. Why? Time-shifting docks, big fat economy, really good versus ISIS. Probably can take out a Hades, a 2TC Hades with a nice one town center favor play with Prometheans and things like that. Could be some options there. Alrighty. Let me see if I can, while these guys are sorting their stuff out, how much have they got? They're about to launch into the game. Let me see if I can fix some stuff here quickly. Hang on. We're gonna fix this. It's gonna be great. Just watch me fix it. Okay. That's one step towards our awesome little fix here. The next one. Now we fix the scores, poggers, and then in here as well. Okay, we've literally are so good at this. I'm getting very good at fixing things on the fly now. All right, so what did I say it was going to be? I literally just told you guys. Hades versus Noir. Very, very interesting pick from Alapes here. So Noir is a god that is like pretty bonkers strong on water maps, just on the fact that you get yourself something like, I don't know, you just get a ton more favor because of the docks. You can put 2 docks down really, really early, and you can get yourself a lot of favor. Now, on Mirage, you probably don't want the 2 docks early, just on the fact that you don't need them. You only need 1 dock to get the 9 fish out that you're going to be able to build. But that being said, there's some nice stuff. There's some nice stuff to go for. Alrighty. So Hades on this map is just going to be playing that defensive game. Can you play a defensive game here versus Noir? If Alapes, because Alapes at the moment, all I see from him is he's a hyper aggressive Age Mythology player. This is his style. He loves the aggression. Against Hades, sometimes it's not the best idea to go hyper aggressive. It's like picking the Hades apart, taking map control from him. Hades is a very turtley god. If you're gonna throw a whole bunch of stuff at the Hades, oftentimes it'll just bounce off the Hades and not do a whole lot. So that being said, like Noir is that boomy god. She is that goddess that's going to be able to grab the fast second talent and get the crazy fast heroic age and have a whole bunch more cavalry out than you would expect, earlier than you would expect, hitting your economy earlier than you would expect, causing pain earlier than you would expect. However, if the Hades does get into a position where he gets a nice strong army of Hoplite, Peltast, heroes, restorations, maybe go through Aphrodite, get the golden apples for extra restorations, then he's going to be able to find his way through this matchup. Mini Eddie in the chat saying just tower rush. Don't give anyone any ideas. That might be too strong. We might have to ban it. I'm just kidding. Anyways, we're about to jump into game number 3. Adalpes got to be feeling good about himself, finding a win against the Titan Mosca. Mosca, on the other hand, being given a bit of a shock here. Adalpes, somewhat of a... He's not an unknown player. This guy's actually taken out another top 10 players before. He took out Super FM in a tournament not too long ago, who was a really, really strong player a few, like 6 months ago or something like that. So he's definitely a guy that you have to be predicting to have a lot of very, very strong strategies. Nonetheless, let's get into game number 3 and see what's going to happen here. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, we've got Mosca. He's playing his Hades. In the right-hand corner of the map, we have Adalpes playing Noir. So the map, yep, the map is Mirage. This is the map here with this back fish. You can see it spawns 9 cheeky little fishing spots. The first thing you want to be looking for here, what does your town center look like? For Mosca, he gets a beautiful side gold mine, back gold mine, whatever you want to call it. There's one wall and it's going to be really, really safe. Very, very hard to punish this town center. This town center over here, not the best. Does have some back hunt on it, but yeah, not the best. On the other side, Adalpes has got himself the literal wet dream of a second town center. Gold mine, hunt, wood line. It literally doesn't get better than this. Adalpes here can go for a fast classical age with 9 fishing ships, or a reasonably fast classical age with 9 fishing ships, get himself out his earth wall onto this spot, and then he can literally just sit here, and there's going to be nothing that Mosca can do aggressively to deny any of those resources. All Adalpes needs to do is scout to see what's coming for him, and if nothing's coming, tech. If something's coming, counter it. Nonetheless, it's 1-1. So, nerves should have settled by now. Both players have got a win on the board. In my experience, the worst feeling is going down 0-2. If I can't get that one win on the board, then the nerves will never settle for the rest of the series. If you get one win on it, you're like, okay, I can relax in. We're all good now. So both of these guys are going to be full focus, ready to go. We've got the Ogre Bitten Helm over on this left-hand corner of the map. Huge relic for both players here. Mosca's going to love that one. 10% extra HP for the heroes. Over here, we've got Gugnir Odin Spear. Nice relic. Probably not going to see all too much use in this game. Maybe for the hoplites to help out a little bit, but nonetheless. 9 cauldrons here. Huge, absolutely gigantic relic for Adalpes. He wants to build White Horse Cavalry. He wants to build Tiger Cavalry. This is a must grab here. We've got the Pelt of Argus onto this side. This one's going to be line of sight +6. We did already check that one. Meanwhile, Qualifier Chieftain coming through for Adalpes. And Mosca, slowly but surely, getting his economy sorted out. Now, regardless of the quality of town center here, I think Mosca basically has to just say, I'll just grab this one. He could go over here. It's not terrible. You can go here. You can wall this off. And you can come onto this back food here. Both of the food is over here. It's kind of relatively close to the town center. It's just a little... It's actually, funnily enough, like the gold mine here means you can make a move from this gold mine over to this town center, and it's not that far away. Probably a similar distance that this town center is away from the wood line here. So if Mosca, if Mosca wants to do that, he should be completely fine to do that there. Only problem is it's a little bit closer to Adalpes' base. As the pickaxe coming in, Athena, it's going to be Persine. Haltu on the way here for Adalpes. And I could be wrong, but it's not looking like a far second town center from Adalpes. He's got a lot of villagers on wood. He's obviously got 0 villagers on food with the exception of his fishing ships. But his gold situation is a little lackluster here. As the relic does get grabbed by Oedipus. There is if he had villagers on food, I'd say there's a world where going 1 talent center fast heroic here with Noir into like mass White Horse cavalry raids makes some sense on this given map. Even if this town center gets grabbed and he's got this kind of town center to help defend the food behind it, you can just run past and then be with all those cav and get huge damage done. But we do see that Mosca says, I want to be on this left-hand corner. Anyways, going to drop the town center beautifully here. Persine is in, off to the races, and we will be seeing Oedipus making his way over here anyways. Drops down the clay peasants. Going to be getting himself a house as well for his earth wall. As you can see, you can drop that down and literally just lock this position off. No way through in the slightest. Over onto this side, the Kotatsuka boss just checking things out. We will be seeing the Cheongchi getting a little bit of a scout in as well. Taking a look at the actual line of sight of these players. Mosca not aware of how good that town center is for Oedipus. And Oedipus not really aware of how bad this town center is for Mosca either. He does drop down with the Cheongchi, but that's immediately going to be getting chased away here. As does get his head butted as he dives up into the, or flies up into the sky there, but we'll get away from this, no problems. The walls are up and the boom is now on. So two things to think about here for the new one. First question is, was there any point in staying in the heroic age and getting some pressure in? Because this is part and parcel of how these games can go. If both players decide to play a defensive game, if both players decide to go town center, then now you ask yourself, okay, do we build units off of the 2 town center and try and put pressure on? That's A. Do we go heroic age and try and get ourselves some more quality units in the heroic age and then put some pressure on? Or 3, do we go mythic age here and look for some really high quality units and defend anything that's coming from our own heroic age? Or if we both go heroic age, then we're just going to start fighting in the mythic age. No problems. Meanwhile, Bolts of Erebus on the way. Oedipus literally spamming out Qualifier. Now, here's the thing about this Qualifier change. I probably already mentioned it once or twice. But the thing about the Qualifier change is it's going to give you a huge boost in gold and wood. But you're going to be missing that food, which is pretty important. So if we take a look at how many peasants there are, there's only 22. So if all you spam out is going to be Qualifier, you're going to be missing those villagers on food. You need somewhere in the vicinity of 50 villagers on food to support to support Tiger Cavalry, for example. And we actually see Oedipus here saying, "Oh, I'm just going to drop him onto the chickens here," and he does kind of suck on chickens. So the villagers get pulled off. Qualifier goes over to gold. Heroic gauges are going to be coming in for both players. Aphrodite versus Gormang. So no surprises there. Now the Qualifier do cost less food, but the villagers gather food faster. That's the point. Alright, so we got the abundance to come through. Over onto this side, walls coming up as well on all of these positions here. Locking off this. Makes some sense. You don't want to allow the units to come around the back and then sneak through here and get into this spot. Don't want to allow the dock to come up onto this position either. Is that a second armory for Oedipus? Or does he already... He does, yeah, 2 armories because it's going to be a big spammage of armory upgrades, it looks like. There's a world here where Oedipus can just go heroic age all in with full bronze and try and catch Mosca out here going for a mythic age. Because Mosca, I mean, sure, he can drop a fortress, he can drop his sentinels, but if you get yourself bronze shields in and you get yourself you've already got the relic for extra 5% pierce armor and hack armor on his White Horse Cavalry, and then he also goes for the other technology, which gives a little bit more, I think it's hack armor. So anyways, you can still just fly around the map and, I say fly around the map, but gallop around the map, not really take a whole lot of damage from those things. As you do see the battle lane now coming up for Oedipus. a machine workshop on the back here as well. As the Hoplite Minotaurs, Nemean Lions, all the other stuff starting to accrue in the center of the map. We will be seeing Sultan Fora coming through. There's Divine Blood on the way for Mosca. He's now looking to put just a little bit of pressure on as we see a Fortress on the front. Now, this is the scary bit here. Mosca is going, all right, he's going for a fast Mythic. That's the thought process, I have to assume. But it doesn't actually look like that's the case. Adipes is going to be sitting in this heroic age. He's pumping out these White Horse Cavalry, gets one out, hiding the rest inside of the ballet. The Pegasus here, does this actually notice this? One little trick here to do to see exactly what's going on is, well, if there's any amount of units inside of the ballet, you can see how many are in there based on the boost of damage that the ballet gets. If it's 1 unit in the ballet, it's 0.5. If it's 2 units in the ballet, it's 1 extra damage, etc., etc. It does start at 10 with no armory upgrades. Nonetheless, the White Horse Cavalry do spot this fortress coming up, and all of a sudden, I mean, can you actually break past? This is the question. There's going to be a curse here as the Tao Wu trying to break through this spot. There's not really any fire archers either as the curse gets dropped, and Adipes needs to pull back into his main base. This Sage getting thrown away as well. Not quite able to snipe the Nemean Lion there. And Adipes backed into a corner. He will start spamming out these siege crossbows, which funnily enough, this is where the Qualifier are really, really good. Because you look at the resource spent here from Adipes. You're going to get all your villagers on wood, all your villagers on gold, all your Qualifier on wood and gold, and you're going to have so many extra resources than the Hades to spam these out. But the Petropolis are a little bit better than the siege crossbows, so they're going to be a little bit of a problem as the earth wall slowly getting taken down. You can see the siege crossbow wandering forward as Mosca says, all right, I'll pull back for the time being. Over onto this side, random villager gets sniped down as the hoplites just checking out the town center for the time being. In the main base, it's still just full steam ahead for Mosca to try and get some advantage in this game. And slowly but surely, this earth wall getting taken out. I mean, you have to take out quite a bit of the earth wall. It just takes a long time to actually clean this one up, even with siege. But he's going to be doing it nonetheless. As Adipes just going to be sitting back, waiting, trying to get himself out the units he needs here. I wonder if it'd be worth it for him to actually get himself some... What are they called? Some Chuko Nu into this army. Looks like he just wants fire archers for the time being. They'll be good against the hoplites. This is majority hoplite here for Mosca as well, so the fire archer should be a nice little addition here as the earth wall about to fall down. The more scary part here for Mosca is Great Flood. It's not coming in, but he has to be a little bit concerned about it as the siege war comes through, almost snipes this one. The Sage can heal this guy back up. He could also drop the... What's it called? My brain's functioning. Forest Protection. You could also drop Forest Protection here to get that HP in as the siege crossbow slowly going up. Peltas control here on point for Mosca as Adipes still waiting in the back, getting out that Jiang Xia here to try and deal with all this stuff. Can also steal away that Nemean Lion. It will stun for less time now, but still going to be able to steal it, as that's what's going to happen. You'll see it right here. Comes in, the Nemean Lion comes through. This one's going to start moving around. This one's going to be able to sit here for 8 seconds before it does fall. So that's a nice little change there as Restoration comes in and Adipes has to pull back to his town center. Probably time for that Forest Protection to come through as a ballet going to be getting thrown up yet again. But the Petropolis here move into position, and that's not a ballet that's going to be sitting there. That can't be held. It's looking like Mosca has found a really, really nice advantage here as Adipes needs to charge forward, needs to take this fight. The Fire Arch is trying to take out the hoplites, but it is not looking like it's going to be enough. In fact, it's not enough. Mosca is just completely breaking through this army of Adepes. And he pulls back into his main base. The gold mine on the back here almost expiring. He's got no gold in the main base, and there's so much more economy for Mosca. He can go Mythic Age, he can get a 3rd town center, he can go 4 town center here and still have his military resource advantage. 5 villages on favor at the moment. Mosca doesn't have himself that golden apples technology. Makes me a bit sad, but he could go for it fairly shortly. We've got the Terracotta Riders trying to charge out here, trying to deal with this one here as well. We'll be able to snipe one Petropolis, gets the other one down. A fortress on the front to come down as well. There is also Sentinels here to help out. As Mosca can drop the fortress, drop Sentinels, and then be ready to go, but the siege crossbows, if Adepes sees this, can take this out very quickly. He does have them, so he's going to be doing so. As we're now starting to see Javelineers coming in for Adepes. He's trying to figure this one out, but I'm not sure Javelineers can deal with the Peltast in this situation. Snipes down the fortress, pulls back. Fortress is just simply going to come back up again, and Mosca says, hey man, if you're not going to fight me, let me just attack you. As now we see forest protection. There's no siege to take this down from range for the time being. And Mosca doesn't want to lose any units here. Huge amount of units queued up at the moment as well. Probably has enough resources for Mythic Age if it cancels that queue. But nonetheless, now the Petropolis is in. Can slowly start sieging this one down. Adepes could bring some of those powerful over and help repair this one. No problems. You actually see the trade route starting here at the moment. Over onto this side, a little cheeky ballet as the Zom comes through, getting the fortress up. But Adepes is at full population, trying to snipe the fortress down. The village is trying to repair it up as Adepes' town center on this position almost taken out. The Qualifier coming in a little bit late there, too late to keep that one alive as both players losing their buildings here slowly but surely. The siege from Mosca will be breaking through this position. The hoplites coming through yet again. Fire Archers here should be very, very good versus these hoplites, but with the Peltast in the back and some good control, it might be enough. But Adepes here, good control from those Javelineers. Charges forward though, needs to be targeting the Peltast down, but the town center attempts to come back up, not going to be able to do so there. And the army for Adepes does look to be falling here. There is a gold mine secured on this spot, but the Nemean Lion here sniping villages as the villagers have gone idle after that stun. And Adepes in 17 minutes does decide to tap out. Mosca's forward fortress siege push catches Adepes out here in this game. You did see how long it took him to hit that siege. I do wonder if Adepes did actually decide, oh, you're doing this strat. Let me just go Mythic Age. We'll just use a Great Flood with the forest protection. Get some Qinglong out. If you'd been able to deal with all of this, especially with dealing with those Peltasts. The Qinglong is normally your best bet versus the Peltast. If not the Qinglong, then maybe a Baihu or the Firebird, the Zhuchu there as well. But now Mosca is on game point. He has a very, very large advantage moving forward in this one. We'll see if Adepes can bring it back in game number 4, or if Mosca is going to win in 4 games. Let's jump into the draft and see what's going to happen. Alrighty, we're going in onto the map Elysium here, guys. Elysium, and it's going to be a Isis versus Kronos game. These are the scary ones for Isis. There are some really, really strong Kronos strategies in this matchup. You got the Promethean idea. You've got fast heroic with behemoths to catch the Isis player off guard. You've got palace spamming. You've got fast eco grabs, which the Isis player has to deal with. There are a lot of aggressive Isis ideas as well. Things like classical fights that make life a little bit hard for the Chronos. Then they have to know how to deal with that as well. This matchup, I think, has got so much detail in it that I don't know. It might go like. Oftentimes, it's not just picking one strategy. It's about trying to fool your opponent into picking the wrong gods, the wrong minor gods, in my opinion. You want to be like, okay, they're gonna go for this god, right? And then they go for a different one, and you're like, oh crap, I was supposed to go for that god to counter this god. And there's a lot of like little things that happen behind the scene in the decision making for which minor god to go in this matchup. So I'm pretty excited about this one. I think it's a pretty fun one. So we'll see how things are going to go. But yeah, it's a bit of a spicy one. Moscow is on game point, so he only needs one more win. And this is his ace pick now. This is his ace pick, so we'll see how things are going to go. The Hades got the win. The Noir, unfortunately, could not pass there. As I should probably put these numbers in here as well. Let's do this, and let's do this, and this. And then we're on Isis versus Chronos, right? So for those of you who don't know, Adipessu did start off with the Atlanteans as well. Adipessu did start off with the Atlanteans as well. So he's got a really strong Chronos, a really strong Oranos from early days where he would go for these like crazy sort of myth unit strategies. So we'll see if Moscow has got that in his memory, because these things they kind of stay dormant inside of you, and you kind of know that they work to some degree, but how well they work, you just kind of don't really know. There are obviously a lot of answers for Isis against sort of myth unit spam inside of like spamming priests and things like that. But if your opponent spams priest, you can save that favor for things like chaos and take those units out, or snipe the priests and then send the Prometheans in, or even go full spammage and try and just make it work. There's a lot of things that can sort of go on here. So I'm going to take a little sip of water, and we got about 30 seconds here for game number 4. Appreciate all your kind words as well in Twitch chat. Hope you're all having a fun time chatting about shenanigans and all the other good stuff that happens. We do have a pretty jam-packed day. This is just the first series of 4. We got 4 series on today. So make sure you've got some tasty beverages, some tasty snacks, and a comfortable position in your couch, chair, bed, on the train, wherever you are. Because we're getting into game number 4 right now. Let's check it. Alrighty. In the left-hand corner of the map, spawning as the blue Isis on game point, his name is Moscow. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Chronos, his name, Adipessu. We are on the map, Elysium. I'm already excited. I love this. This is so good. I'm so interested in what Moscow is going to play with Isis here. This is, I mean, you'll see it. If you're an average Age Mythology player, I'm talking like anywhere below even like 1700 rating, you'll often hear this. Egyptian, only good at the top level. Right? That's what you hear. I don't actually think it's necessarily true. I think that, Egyptian's quite good at all levels. It just takes some time to learn and get good at, right? That being said, Egyptian only good at the top level. We're at the top level now. Mosca is literally one of the best players in the world. He's one of the highest rated players on the ladder. His main, however, is not Egyptian. He does not play Isis as his main. Poseidon is his main god. Poseidon is his main god. But that does not mean he can't play Isis. I'm very excited to see what he's going to come up with here. Oedipus, on the other hand, I do think that of the gods that are the best against Isis, there are three. There are three gods that I think have a fairly decent time playing against Isis. There are some other ones that are completely fine, especially now that China's changed. I think this might even change as well. I don't really know. We'll find out at some point. But okay, I might need to stop my entire chat here. Let me finish it off with telling you what the three gods are. You've got Poseidon, you've got Uranus, you've got Cronus. These gods are all very spicy to play against. Why do I have to stop what I'm all saying? Oedipus here is unironically going as hard on the rush as he possibly can. The temple is in. He's going Leto. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the 15 population Chronos Rush. Mosca sees it coming through. He's clicked up through Anubis. He hasn't grabbed his Flood of the Nile yet. He's gone for a pretty quick advance time himself. Villagers diving into the tower. Great control from Mosca to pull back for the time being. But he is gold starved. He has 0 gold in the bank. The automatons charging forward, searching for villagers to kill as they pop over here as well. Going to try and repair them up, idling villagers as much as he possibly can here. The villagers can jump from one side to the other side. But so far, no kills from Oedipus. He's trying to get that repair in, doing a good job of it. But Classical Age about to hit. Plague of Serpents can come through, but the counter barracks is now on the front here. The automaton still idling these villages. He's gotten so much value out of this fast advance. As we do see the spider eggs getting dropped down. Oedipus pulls back. He makes 1 Terma, and he's going to start making more here in an attempt to break through this position. He can use that. Well, he doesn't have Valor, but the Terma can start taking pharaohs and things down. We've got the Anubites. They're going straight for the main base. What's the weakness here of what Oedipus is doing? He's got nothing in his home base. Very, very smart here from Mosca. Charges forward with the Anubite. The Terma pulling back ever so slightly. Bit of a misclick there as the Anubite going to just simply get some damage done. Retreats back into the main base here, however. Maybe a hero citizen getting converted wouldn't be a terrible idea. A military barracks coming up onto this position. Plague of Serpents onto this spot might not be a terrible idea either, as Mosca's now dropping barracks and all the other stuff. Charges forward with the automatons. The Catapulti getting involved as well in the main base here. The villagers turning around. Going to get some shanking action as the Anubite does pull back. Another Anubite coming through as well, as it's very, very difficult to continue this type of a rush. The Pharaoh, the priest, can heal everything up. Oedipus seemingly betting it all on black in this game. Trying to get the pressure on. The villagers pulling back underneath the town center. He's charging in while this goes on. Plague of Serpents does get dropped here. One automaton down to 3 HP. Manages to get out of there. Can heal that one back up. As Prosperity now gets dropped. Mosca feels safe to get that gold income in that he needs. These villagers on this side will have to pull through the mana back home. Sending one hero unit back home wouldn't be a terrible idea. One hero Mamilo or something just to deal with these automatons, these Anubites. Like this Murmillo here, convert this one, and then at the very least you're going to be able to deal with all this. But Adipes is doing a great job of defending here. He's pulling back with his temple ever so slightly out of range. But damage is being done. Who won that? Who comes out in front right now as the Hero Murmillo is here to defend? I have to say both players have taken damage here. It's pretty close. Automaton aren't bad in this matchup in the slightest. They're really, really difficult to kill. One way to think about the Automaton versus Priest dynamic is Automaton... one way to think about the Automaton versus Priest dynamic is kind of like the Toxote versus Hoplite dynamic. In other words, Priests don't actually beat Automaton unless they've got a nice front line. So that's spicy to say. Of course, the Automaton do cost a little bit more than the Priest at 150 resources technically, but you know, Atlantean economy, Atlantean favor is kind of free in a way. It's not free; you have to pay for it with the oracles, but it's kind of free because you don't have to pay for the first 3 oracles. So, nonetheless, little cheeky Automatons coming over onto this side as the Anubites coming onto that side do snipe one oracle over there as the army has to pull back ever so slightly. These spider eggs managing to pick off a couple of units here as Mosca is trying to make the best decision he possibly can here. Over on this side though, Oracle sitting behind the trees watching these villagers might give his little position away. Gotta be careful here. Gotta be careful with that bad boy. Keeping an eye on this hunt is huge because that's exactly where Mosca is going to want to go. Mosca at the moment now grabbing himself Necropolis, Hand Axe, Husbandry. The army for Alopes just going to sit here and wait. Why? Well, this gold mine's got 1,400 gold left in it. You can just mass up, put some pressure on, and have a really good game. He's grabbing himself now Volcanic Forge, which gives a whole bunch of PS armor. Has not upgraded his automatons just yet, but he can do that a little later. He can also grab an extra oracle out if he wants to. Does spot those Anubites moving out of the base for the time being. The oracle here has been spotted and will get shanked down as Adipes not paying attention enough over there. That's going to be a dead oracle, unfortunately. But this should trigger Adipes to make a move over there and start to take this out. Or at least to prevent this food from getting grabbed. Meanwhile, into the main base, the Anubites, they're coming in. There's no military barracks here. This is a problem. You've got to have at least one back so when the army comes through, you can send your, build a hero out or build a unit out of the barracks and just turn it into a hero to defend against this stuff. But Adipes, no reaction just yet. Going to be losing a citizen. Not ideal. Great usage of the Anubite raids here from Mosca as the army sneaks around onto this side. Mosca sees it and immediately reacts. He doesn't sit around and wait. He says, oh, you're coming through? No worries, let me just leave. Obelisks, so strong here. As Adipes wanders forward, sees nothing in there. The villagers are on the berries, so he could make a little move over onto this spot, get a little bit more damage done. But decides against that one there. As more slingers are coming in. Slinger Priest here. Still no upgrade here. It's making me a little nervous for Adipes. He's got this Automaton upgrade. It's so important. You know when I was saying like Automaton versus Toxote dynamic or whatever, Toxote versus Hoplite, Priest versus Automaton only counts if you've got the Automaton upgrade. Doesn't count at the base level of Automaton. As the slingers wandering forward ever so slightly. Adipes still hovering around. We do see him over on this gold mine already. This is how, I love what Mosca's doing here. Just take a look at it. Obelisk up, sees if any army is going to swing around on this side, getting as much gold as he possibly can, and then pulls back super early away from this spot as Adipes comes into this location. As the oracles for Adipes, I love what they're doing. Starting to move around. He's got a lot of them out here all over the place. Drops the spider egg down onto this position. Now he'll be able to see that forever. unless 3 units get sacked into it. Take a look at the line of sight, and you'll see the line of sight that comes down onto this spot. However, the army moves back in. Moscow still playing very hard defense mode, but his gold mine expiring here. Things about to get very, very spicy moving into this next position. Look at the military differential. It's kind of big. It's kind of big, no? Autobus is in a great spot. He's trying to get this upgrade out. He needs it before the fight. Cancel this automaton and get the upgrade, please. Meanwhile, a tower coming up. Is that in range of the monument? Oh, I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is. Let me have a look. Can I get it on there? I think it is. I think it's on there. I think he's okay. I think this one will be somewhat of a help, but here's the thing. Adapes can move around this way. No problems. He's going to go straight past the watchtower. The slingers getting a whole bunch of damage done. Mosca says, all right, it's time to fight. The Hephaestus Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential. Very, very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack. Hephaestus Revenge too late to come through. And Mosca survives. Incredibly tense moment there. Mosca survives. A huge drop in army here, but more importantly, with that being a big attack from Autopes, he's not going to be able to rebuild those automatons. He's not going to be able to rebuild those automatons. I think Autopes should have came in from this side and tried to attack this gold mine here. Attacking underneath this tower and this tower. You see both of these guys. It might not look like a lot of damage. 700 damage ends up being very, very important. Not only that, the priests were very protected back here. If they're over here, they're super open. But nonetheless, Autopes not out of this game just yet, but he's got a mountain to climb. He's got to rebuild an army. He's if possible, get to the heroic age for Satyr. But I feel like he's just going to be pumping, and Mosca, he get an advantage. When you're ahead, get further ahead. When you're ahead, get further ahead. As the Terma popping through. Good control from Mosca to dodge some of these arrows. But it looks like with the slingers over here, one villager might go down. Picking off villagers here obviously helps, but at the moment, Autopes needs all of the army he possibly can get. You can see he's trying to get now up to the heroic age. Does make sense. If you can get there, go for the Satyr angle. Could be good, but Mosca, I was about to say really smart, but he's changed the god. I was going to say one answer here for the army, which Mosca has, is Satyr. But one answer for Satyr that Isis has is Petsukos. Another answer is to go for Nephthys and try and get the cheaper priest, the more powerful priest and things like that. But yeah, the Petsukos are your best answer versus the Satyr because they outspace them by a long way. Huge amount of range. You can't run in and throw the spears without losing a whole bunch of them. But nonetheless, we are seeing Rhea coming through for Autopes. On the one hand, I'm not exactly sure what the reasoning is here. I don't know what this is going to get him. Trader to steal away a Scorpion Man or a Petsukos. Behemoth to make a push and kill off a town center. Getting the stronger, super powerful Murmillos. You get the Pierce upgrades from the Leto upgrade, and you also get the Hack armor upgrade from Orichalcum Mail there. There's a temple coming now through for Autopes. But still, a very, very difficult situation now for Adopes to come into. He doesn't have any... If he had Chaos here, he might be able to walk forward and snipe all of those Axemen with the Carabalista. But he doesn't. So he has to build up a really strong army. He's trying to hide in the forest here. I'm not exactly sure what his plan is here, but he's got to be careful. These units can get stuck sometimes. Over onto this side. The Anubite raid coming in. He does trade away. That's a smart way to deal with this, to be honest. Oh, where are you going? Hello? Oh no, Adopes just goes with a select military all hotkey, I think. And he pulls the Anubite away. Oh no. But he's saying, it's time to go. Now or never. Charging forward. He's got a handful of Contarians coming in. He's also getting Orichalcum Mail, the Behemoth, to charge forward. The Carabalista sniping Axemen and the like down here as the Terma coming around on to the back position. Contarius sniping some units here. The Slinger's getting close. Starting to take down the Carabalista. The Axemen have pulled through the town center to get away from the Carabalista here. Great control from Mosca. As with all the Carabalista falling, the Terma getting some decent damage down. Does look like Adopes is making some amount of progress here, but the Behemoth is not going to be able to take down this town center. Not with that amount of priests there. Not at all. Nephthys hits. Ancestors can get dropped immediately here from Mosca. And that's going to probably be... Is it going to be enough to hold it? Adopes is going full send on this attack. The town center getting a pretty hefty amount of damage in to hold. And Adopes' second big attack is thwarted. Hero Contarius getting converted here to come up and try and, at the very least, deal with all the minions. They're pretty strong over onto this side, but swapping the angle around, getting the non-heroed Contarius onto the Axemen and things like that can be the way to go. Muscat, look at these walls. He's completely walled up here. Can look for a marker, getting a Migdol stronghold onto that position there as well. And Adopes' army slowly starting to fall here. 66 villages to 56. Military advantage for Mosca. And it's too much for Adopes as he taps out. And Mosca, true to his form, does manage to take the dub. Adopes didn't make it easy for him. 3-1. A very, very, very close series here, though. There was many moments here. This fight over here, if he moves around here and he has that Hephaestus Revenge technology at the start of the fight, things could have been very different. Attack on this angle. Mosca probably access to retreat even. You can just pester away. Maybe even time shifting in towers here as another idea before you even take the fight. Lots of different ways to try and approach this. But unfortunately, Adopes does not find the way through. Mosca gets the dub, takes the series. We will be seeing Mosca in Champions League. Adopes, don't fret. All you fans of Adopes here, don't fret. We will be seeing him in Challengers League most likely. We are going to be jumping over and checking out what's happening next. We'll see if the players are somewhat ready to go. And I'll sort that next game out for you momentarily. Alright, so our next game here is going to be Aetherial versus Garneth. Unfortunately, we did not manage to get this sorted out, so let's just fix this up. So Aetherial versus Garneth. And I reckon we'll just take a quick 5-minute break. and we'll get that next one going for you in 5 minutes, guys. So don't go nowhere. We'll be right back with a short message from our sponsors. Just kidding. It's the highlights from the other week. I'll see you guys soon. Caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. The throwing action, great control there from Hell's Ravage. But doesn't matter. I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. This one, he charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. It does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yahtzee to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force set is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Midi Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raizu goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adabessu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adabessu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushi there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adabessu's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adabessu says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tawu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan, does go up. Population-wise, it is looking like Adabessu is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Adabessu just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously the fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Adabessu. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. and he shockwaves and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave, I thought it was a fail. Oh my god. But now, Hell's Wrath. Imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. Alrighty, guys, welcome back from that short intermission. Hope you enjoyed the highlights from last week. If for whatever reason you're following this tournament and you did miss the last week's games, there were some amazing games there played by many very strong players and the 4 players who we're going to see in the Champions League as well. You can go and check those out on YouTube in the live section on my YouTube channel. They're going to be there. And you can watch the entirety of the day if you like, or you can just watch the big things and all that other good stuff. I also want to take this moment to give a huge shout out to Euros at Wolf Studios, who's helped put together this whole sort of production that you're watching at the moment. So he does the work of 1,000 men. And I salute you, good sir. We're going to jump in, check out the draft here. Aetherial versus Garneth. These are 2 names that you're not going to see all too often playing each other in a game of Age of Mythology. So let's jump over to the draft and see how it's going to go. Alrighty then. Let's have a look at this draft. We've got Garneth. Both of these guys grabbing Hades. Both of these guys grab... I am somewhat lost for words. I am lost for words. Both of them ace big Hades. Okay, so let's get this out of the way. Aetherial, previously known as Divine. Divine, he's a streamer, or of Aetherial now as a streamer. He plays his games on his Twitch account. Very, very strong, defensively minded player. Garneth on the other side, to be honest, I don't know a lot about him. He's from the 3D team, or at the very least plays with 3DB a lot. So those guys are close friends and they practice. They're kind of pro. I think he's a pro player. I'm not exactly 100% sure. He's a very, very strong RTS player. I remember him unfortunately having the pleasure of taking on the Mister in a tournament, right? Taking on the Mister, and it's a vivid memory in my I have this vivid memory of it, right? And I remember it was a Zeus versus, it was either Isis or Set, and Garneth was doing all of this stuff with his Anubites, trying to get damage done, making spearmen and stuff. And Mister literally built nothing but myth units and killed off everything Garneth has. And that's it was the most wild thing I think I've seen in Age Mythology thus far. So it's not exactly a good thing about Garneth, but Garneth is what I'm trying to say is Garneth is an amazing player, and I'm excited to see him go up against. I'm supposed to. I'm really excited to watch Garneth play here. He's a player who had He had like esports rating from way back. I think he only played a couple of tournaments, and he's going to have a little bit of a fun here in this one. We'll see if we can get through Aetherial. So it's going to basically what I'm trying to set up that we're going to see a battle of pure aggression versus pure defense. Aetherial very rarely does anything but second town center ideas. Garneth, I don't know much, but if he comes from that B, if he comes from that B line of thinking, it's one town center, pressure, myth units, and just really, really good control. Really good control. Wait, do I have this? I feel like I've got this draft the wrong way around. I feel like it's Aetherial on the other side. Hold on. I feel like I got this draft the wrong way around. The right draft looks a lot more Garneth than Aetherial. Let me just double check this, that I got this one right, because let me just double check it. Yes, I had it wrong. Okay, so 3D Garneth. I should actually change that as well. Let me just add this in here. Sorry, Garneth. Make sure he has his thing. Let's fix that up. All right, let's get his tag in there. So yeah, both players picked Hades. Don't get me. That's what happened. All right. So just waiting for the guys to get the games started here, and we'll start the proceedings with what's their god gonna be. I think they have they picked it yet? Let me have a quick look. They have picked gods. So our first game is gonna be on the map Okuchichibu, and it's going to be a Hades versus Thor affair here. Hades versus Thor. This one's going to be fun. Aetherial's Hades versus Garneth's Thor. On this map, Thor does actually make a lot of sense to me. Thor does make a lot of sense to me on this map. You can get a lot of value with the early raids where, I mean, the map is slightly open. So you can get in, build some units, go and get those early game raids in where your opponent's struggling to get food, right? Get that damage, pull back, get your town center, maybe drop an extra town center as well behind, get a big boom in, and then you can fight your way into having somewhat of an advantage. On the other side, Hades can do some one town center ideas as well. I'm not sure if, like, Aetherial went through a couple of phases against Norse where he's like, okay, second town center doesn't work. And he said, no, second town center does work. And he went, nah, second town center doesn't work. And he can kind of play both versions. He can play a really strong one town center idea with Hades. And he can play a really strong two town center idea with Hades as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see which one he does decide to go for here. As for just the general god pool here for both of these players, Garneth with the majority of Norse gods, even after the Norse nerfs, I do think the Norse is still playable. I'm gonna be on the other side of the fence. I gotta play for the little guy here. Norse was having, okay, a lot of people asks about like why certain things happen. My opinion on the matter. My opinion on the matter is Norse was doing too well on the ladder, and a lot of players were saying it just does not feel fair. It just does not feel fair. So a little bit of an economic nerf, still very, very strong. And we're going to be jumping in right now and seeing if that's going to be the case or not. As we move into game number 1, Aetherial versus Garneth, a series for the ages. Let's jump into it. In the left-hand corner of the map, we have Aetherial as his Hades, opening up with the Vaults of Erebus build, it looks like. The right-hand corner of the map, Garneth drops himself the Dwarven Armory. And he's going to be ready to start pumping dwarfs out. He wants the extra armory upgrade. So one thing here is, I think, okay, so we were talking about it just before. The Norse gods kind of, like, the Norse gods that really got nerfed from this economic reduction. All of them obviously did, but the ones that really felt it, it's mostly Freyr and probably Loki. Odin did as well to some degree, but not as much. Thor on the other side kind of moved to the side because the fact of the matter is the armory upgrades got cheaper, which means that even though you're going to be getting a little bit less economy early game or income early game, you're spending less on your armory upgrades. So it kind of is like a sideways shift. Do you know what I mean? So it's still pretty. It's still going to be a very, very strong god here, I think, for Garneth in this one. Now let's take a little look-see at the map and see if Aetherial is going to be happy to go for any sort of 2 TC play. And it looks very, very nice for him. Town center here with sentinels, a nice wall over onto this side. He's going to have the hunt. He's going to have the gold. Back food over here as well. It's pretty open on this side. However, one idea here for Aetherial is just a simple wall here later on. And it's going to be tough to get in here. So if you can wall off this top, grab this town center, wall off this, then Garneth is going to have a real tough time getting early game damage in. That being said, there's no real problem here for Garneth to just go town centers. There is no problem. Like, if you see the second town center for the Hades, you can just go through it to, like, fast 3 town centers as Thor and try and lock off this with walls. Another idea here, actually, though, that comes to mind for Garneth is a quick second berserk into early game walls and just wall this town center off. And all of a sudden, Aetherial can't just wander over here and grab this town center. It has to come over and grab this one. And this situation is much, much worse than the right-hand side. That's kind of a little bit of an all-in sort of idea, though, from me. And you have to kind of have some sort of an inkling as what the map looks like to get the success there. And obviously, Thor doesn't get great scouting early on, so unless you grab the early second berserk, get that scouting going on while grabbing your armory upgrades, you can't really go for that sort of an idea. Nonetheless, the temple's going to be coming up in the main base. Garneth is coming over onto his wood line for the time being. And the game is just about to start heating up. We've got Athena in, and it looks like no one town center shenanigans this time from Aetherial. He says, I got a forward gold mine. I'm on my forward wood line. Freya coming through forest fire is going to be an issue here for Aetherial to get this gold mine, but it doesn't matter so long as he gets this town center up, securing this one. Doesn't matter if he loses this forest either. And with a somewhat late advance from Garneth, well, Aetherial is going to be completely fine to get his town center up. Now, we haven't really taken a look at the relics yet. Let's have a look at what's happening. We've got that Ulla's bow. Huge relic there for both players. But this one's going to be amazing for Aetherial. He already has +1 range on his archers just from being Hades. Now it's going to be +2 range on his archers with that Ulla bow. Ulla's bow, yeah. Over on this side, we've got the grass cutting sword. Huge relic there as well for both players, but mostly really good for the Thor on top of like Hersa or Berserks that are quite quick. They can get even quicker. That being said, I imagine has Aetherial spotted it? He has spotted it. I imagine he's going to just send the Berserk, the Ajax over there as Freya hits. And yeah, he wanted to go for the relic. He says he sees Freya and he goes, all right, better sit here, just wait, because the Valkyrie will come in and make my life very, very sad if he spots this situation going on. As the Valkyrie rides forward. Just hanging out on this side. I'm actually just going to pick off some spotted deers. This is a tiny amount of favor that comes through from this, I think. I think the Valkyrie gets favor from killing off animals, but then it's been nerfed to oblivion as the villagers coming over onto this side to get this granary. Do we see a wall? Is this going to be the first wall we ever see from Aetherial? It is! Aetherial is evolving here. I haven't seen him drop walls yet. Am I crazy? Maybe he has dropped walls. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Anyways, Valkyrie coming into the main base. The Achilles coming over to defend. And Garneth just searching for villagers to kill. Aetherial pulls back nicely. The Achilles is in, meaning the Valkyrie needs to get out of there. In the main base for Garneth, a Great Hall, a Longhouse, a couple of units starting to come through here. Aetherial has got his wall up over on this side. The only other wall I want to see is one here. And then all of a sudden, things look really, really safe here. This Garneth is just sitting, waiting on this position. Charges forward. We'll see the town center. Going to try and come over onto this spot, but the Minotaur is in. Headbutts that one back over there to take even more damage from the town center. The villagers. Oh, he gets stuck on the thing. Well, I mean, look, it's not supposed to happen, but it happened. What are you going to do about it? Well, the town center can't kill it either. That's kind of disgusting. The town center here is going to target down this raiding cavalry for the rest of this game. So you have to like manually retarget if Garneth wants to, if Garneth's going to show up. So he can run past this town center like it doesn't even exist. You got to take the things as they come and go. I mean, obviously a Toxodia coming in and shooting him from this side is going to be a way to go, but it's part of the game. It's part of the game. All right. Nonetheless, watchtowers are up. Aetherial dropping his military academies. He sees the raiding cavalry. He goes, all right, I'll deal with this. No problem. Crenellation's probably going to come in fairly shortly as well for Aetherial. As he does, there he goes, picks them up, pulls back into his tower. Garneth, at the moment, kind of just throwing away units. A little bit restless with these raids, and I'm just not seeing it for this. I'm just not seeing it for this aggression that he's going for. I mean, a forest fire here to open the gold mine up to start peppering that a little bit, but even so, he's got to somehow just stop this gold mine. Maybe a forest fire on this side to open up this position so he can come and attack through here, attack this spot as an idea. Pegasus coming through onto this side is just the full spam is full steam ahead for Garneth. He says, all right, you go 2 DC, I go full spam. Armory upgrade situation for Garneth. He's got all of those baseline upgrades, plus he's got himself the Hammer of Thunder there. So +4 dwarves, but with Aetherial having that second town center, there is a little bit of an advantage here as the villagers do get caught out. Snipes one. Aetherial as well now says, all right, you are going very heavy on raiding cavalry. Let me just get some survival equipment technologies in. Another idea here for Aetherial now that he's got crenellations and towers is to drop a tower down. One tower on this side would be huge to protect this gold mine. An extra tower in his main base or something would also be very, very strong. He doesn't have to move out of his base one iota here. Sit back, allow the economy to carry him through. Raiding cavalry coming in on the left side. Hoplites getting greeted on the right side as Aetherial says, let me charge forward, take this fight, but he's going to get caught out here as a raiding cavalry coming in with the Valkyrie. This is a big, big fight for Garneth. He needs this one. Restoration gets dropped down as the Herser trying to take out the Minotaur. On the back, raiding cavalry taking out the Toxotes over there as the Thrown Axemen need to be targeting down Hoplite, doing a fairly good job of it here as the Minotaur does fall. And a good fight there for Garneth. Does pull away, gets the restoration out of there. That's huge for him. But there's still a mountain to climb, pun intended. He has to climb the mountain here and get over here onto this gold mine. Anyways, a longhouse coming up for Garneth. As the villagers popping into the town center over here. Aetherial houses coming up in his main base. Gold mine, 1,400 remaining. The fact of the matter is, yes, he's got a gold mine here, but this gold mine isn't like that safe because Forest Fire exists. So Garneth comes over here, Forest Fires this, opens this position up, starts attacking this, no problems. Has to wall off the top side here, wall off over here to lock off those positions for villagers sneaking anything as the Great Hall comes through. I mean, alternatively, you can just wander around this side, break the wall down, and then try and force a fight on, I don't know, I mean, there's a Forest Fire potential on this pine tree, I guess. Obviously, it doesn't do that much damage with this one tree, but, you know, 4 divine damage, still 4 divine damage a second around that location as the raiding cavalry coming in to poke this. I do think that the simple defense here for Aetherial is you drop towers here. Tower plus wall. If you've ever struggled against these sort of Norse all-ins, try this. Build a wall, put a tower behind it. Whoop, 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 whoop,
Skip.
whoop. Aetherial kills the raiding cavalry. As the villagers come over, going to start repairing. The Toxotes here will be enough to send those raiding cavalry elsewhere. Meanwhile, the raiding cavalry from Garneth spot the Toxotes out of position. The Forest Fire comes down. This is a nice amount of villager picks here for Garneth. He does get sort of caught out. He'll have to run around the town center to get out of there, but makes a good decision, makes that happen, doesn't lose any units just yet. As Garneth now looking to push through. We've got the Sentinels popping up onto this spot here. Differential in military here is stark at the moment as Garneth is looking really, really strong. Sniping a couple of units over onto this side, still just trying to pick off every little bit of unit he possibly can. There's a raiding cavalry still trying to take out this spot. Not able to do so. Good control from Aetherial. Stay away from the Thrown Axeman. You don't need to charge forward here, but he's going after it. He's got the Sentinels onto this spot. The raiding cavalry trying to get around onto the back of those Toxotes there. Military differential. Looks like it's dropping for Garneth pretty quickly here as Aetherial is staying fairly strong at the moment. The Toxotes numbers looking incredibly strong. Great focus fire from Aetherial, and Garneth's army crumbles. Aetherial has the high ground. We learnt. Don't try it. Well, high ground doesn't really give any bonuses, I don't think, in Retold, but he did have it. He had the high ground, and that's the big deal. Another wall coming up onto this spot as these raiding cavalry cannot break through. There was an angle for Garneth to take in this game, and it was a Forest Fire here to break through here and attack this gold mine. He didn't go for it. Now, he's going to continue his reckless behavior in this game. He's trying to force Aetherial to spend as many resources staying in the classical age as he possibly can. But there's 4,000 gold in this gold mine. There's a gold mine over here that can get secured with another wall and some towers behind it as well. Not only that, I imagine the food situation, it's about to run out for Aetherial. So this is the problem. It's a small problem. This is the problem for Aetherial that he has to deal with. He has to build farms. Garneth does not. So yes, there's a villager advantage for Aetherial. But you have to build yourself somewhere in the vicinity of 15 to 20 farms. If you build 20 farms, you're looking at about 1,500 resources that your opponent's going to not need to spend that you need to spend. Plus also the plow upgrade, so add an extra 150 there as well. So there is room for one more attack. If Aetherial can fend this next attack off, well, things get very, very challenging. Garneth on this side. What are the armory upgrades looking like? He's got it himself. Bronze shields. Charges up the cliff. Takes down one Toxotes. Going to be sniping the Sentinel as well. Going after the town center. He's going to get caught up. And now who's got the high ground? Garneth has got it, but he does have a town center shooting him as he's trying to micro these bad boys. But restoration in for Aetherial as those raiding cavalry bunching up onto this spot. They're just not able to take that fight well. Garneth pulls back. Aetherial holds yet again. And beyond all of this, Aetherial is at 190 pop. He's clicked up through Aphrodite. And he is in an incredibly commanding position. What can Garneth do here? Well, realistically, raids, if he can somehow pick off, I don't know, these villages, pick off 12 villages here, and maybe he can find some sort of hope in this game. Drop a town center to slow the bleeding. Because he's every 18 seconds that passes by, he's falling an extra villager behind. As raiding cavalry swing around onto this side, trying to get in to clash onto this army here. Toxotes in a great spot. Throwing Axeman over onto this location here. The hoplites completely nullifying that surround from Garneth as all the raiding cavalry seeming to fall here. We are seeing that shoot and scoot micro from Aetherial doing a really, really good job here of keeping himself nice and safe. Cleans up the army from Garneth yet again. Another great haul to come through. As the attack, the aggression just continuing to come in. But this is just... I can't see Garneth figuring this one out here. With now Aetherial going to have himself one of his most favorite techs in the game, I'd have to say, in Golden Apples. Allows him to roleplay as Zeus with Hades. Heavy range soldiers as well. Bronze weapons. Heavy infantry. Once he gets fully heavied up here, he's still got gold left in this position. Once he gets fully heavied up, he actually is dropping a watchtower down onto this side now. All of a sudden, the Greek army is going to feel ridiculous to play against for Garneth. Not only that, armor upgrades coming in as well. You can grab that bronze armor there, putting him in front of the Garneth armor at the moment as well. Village is going to come forward and grab the middle gold mine. Who cares about the right-hand gold mine when you can just drop a fortress down and take the middle gold mine? No problems. So dwarves making their way around this position. Going to come and grab this gold mine here. Garneth on the other side says, all right, let's try Bragi. If he gets to the heroic age himself, flaming weapons and try and break through some battle bore or something like that getting mixed in. Just dropping more buildings in. Just trying to keep himself alive in this game. He does have a pretty strong army out. The problem is Aetherial has now got himself fortified town centers. He's at 210 pop. He's got all of his upgrades. I wouldn't be surprised to see him just go mythic age pretty soon here either. As the house is going to be going down. That being said, Garneth is spreading out on every different angle. He does have to wait 30 seconds here. He needs, at the very least, heavy cav if he wants to make this attack happen. Swinging around onto the backside here. The fortress in for Aetherial. There's no way this attack can work. He's coming through. He drops the flaming weapons. Curse gets dropped down. There is a restoration in the back pocket for Aetherial. He's taking villagers out onto this position. The battle ball getting some damage done. Sentinels comes down as well. Instead of restoration there, an interesting decision from Aetherial as the army of Garneth is getting obliterated for I don't know how many times in this game as all the Thrawn Axemen go down. The raiding cavalry do get some villager kills. The differential in villagers is now only 8. Somehow, some way. Only 8. It changes very quick. 6, excuse me. It changes very, very quickly there. But with no army and no real way to put a dent in this Greek army, the technology, the strength of it, Garneth does tap out an Aetherial on the board here. On the board with a very, very solid performance in game number 1. The defense, he's just had such a good map for this 2TC play. Garneth here didn't get a good read on it. I think if he read it well, he could have said, all right, let's Forest Fire this, open this position up, and we'll pester this position, right? And then, sure, the army could be up on this spot playing defense here, but at least you're able to attack the gold mine from over on this spot. And you're actually getting some significant amount of economic damage done, which means that even if you're not killing the army and stopping the 2 town center, boom, you're getting economic damage done, which helps you stay afloat in these sorts of games. Nonetheless, we're going to jump in right now to the draft, see what these guys are going to pick for game number 2. Let's check it out. Alrighty then, we are just waiting on the God picks. However, the map pick is going to be on Mirage. So a fun map for everyone. And we'll see what they're going to grab there. But first and foremost, the Hades for Aetherial. The ace pick Hades for Aetherial is a win. The Thor, a loss. So if I'm Aetherial here on this map, Mirage, what am I thinking? Gaia, a really good pick for Mirage in terms of this God pool. Freyr, also incredible on Mirage as well. Garneth on the other side, Set, Ra, maybe even Odin here wouldn't be a terrible idea. Hades is perfectly fine and reasonable on Mirage as well. So there's a lot of different options. There are a lot of different options. For Garneth. Alrighty. And we are going to be seeing a Freyr versus Set affair here onto this second game. An interesting one. I like the pick from Aetherial. I think this is a very, very strong God here. I also think Set's going to do incredibly well. But in terms of Set versus Freyr, I think this actually does. I think this is a lot better of a map for Freyr than it would be if it was a land map. So I think Aetherial gets the better of it just on the picking here at the moment. Nonetheless, we're going to be getting into game number 2 relatively shortly here, guys. We've got to wait for the delay, and then we'll be into it. So we're about 2 minutes and 30 seconds away from it. Grab some water. And all the other good stuff. So who are you guys most looking forward to in for today's schedule? We've got obviously Garneth, Aetherial. We saw Mosca Alapes as well. Eric BR versus Chasing the Sun coming up next, and then we've got Zucolo versus Hell's Ravage. Which one are you guys most looking forward to? At the moment. Zucolo, I'm looking for. He played really, really good in that qualifier there. He kind of shocked a couple of players, I think. He's a very, very solid player and all that other good stuff. Alrighty. Zucolo is I Kill You Die. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, really, really strong player. All right. Let's think about this, guys. If I'm playing Freyr here, what's the plan? Well, obviously we get our fish, get the 9 fish in. We do have to play against a very aggressive set, so we just want to get towers up. We want to get our hill fort in a nice position to defend ourselves, and we just don't want to die to any craziness. On the other side, Set has got so many tricks in his bag. You can throw a fast mythic at you. You can throw a fast heroic with scarabs at you. You can throw a fast heroic with siege tower and ancestors with you. He can throw a whole bunch of axemen, spearmen, slingers at you. He can go for Tar, Sekhmet, Horus, barracks units, which, to be honest, I don't even think the late game Frere can compete with. You've been meaning to ask, how do you counter those annoying blue fire mages from Japan? Well, they are very weak to pierce, so you can kill them off with a whole bunch of pierce units in spread formation. Is generally is probably a pretty easy way to go. Or with buildings as well. Though they do kill buildings off quickly. But if you focus fire them, they can take them out. You can also kill them off with cavalry and things like that. Anyways, let's get into game number 2. Aetherial up 1-0. Garneth looking for his first win. Alrighty then, in the left-hand corner, it will be Aetherial as the Frey. In the right-hand corner, it will be Garneth as the Set. Let's take a look at the relics, and then we'll take a look at the map. We've got the grass-cutting sword. Insane relic for Garneth, right behind his base. I don't think you can be more satisfied with that relic if you're a set player. You've already got 5.3 speed spearmen. Let's just add an extra 5% on top of that. Let's just add an extra 5% on top of that. Why not? Harmonia's necklace over here. We've got 10% gold gather rate there. On the right-hand corner, we've got the adamantine shingles, which is going to be the hit points plus 200% of base there. Over on this side, we've got the nose of the Sphinx, which is hit points plus 15% there as well. So, yeah, some pretty exciting relics here. Map-wise, either town center is exactly what Aetherial wants here. An incredibly tough map for Garneth to deny a town center and deny a gold mine. He's got a back gold mine here, which can be used for a hill fort. He's got this town center here with a fort that can be grabbing this position here. He's got a nice... Ooh, the home gold mine's a little bit out in the open, unfortunately. But he should be fine there. But I think a really, really strong, aggressive, classical fight here from Garneth might be a little bit difficult. Might be a little bit difficult. Why is the mini-map in widescreen? It's because this map is narrow. So normally there's a little bit of space up here for land, but for whatever reason, Mirage is a narrow map. So that's why. That can happen. It's not a diamond, which normally maps are. It's a rectangle. If I do this, is this better? Are we more comfortable now? I'm very uncomfortable watching it like this. Alrighty. A couple more fishing ships coming out up the top. You only need 9. And then that's plenty. Over on this side, we're seeing the same thing for Aetherial. Probably has a little bit too many villages on wood for this. But he also needs to get himself a temple as well. And he can just take the villages off of wood, put them over onto the chickens. It's not a big deal. Now, on the other side, actually, let's think about some more crazy strats from the side of Garneth, because he's also got a pretty nice map here. You'd have to be a little bit worried about ram all-ins and things like that, but Aetherial isn't that type of player. Garneth can just grab fast 3 town centers here, because why not? If you know you're playing against a defensive Frere, fast 3 town centers, and then just enjoy having the economic advantage. And look to deny 1 town center rather than 2. Your opponent grabs 1 extra TC. It's totally fine. You can have an economic edge. You can use shifting sands to play around a Tempest. And you can just deny the other town center from going up while putting some pressure on elsewhere. Get to the mythic age and find yourself a an advantage there. What should rotate? No, I can't do it. Do we see the relic being spotted? Oh, we don't, but it's about to be. Oh, is it? Oh no, he's missed it. He's missed. I don't know if he's even going to check up this top corner. Surely you check it out. Anyways, it is tied. It is Ula. Both players are going to have their first scene coming in immediately. It's a must grab relic. Oh, relic. Must grab technology on this map. As also the upgrades here, hand axe and pickaxe coming through. Hertz starting to come in as well. Okay. The monkey will see, and the monkey will do. Relic will be noticed, and I'm sure Garneth here, though he hasn't grabbed himself the hands of the Pharaoh, I'm surely he's going to go and grab that relic. It is literally a set player's favorite relic, the best relic for a set player. As the Wadget pops out, the animals coming through, and it is looking like it's going to be far second town center for Garneth, which, I mean, a little bit surprising, but because he's very, very crazy aggressive, but he's technically correct. I would say this is your most correct opening. Maybe the third town center as well, but you can go for 2 TC here, drop a barracks, make a whole bunch of axemen, and you can sometimes catch the Frere player going for a greedy far second town center. Longhouse for 8th aerial. The thing is, though, for Frere is you don't have to care about that town center that much. You do have to make sure you drop yours by about 7 minutes. So you need to have some sort of a scout in. You need to start your town center and get it up, but you don't have to care that your opponents grabbed it that much faster than you. It's totally fine. There's a monument to the villagers coming up onto this position. We do see a pretty quick Asgardian Bastion getting dropped as the vision does get dropped down. He will see the fishing ships. He will see the units coming over onto this side. The Ursa moving over here does give away that this is happening here, but there's no real units for Garneth to go for any sort of a big attack there. Armory, market. It's going to be a fast heroic. I like this idea. Garneth is going for some sort of cheese. Not a cheese, but teching play with a timing attack attached to it. Whereas 8th aerial grabs his hill fort. He can move back and grab the town center right afterwards. We'll see if he's actually going to do that or not as he moves forward to grab some chickens. Still playing very, very defensively. And there's the segment. Yeah, it could be just simply... The thing is, right, that slingers, yeah, they got a big boost. They got a big boost in this patch against infantry. They sort of lost their crazy effectiveness versus archers. They're still good versus archers, don't get me wrong. But they got a big boost versus infantry. Because now when they grab them, when they get themselves Slings of the Sun, it's going to feel like you've got yourself a Toxote inside of that slinger in terms of DPS that it's doing. So that's going to be pretty useful for Garneth. 8th aerial, on the other hand, does have Huskar, so it's not that big of a it's not that big of a deal. Town center for 8th aerial up, heroic age pre-queued. He wants that one in. No surprises here. The town center is up with somewhat of competitive time here. You can see the differential in villages, only 6. Like I said, it's not that big of a deal. It really isn't. As long as you get it up relatively quickly. I wouldn't even mind seeing the 3rd town center coming up pretty quickly here for 8th aerial as well. But that does invite a fast mythic from Garneth, which might not happen, might happen. I don't know. There's only one barracks up, so might just be for some defenses here to see what's going to happen. We do see a monument to the soldiers coming through. Okay, this is what I want to see. I might be being a little bit greedy here because it's one of my favorite myth units. I want to see Garneth go fast mythic. I want to see him drop 4 monuments before he advances again. Probably should have already dropped them. But Avengers. I want to see Avengers. Please. They're so good. Avengers spam. Alright. Now that I've been greedy with my wishes, we'll see how things are going to go. Citadel up. Migdol Stronghold up. Yeah, the Beyblades. Beyblades. But Aegir about to come in, and a bit of a boomy matchup here. No immediate aggression from either player, so just setting up their defenses, getting their resources in, playing very, very kind and generous to each other as the Ring Oath comes through. Medium infantry coming in. Got copper weapons, copper armor, copper shields on the way. Shaft mine, as well as bowsaw to come through as well. As the villagers will come up and grab their giraffe. A couple more priests just starting to wander up to the top side of the map as Garneth does build out a couple of camel riders here. Just a handful. Going to look for a little bits of pressure here to put on. And I do still imagine this is going to be... Well, he's getting himself Levy Migdol, so maybe he is staying in the heroic age here. Looking for some raids coming through. The villagers will be making their way over onto this gold mine. Pretty greedy from Aetherial. He's got a very safe gold mine over here and over here yet. Moving over to the left-hand corner. Does spot the camel riders on that spot, so moving left, moving right. Decides to come through. And the camel riders will spot this. A couple of villager losses for Aetherial. Not ideal. Can't really be losing units when you're falling behind here as the villagers decide, oh, I can just shank it down. No problems. We'll snipe down one camel rider. As the army now shows itself. Garneth gets a little bit of knowledge in as the house is coming through for Aetherial. And a temple coming down as well for Garneth on the back. As I don't know if he wants extra priests or something. It is pretty expensive to drop a second temple, but sometimes very necessary to spam out those priests so you can deal with things like rock giant spammage. Meanwhile, a couple of herdmen, Huskal coming through. You got to be careful with the herdmen. You got to be very, very careful with the herdmen. As the giraffe of Set coming. Eat the giraffe! Don't use them in the army. Another bastion over onto this side will come up pretty quickly, but the attack is now making its way across here. We do have bone bow, ballistics, heavy axemen. Siege works. 15 seconds from completion here. As Aetherial's Hill Fort does end up finishing up. And he's going to be looking to slowly move forward and try and grab this town center so he has access to a Ghoul and Bursty on this position. Ghoul and Bursty plus Tempest is one of, if not the strongest God Power combos in the Heroic Age. That being said, he could just drop the Tempest down to get the town center up. There's no problems there. As Garneth is going to start flexing his RTS skills with the Chariot Archer spam. Horse Archer, always a bit of a menace to deal with. The Axemen are in to defend here. And Huskal are a fantastic answer to... Axemen are a fantastic answer to the Huskal. Huskal a fantastic answer to the Chariot Archers. The Thrown Axemen can deal with that Axemen, but it looks like Aetherial is feeling like he can potentially take a big fight here. But Garneth holds nicely. Axeman, Chariot Archer, and full send. One unit here that often gets forgotten about in this matchup, which is a must build for the Frere player, is the Jarl. You need Jarls here to make this all work. As the Scarab does end up going down. Huskal charging in, trying to snipe everything up here. Wadjet ends up getting taken down. As the Thrown Axeman going at it. Tempest gets called down as all the priests will end up falling, but a Shifting Sands comes through. I think Garneth might have just missed that cast there or something, but now the town center will get dropped down. Does he have time to get this one through, though? 20 seconds. Garnet's army still looking very, very strong at the top here. Garnet's army still looking very, very strong. But now, Town Center will be up. We do see the Town Center coming up onto this right-hand corner for Garnet. Food situation, though, is looking pretty solid for Aetherial. Military resource differential pretty close as well. So there might be an answer here, or there might be an advantage here for Aetherial to just get Mythic Age in. He's getting himself the Feast of Renown tech. He's getting himself the Bronze Shield slowly. He does have 2 armories up, so he will be able to get both of these upgrades in very, very quickly. Another Asgardian Hill Fort to come through as Aetherial is locking his position up beautifully in this game. Only one answer really for Garneth at the moment. Oh, excuse me. I was about to say he's got to go to the Heroic Age, sorry, the Mythic Age, to get Catapult. However, I forgot that Egyptian, they don't care. They don't need a Mythic Age. They can get Catapult out in the Heroic Age with technology. Ram of the West Wind. Force of the West Wind. That being said, the Freya does not need to pay for this. He's going to have to charge in, try and take this fight. He can drop the Gullen Bursty in here as well. Does decide to do so. Pushing in to take out a whole bunch of that front. Look at the damage from the Gullen Bursty. Garneth deciding to fight this one is absolutely insane. He has to just say, no worries. It's fine. We'll just run into the Migdol Stronghold. He gets those catapults back to safety, but the front line falling is absolutely gigantic here. As the Chariot Arch is pulling all the way back in onto this spot, the Gullen Bursty still getting damage done. That area of effect auto attack damage is absolutely insane. Now Aetherial charges in. He is fighting under 3 Migdol Strongholds, but the portable rams coming through. Look at that damage starting to creep up there. Is there enough army here to defend? It looks like there might just be, as Aetherial needs to take a step back here. He's taking so much damage from all of this Migdol Stronghold shenanigans, but it might not even matter because that was such a dominating fight with the Gullen Bursty, cleaning up the Monument to the Priest. Going to go after the Migdol Stronghold next. Aetherial pulls back with his army, going to finish that town center back up. Look at the food situation for Aetherial. He can just sell food at this point, probably, and go Mythic Age. Villager differential, equal. Army advantage, big for Aetherial. Garneth does still have himself that super powerful late game. If you can get to the Mythic Age, get himself Horus, get himself those super axemen, all of a sudden life gets very, very tricky for the Freya. You can't be running your axemen in like that because the throwing axemen can just take them all out as the Huskal charging in. So strong versus those Chariot Archers. As the Priest falling. Axemen going down. Huskal breaking forward. We will see the Pharaoh getting sniped. Migdol does end up falling as the thrown axeman to clean up all of the other stuff. Huskal breaking through. Catapults on this side will end up going down. And even underneath the Migdol Stronghold now and the Citadel Center, this will not be enough. I don't think. There's so many Huskal. They have so much Pierce armor. Migdols don't do anything to them, basically. Citadels don't do anything. The only thing that's taking damage here is these thrown axemen, and they don't even matter. As the Citadel will end up going down. Aetherial just about to hit Mythic Age in an incredibly strong position here. And Garneth does not look to have much left in the tank. in this game. He's still trying to hold on over onto this side. We see a little bit of harassment with the Huskal, but I'm sure once he sees that Mythic Age, he'll know just how far behind he really is. As the Inferno can come through, break the hometowns, and kill off those Chariot Archers. And he does pull this one in, trampling straight over the Chariot Archers into the main town center for the huge explosion. Takes down the houses and everything else. And Garneth says, all right, I'll tap out. GG. Well played. A dominating game here from Aetherial. Garneth went for this kind of slow approach to the matchup, trying to get himself that siege in and everything, but did not play well around those Freyr God Powers, and it just allowed Aetherial to get onto the map and be in a really, really powerful position here. So I don't know what else to say in this one. Let's have a little cheeky look here at the post game and see if we can see anything. Resource-wise, you see Garneth does find himself an advantage here, but or at least is close. And if you're close with set, that's you winning most of the time, right? And I think if Garneth just was maybe even more slow and just went Mythic Age instead of going for the catapults, Tornado to help carry him through, Avengers to help carry him through, those upgrades with Horus to make the Axeman really, really strong, I think this game might have been a little bit different. But nonetheless, well played there for Aetherial. Let's jump into the draft and see if Garneth can bring this back for game 3 or if Aetherial is going to get a quick sweep and his ticket to Champions League. Alrighty. So, next map is what? We got a little crown for the Freyr, a little bit of a skull for the set. Bamboo Grove coming in for this map, as we will see Tsukiyomi versus Ra. Interesting little matchup here. I know that Aetherial loves his Tsukiyomi for booming. Now, it is on Bamboo Grove. Really nice boomy map. But it's also Ra. And I do think that Ra is pretty good on this map versus Tsukiyomi. You have a lot of different options, but mostly they do revolve around 2 TC play, which Aetherial is very, very, very strong at. So that's the scary part. That's the risk, so to speak. That is the risk, so to speak. Nonetheless, what are we going to see next? I don't know, man. Like this, I don't know anything about this Japanese. I wish I could like just break it down, but I feel like there's so many unexplored like ways that Japan can be played that can just completely throw you off a game. So if you haven't really broken it down in your mind and being like, okay, there's Tengu, there's Weasels, there's Raiju, there's Omuraki, there's Oni all-ins, there's Asura ideas, you know. I mean, maybe no Asura ideas for here because, you know, Tsukiyomi doesn't have that, but there's so many different things that Tsukiyomi can do. But I guess we'll see exactly what Aetherial's plan is here because we're getting into game number 3 right now. And in the left-hand corner of the map, 1 win away from Champions League. It would be his first qualification for a main event in an S-tier Age of Mythology Retold tournament for Aetherial if he wins this game. Garneth, on the other hand, spawning in with Ra. He's obviously not full-time in Age of Mythology in any sense of the word, but he's been playing amazingly in this qualifier up until this series. He's struggling to break through the defenses of Aetherial here. Now, he's got himself a strong god in Ra. Can use slingers to help him take out things like the horse archer. He can use axemen to take out samurai. He can use the spearmen, I guess, to take out the Naginata riders. But realistically, I think your best bet here 9 times out of 10 is a nice quick second town center, specifically in the center of the map. There's not really any way for the Tsukiyomi player to actually stop this unless they go for a really quick rush. But even then, you can, if you do see that, you can shifting sands up onto this spot, 4-minute advance time, shifting sands, get the town center up before anything's going to happen. And then you can start eating the boar, nice and safe underneath your town center. And you're going to try and get yourself a nice quick heroic age. Or if they do go crazy one town center, you can go for a classical fight, I guess. But I know Aetherial. If I think I know Aetherial, which I think I do know... Sorry, if I know Aetherial, which I think I do know Aetherial, I think he's going to be going for a second town center. And against Egyptian, if you're going to go for a town center, it's always the back one. Stay away from the forward town centers versus Egyptian if you can. Because they can go for crazy one town center all-ins. And they can really, really put the pressure onto you. Now, Bamboo Grove, a couple of things about this map. First and foremost, there is a possibility for a very small, safe second or back second gold mine. This map has got it. You see this gold mine? 3,000 gold. Normally, second gold mines spawn with 6,000 gold. It's kind of safe in a way. Like, if you lock this line off and then you wall this off here and over here as well, it's kind of safe. It's not close to a town center. So you are playing against a potential Ra or Tsukiyomi all in. It's not really like you can just grab that gold mine, no problems without any defenses in the current spawn. Sometimes it spawns like literally here, right? And that's really, really tough to attack. But nonetheless, you'll see that Inari Orkami coming through for Aetherial as he comes over onto the gold mine. And yeah, I'd be surprised if this is anything other than a far second town center. One thing that Aetherial has sort of worked out is that if you go for the fast, if you go for the new moon on the watermill as soon as you hit the classical age, it gives you this survival equipment. And if you couple that with the Miko, then any sort of early game attack that comes your way, you can just heal it with the Miko and with the bonus HP on the villages. You're very rarely in any threat to get that town center denied. And we do see him dropping that new moon down onto that watermill. Personally, I don't like this usage. I'd only drop this onto my watermill if I saw my opponent try and deny my town center with whatever they're going to do. Reason is because in the heroic age, new moon on the temple, new moon on the armory, new moon on the stable is, or even just new moon on the watermill after you grab yourself hand axe and plow to get yourself irrigation and bow saw immediately, is just so much more value. Nonetheless, Dara's in, and the villagers for Garneth making their way over to grab this town center. So both players are grabbing the back one. I do think this town center is the one you want though, so you can launch off of this position and look to start attacking the main base and things like that as fast as you possibly can. Nonetheless, Aetherial gets his town center up. He's already over onto this position. One move here that would be pretty strong as... Ooh, Priest. Priest versus Kitsune. Aetherial does notice, but he's taking a lot of damage on this one as it pulls away. And it's just to keep itself alive as the Garnet Sphinx over onto this side. Does get spotted by the Kitsune. There's not any villagers really that can get attacked. I mean, the villagers here can, excuse me, they can get attacked. But behind this, it's only one monument for Garnet. He's getting houses up and all the other good stuff. The Sphinx charges in, snipes that one Kitsune. I'm going to try and take out some villagers here, but Aetherial makes a smart move and just pulls back. Idle time is all you really need here. But the Miko going to come over, and that'll put a little bit of a stop to these Sphinx raids. Behind this, what's the real plan for Garnet? It looks like he's just going for a fast heroic. I don't see any barracks. I do think the fast heroic sort of makes the most sense here in this matchup, so that there's no chance for you to get caught in the classical age fighting against heavy when you've only got access to medium. What's the market? Oh, double armory actually for Garnet. He's got himself the granary here. He can grab himself that Sacred Cats. As I say, he does pick that one up. On the other side here for Aetherial, the hard part is like sort of gauging what the Ra player is going to do. Because you've got... What have you got? Like a couple of different options. You can either go in for Yati Spearmen to deal with Camel Riders. You can go for Naginata Riders to deal with Slingers or deal with Chariot Archers. Samurai to deal with the... Samurai to deal with the Spearmen. As the Sphinx comes through, it's going to go down to the Miko. You can't kill that. It's too strong. Samurai to kill the infantry. Shinobi to also kill off the Chariot Archers. Realistically, your best... I think the best comp here is some version of like Yati Spearman, Shinobi. And Samurai or Horse Archer, I guess, depending on whatever, depending on what the Ra player is actually going for. As we do see Hachiman queued up, we've got the Sobek queued up here for Garnet. Still only the one monument. It's really not enough monuments here, I don't think. If you're gonna go for this type of a fast heroic, the reason for the monuments is Betsukos or multiple locusts, depending on what your opponent's doing. Especially when you go Bast and you got that Eclipse, it can be really, really nice. Dojo comes through for Aetherial. And yeah, the Hachiman, the thing about Hachiman that's so good is effectively you get that it's not even just the Shogun, which is really, really strong. It's also Tengu, which, to be honest, I think is a super maybe it's not super underrated. I think it's one of the strongest myth units in the arsenal of Japan, of which I think there's 4 candidates for like strongest myth unit for Japan at the moment. You got the Kamatachi Weasel for Amaterasu with the help of that solar shield. You've got the Raiju with its ridiculous speed and really, really good area of effect special ability, disruptive special ability. You've got the Onmuraki, which if you get a whole bunch of them out can be an absolute nightmare to deal with as the opponent, for the opponent to deal with. And then you got the Tengu. As we see a Locust get dropped down, one villager goes, trying to pick off another one, pulls away from the Juragumo. Pretty nice usage there, but the villagers do stay alive mostly. It's the differential of 4 villagers now. Not bad for Aetherial. Gets that god power off without any real problems. As Garnet here, he's got all of the vision in the world. Migdol stronghold onto the back here. This gold mine obviously not that good with only 3,000 gold in it. as the Shogun come in. Now, one weakness of this Shogun for Tsukiyomi in this specific matchup is, well, Chariot Archer. Chariot Archer can snipe this bad boy pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Osiris on the way for Garneth. It looks like it's going to be a fast mythic here from Garneth. I mean, it's such a safe map that this does make a lot of sense here. Aetherial on the other side is just saying, I'm going to spam out a whole bunch of Yumi Horse Archers and a whole bunch of Naginata Riders. Wall's coming up onto this side a little bit on the late side, but as long as Aetherial doesn't come up here in, I don't know, any time in the next minute, 2 minutes, then these walls will be up. The walls are up on the bottom side as well, where the majority of the villagers are. Garneth making his way up here to grab these black bears. He will get intercepted here as the Naginata Riders coming through, sees the wall, and Garneth at this point will be under attack. A very late reaction here. Now starting to get it targeted down. Still no reaction. Losing villagers left, right, and center. The rock over here getting targeted down as well. 1, 2, 3. Going on 4 villagers. Sacrifices 1 there to not lose any more. But Osiris has been clicked up. Camel Riders are coming through. And the question of what is going to happen here between the interaction of the 1.2x damage multiplier from for cavalry for these Yumi Archers and the Naginata Riders, and the Garneth idea of most likely just spamming Camel Riders. He will have a Son of Osiris, but he's going to take so much damage here. Is it this town? Oh, it's in the main town center as well. This could go very, very badly for Garneth. Meanwhile, Aetherial fully upgraded in the armor situation. Garneth in full catch-up mode. You do sort of have to just ignore the score here, because this score just bounces up. Doesn't really mean anything. Apart from the fact that, I mean, there's a whole bunch of upgrades in that Garneth needs to grab, but as soon as he grabs them, he's going to be able to equalize a little bit. Naginata Riders up to the top here. Going to try and break down this wooden wall as the villager's trying to grab himself this granary to get some more of those black bears in. As the Pitsukos slowly taking out the Tengu here. That one pulls back. And the Naginata Riders breaking through onto this side. Garneth not reacting there, but neither Aetherial reacting. As he's going to pick off a couple more villagers over onto this spot. And Garneth tries to pull up to the top side here. The heavy Camel Riders slowly coming through. But after all is said and done, Aetherial has really gained a pretty strong advantage in this game. He's grabbing himself a 3rd town center. There's no real need for him to go to the Mythic Age here, but a really long fort wall here is going to be difficult to deal with. And we do see the Camel Riders coming in. Surely they absolutely dominate the Naginata Riders. He's also got the Desert Wind technology pre-cube, but the favor not in just yet. 10 times 2 is 20. Yeah, they do so much damage here. Snipes 1, 2, loses 1 camel. Tries to pick off another one, but the army coming up here is Garneth needs to pull out of this position. 1 camel goes down. 2 camels down as Garneth really should be waiting here. We'll see if he can win this fight. As the eclipse comes through, that Shogun is going to make short work of the mummy. The samurai coming through as the Camel Riders coming in trying to snipe that. That's 2 samurai in, but that will mean some minions actually for Garneth as his Pitsukos doing work here actually, and somehow, some way, Garneth manages a pretty nice defense here as the Shogun down to 160 HP, 400 damage dealt, so he's managed to summon 4 samurai, but I don't see any of them. The eclipse is down. Garneth holds, moves around onto the left side, trying to get this, getting all of his gold income, but Aetherial is now 3 town centers. He's got a pretty hefty army of these guys here, the Yumi Horse Archers. But the problem for Garnet at the moment is he needs that food boost. And now he's going to get it. The farm's coming in. Plow a little bit late. We are seeing that Desert Winds technology also starting up. So a big boost of food to come through. 3 monuments now actually up for Garnet. So what he can do now is spam rains off of cooldown. Obviously, with 3 monuments, it's a pretty big weight for that 30 favor, but it's going to come in and he will be able to drop it as soon as that one finishes up, which will be more camel riders for him to spam. On the other side here, Aetherial probably should be just getting out some Yati Spearmen here, because this is a great answer to these camel riders. As irrigation comes through, we will see the champion camel riders on the way. Little cheeky raids over onto this side, but the town center will be dealing with that one camel rider. Still looking for more raids. Can come up here. Villagers on this position look very, very juicy for the cavalry. We'll see if Aetherial is going to be able to notice this. Coming in, a little bit of an attack onto the left. Army moves over there. Red units up to the right. A little bit of a distraction from one side. Aetherial does spot that one. Pulls up outside of his wall, but now they are cut off, and it looks like there's going to be an attempt here to actually snipe these guys off as the villagers coming over here to try and repair. I'm not sure that's going to be enough, is it? No, it's going to go down, but there are some units charging over here. The Yumi archers, or horse archers, want their damage done. Actually, no, Garnet pulls off this one as these other camel riders coming through to snipe a couple of villagers on the backside. But now he's caught out, and obviously with New Moon being dropped on the armory, that means ballistics is in. So no easy way to retreat out of this position as all the camel riders getting sniped down, helping out that Bushido as well. Up onto the top, the units are coming through there too. We are going to be seeing a Tef Crown coming in, as it looks to me like Garnet thinks mummies are on the menu here. We will be seeing Watatsumi, as they got a choice there for Aetherial into the Mythic Age. Does not quite have the food situation. Got a lot of those daimyo out. Moving forward here. Army up onto this side for Garnet as well. Going to make its way around the right side. Double castle actually up for Aetherial. He could grab himself this technology as well. Well, he already has it. Yeah, these castles are incredibly strong here. So got to be super careful. He has that unique upgrade. But Watatsumi on the way. That's a scary, scary god power. I don't actually think I've seen it in this tournament just yet. You also get Shinigami, as well as the very, very powerful asymmetrical bows for the Yumi archers. As an attempt to get the Migdol stronghold up, we do see Swampland getting dropped down. The Son of Osiris not joining in onto this fight at the moment, as the Shogun comes through, snipes both, or snipes one mummy there, still picking off myth units here. The Son of Osiris, what is Garnet doing? He turns around, going to start zapping some samurai, but what was he thinking? He just loses his entire army sitting on the swampland. And Aetherial up to the top side. Garnet, heavy camel riders just hanging out up here. Everyone's to this side, a little bit of a attempt at a raid with just a handful of camel riders. Garnet trying to pull himself back into this game. But Aetherial just turns around, starts shanking. Castle coming up. Over onto this side. A little bit of a raid over here. And now with Watatsumi in, that Dragon Typhoon available. Onmyoji also available for the castle here. He doesn't have the gold income though at the moment, as all of the villages are actually kind of idled off of gold. There's plenty of gold mines, but for whatever reason, doesn't have any. Villagers dying left, right, and center here actually, as Garnet is trying to get this all happening. The camel riders charging in onto the Yumi horse archers. Is that the recurve bows? No. Another rain coming through now for Garnet, as the camel riders do manage to catch Aetherial out of position. No micro. No amount of OP Horse Archer Micro will be able to win this one. These are 6.9 speed Camel Riders, and they clean everything up. That is the fight, the advantage, which Garneth needed here to keep himself going in this game. Whole bunch of villager kills up the top. The Camel Riders coming through. There is still a really big god power coming for Garneth in this game. The Shinigami with that fear in as well. You got to be so careful about that. He's going to be returning in. We see the Dragon Typhoon coming forward. Erases the army of Garneth. Aetherial still hasn't managed to take out the Son of Osiris. But the Dragon Typhoon does so much damage there. And Garneth's base is on fire. His Son of Osiris gets pushed back. The Onmyoji to take a whole bunch of extra buildings out here. He does pop into the town center, down onto the back position. Son of Osiris will return in, but that can get picked off in an instant there with one volley of Horse Archer. And Aetherial claims the victory with Garneth tapping out in 21 minutes and 40 seconds. Not able to make it work with his Egyptian in this game. Aetherial too strong in the macro game. An incredibly well played series from Aetherial. Congratulations to him as he does manage to make it into Champions League. His first qualification for a main event. I'm excited to see how he's going to go up against the very tip-top competition. I've always said Aetherial's a really strong player when he gets to play his game. Super excited to see how he's going to go. Garneth, better luck next time, though. He does have a ticket into Challengers League, so if he wants to play that, I'll have to figure out if he wants to go ahead and play that one. But nonetheless, hope you guys are having a fun time. If you are enjoying the tournament so far, make sure you hit the follow button. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. We've got many games coming for the next several weeks here. But we'll get into the next game very, very shortly. I believe it's Eric BR and Chasing the Sun. We'll have a quick pause. So if you want to go get something, go and check it out. Nice, tasty beverage and all the other good stuff. We'll be into the next game shortly. See you guys soon. Out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. The throw and axe from great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful. And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Drago over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. This one, he charges through. You have to keep going. Oh, he doesn't go over the Caraballista. It does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yahtzee to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earth Wall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The Forcetti is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrade to the Raizu goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adopessu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adopessu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that pushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adopessu's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adopessu says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tao Wu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan, does go up population-wise. It is looking like Adopessu is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Adopessu just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously the fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Adopessu. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave. I thought it was a fail. Oh my god. But now, Hell's Wrath. Imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough, is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one. He charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. It does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The Forseti is on the way. Earthwall gets dropped down. You can bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but no. Yo, what is good, ladies and gentlemen? Dubba, I hit the wrong button. I know, sorry, that's okay. We're moving into our next game right now. Eric BR versus Chasing the Sun. Eric BR is vying for his first S tier main event appearance. Chasing the Sun, he's second. He participated in the Mythic Wars tournament in the most recent S tier tournament. So he's not up against an easy opponent. This is going to be a really competitive set. I think Chasing the Sun is an incredibly strong Chinese player, aggressive Chinese player. Eric is obviously very well versed with many different gods, but sometimes I think he can get really stuck in his way of how you play that god and can get pulled out of book, so to speak, and get thrown a couple of curveballs, of which Chasing the Sun is full of. Let's jump into the draft and see how it's going to go. Alrighty. So, the draft is done. Eric chasing. Not exactly sure why that's happening, but I'm just going to allow it. We'll just allow it. It's fine. Eric versus Chasing. Fushi as the ace pick from Eric BR. Amaterasu from Chasing the Sun. Eric plays an incredibly good draft here. He grabs Fushi, he grabs Nuwa as his first pick, and he bans Shenong. He has completely banned Chasing the Sun out of China in this series. Really good draft from Eric to start this one off. Chasing the Sun, however, says, you not heard the Japanese are OP? He grabs Materasu, Tsukiyomi, Susanoo right off the bat. Then goes in and grabs his Atlantean gods, finishes off with Freya. Eric, on the other hand, says, I'm going to grab Isis and Ra as my next gods, and Zeus and Poseidon. So a really healthy mix of gods for both of these players. So this is going to be a really interesting matchup. Now, our first map is going to be on Ghost Lake, of which is going to be a... What's the matchup going to be? Nuwa versus Amaterasu Afen. I have seen Eric playing, I believe, this exact matchup already. I believe I've seen this exact matchup on the side of Eric already. He knows this one. He's going to be playing a very strong Nuwa here, I think. So first map on Ghost Lake. One thing that is most likely going to be the case is going to be a nice, quick second town center from the Nuwa with a good earth wall to protect against any of those kamikaze, kamotachi ideas. There is a completely different line. There's a completely different line you can take with Amaterasu, which I think is really good versus Nuwa. Which is basically where you go for Minakata Tomi, which is where you know that you're not going to get a whole bunch of damage done with the kamikaze Itachis, the kama Itachis. You know you're not going to get much damage done with that, so you actually go for a more heroic age orientated build. You go for Minakata Tomi. You utilize the Shrine of the Hunt, that gets you extra favor. You get a whole bunch of extra Miko out. And you go for your own fast second town center and a nice quick Heroic Age into Hachiman, which is normally not what you would go. You normally go for that that Raijin sort of idea. And that would basically allow you to go in for Tengu, which can be really, really difficult to deal with for any Civ, but anyone that's got low mobility units. And then it's also great for the actual fight. But nonetheless, we're going to be jumping into this game about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, guys. So thanks for your patience as we've been getting them all sorted out. Really, really excited about this matchup. I think both these guys are really, really strong players and super exciting. Chasing the Sun is definitely a very capable player in terms of his aggression and throwing different things at you. He loves his myth units and all the other good stuff that comes around with that. So I'm excited to see him try some of those angles. Now, you can also go for like... One other idea here for the Amaterasu would be to go for the weasels, but not really go too heavy onto weasels. Just rush Heroic Age in, and then you get the Goshin Boku tree, and you can make yourself... Am I getting confused? I'm not. And you can make yourself a whole bunch of Raiju, and you can run around the map with those while having the Goshin Boku tree there to get them back to life, so you're not too worried about losing them. Obviously, it takes a while for them to come back alive, but it also takes a while for them to get picked off. So there is that option to get some really, really good pressure on. Especially with Nuwa, where the main... I think I can call it. I think the main strategy here for Eric is going to be a very defensive Nuwa, a very, very slow Nuwa, and just getting everything he can possibly get sorted. Nonetheless, so far today, we've seen two pretty stellar matchups. Mosca against Arapesu. You've seen that 8th Aerial versus Garneth matchup. Has there been a highlight from any of you guys just yet? What was your favorite game to watch? I think if I was to pull one game out of my hat and just be like, this game was a lot of fun, probably was it Shenong or was it Fushi? I think it was Shenong. Shenong versus Susanoo on that first game or second game that happened with Mosca versus Arapesu. That was such a fun game to watch. Very, very, very close one. If you guys missed it, make sure you go back to the start of the VOD and check it out. And we're going to be jumping into this first game here. Best of 5. The winner, a champion. The loser, a challenger. As we get going here. Amaterasu versus Nuwa. Let's check it out. As in the left side of the map, Eric spawning as the blue Nuwa. In the right-hand corner of the map, we're having a little bit of a problem here, aren't we? Let me fix this. Okay. In the right-hand corner of the map, spawning as Amaterasu, it is chasing the sun. Relics on the map. Over on this side, we've got the Kopesh of Horus. Damage bonus against myth units, plus 1x for the heroes. Tail Feathers of Heaven. New relic here. Kind of a big deal. Especially for units like the Yati Spearman or the Halberdier or the Dao Swordsman, units that can attack pretty quickly. 0.3 divine damage over 3 seconds isn't nothing. In fact, it's something. As the lantern about to fall, and Chasing the Sun does steal a couple of goats away. On the bottom side of the map, we do have ourselves the Ria's Crown, making town centers a little bit cheaper. And on the top side of the map, it is the Ship of Fingernails. As next thing to check out on this Ghost Lake, double gold mine. So a very, very defensive map here for Eric. This is exactly what he's going to want. Now, unfortunately for Eric, the second gold mine situation, not terrible actually. Kind of close to this town center. Food, kind of good. I think this map, the more I look at it, so long as he goes for this town center, the more I look at it, the better it looks. Let's have a look at what Eric's actually scouted. He scouted off onto the left side. He sees this town center. He sees some decent hunt. He might be happy enough with that. but he is moving over onto the top side of the map to check that out as well. The reason why he might be happy about this is he's not going to have to earth wall here. And he can earth wall his main base and protect these gold mines from the Kamatachi. So that might be one way to go. But if he does see this top position, he might go, ooh, grab this town center, earth wall here, and then I'll just build a nice defensive position around this this little gold mine for the start, so the Kamatachi cannot get in here, the weasels can't get in here, and we'll be completely fine to grab all this hunt, grab this gold, and have a great game. Meanwhile, over on this side, Chasing the Sun, getting himself the temple up, getting himself a little cheeky house up as well, getting himself his sacred custodians through. As did he get himself the? He did get the Kagura technology in as his. Where is it? As his Miko, checking things out over here. Chasing the Sun's got to get that Miko back to work here. She's very lazy. Get back to work. The way that you actually figure out if your Miko are idle in currently, it used to be the Miko used to go idle on your villagers, but if you actually, you'll see when you play, you'll see like an idle hero banner. If you ever see that one pop up, that means you've got a Miko idle. So that's actually your best way to go about it. You can also use the find or find next idle healer or find idle healer or whatever, or find healer, whatever it's called. Nonetheless, the Miko comes forward and does grab that Tail of the Heavens right under the clutches of Eric BR. Did he not have the tech? He did have the tech, so he just kind of missed that one. As Ameno Uzume on the way for Chasing the Sun. So no sort of spice here from Chasing the Sun. He's not going for that Minakata Tomi angle, which I do think is arguably the better option in this specific matchup, in this specific map. But there's still a lot of pain and risk here that Eric is going to have to avoid. So we'll see if he's going to be able to do it. He's got himself his 3 Qualifier out. Going to be ready to move over here and grab this town center. Both players will hit the next stage pretty much together here. Lots and lots of gold coming in at the moment as the wood is through. The Qualifier hero makes its way over to the left here, and he is going for the ultimate safe town center. I imagine it's going to be an earth wall immediately around his base. No real surprises there. Won't have to deal with this, these weasels or anything. And we see a second town center from Chasing the Sun as well. I like this move. Super standard, meta, like solid decision here for this map. Back hunts. Knows his opponent is going to be dropping the earth wall. Knows he can't get any damage done onto it. In fact, he leaves the Kamatachi in his base for a little bit here. We are seeing some pioneers making their way across, but misses them, unfortunately. As the Kamatachi going to move over onto this side, but there's not going to be anything to attack here. So you almost want to just leave it hiding on a position for a while, like over here on this gold mine, maybe sneaking it through onto this backside. And when you see the villagers coming, then you can attack. We are seeing a little bit of harassment into the main base as the dojo is getting built up over onto this side. Not important right now for Chasing the Sun to overreact to this. The Pioneers should not get too much value here. Doesn't really need to grab this boar all too much. He's got the back food on this side. Plenty. Oh, he actually does need food income, so having a bit of idle talent at a time there, not ideal. There's Eric grabbing himself the caribou, getting himself the wood income. And we are going to be seeing just a little bit of harassment now onto the earth wall. But the Pioneers will be back in here to say, sorry, not today. Good sir. Though he might actually break the earth wall. Nope. Decides to pull back. Can he kill off? Can you kill the pioneer? Is he going to drop? No. Loses that one pioneer. Okay, I was going to say, I don't think you can kill a pioneer with a weasel. Anyways, into the main base. The Skyland is just trying to scout what's going on. There's a stable coming up. Over onto this position as well. Villager garrisoning. Not able to finish any buildings just yet. These pioneer are getting so much value. Over onto this side, trying to snipe some low HP villagers, dodging the arrows on the way back, not managing to dodge the last one. We do see over here the solar shield coming in. That's going to be enough here to actually take out the Cheong Chi, as the weasel not quite able to clean that one up. We'll be bailing on that position for the time being. Stable 3 seconds from completion, and Eric is just going to hover around on this spot, deny that, but now A couple of Naginata Riders to come through. It will be scary for these Pioneers. A couple of Naginata Riders is more than enough to say, excuse you, I would like you to leave my base here. The Qiongqi here, too low HP to really be that much of a threat, but Eric is just like, I am, well, Chasing the Sun is like, I'm going to keep on going after this one. I'm surprised to see him not just turn and take it out. Now he's turning. There he goes. 17 HP, 12 HP. Almost losing the other Naginata Rider. Does pull it back. He can pull it in and get that healed up with the Mikor. Huge value where that's concerned. Snipes the Qiongqi. Is now the Naginata Rider to chase in after those Pioneers. We are seeing a couple of Halberdier now coming through for Eric. He doesn't need to go too crazy on this because he can get to the next age and start dealing with these Naginata Riders a little bit later. He's getting the walls up onto this position. Not quite finished, but has those placed down nonetheless. As the Naginata Rider will get healed back up. And so far, Chasing the Sun, I don't think he's lost anything. He's lost one villager. That's it. But you can look at this from Eric. I'm actually interested. What's going on here? He's only got 4 Qualifier out at the moment. 5 Qualifier if you think about the hero Qualifier as a Qualifier as well, which I do. So 5 Qualifier out. 6 Qualifier out now. 6 Qualifier out at the moment. Machine Workshop coming out. There's going to be so much economy for Eric in this game. An armory coming down. Finishing up on the food. There's the goats there as well. As Eric drops the Sky Lanterns. Solar Shield does come through. He's trying to break it and take a villager down. Not quite able to. Was that... I guess he's back up to full HP, but not quite able to kill that low HP villager. Going to hide off into this corner here as the Halberdier are going to come through and try and find him. Can Eric see where it's going? He's disappeared. He's pulled a little bit of a Houdini. Where's he gone? Oh, did he come out this way? I think Eric legitimately thinks the Naginata Rider got out of this position. He's hiding. He's hiding. That's actually so funny. He's just like, no, I'm just going to chill. We'll just wait in this black spot. And I can use that guy to go and harass a little bit later. Something else here. As the army trying to break into this earth wall yet again. Samurai not going to really be able to do all too much. And you really can't get past this position here. Like, you need some sort of siege, range units, something to actually break these earth walls down. If your opponent's got units, like, breaking through that, it's just not going to be possible. Meanwhile, we do see the villagers out on hunt, enjoying that. Eric's grabbing himself the goats at the moment. He's going to the heroic age through Golmang. Wouldn't be surprised to see him actually just drop a ballet here and then try and get a mythic age in as well. He could try and get a little bit greedy and go for a ballet over here to secure this position. Another idea would be to just get some walls up while he's advancing, so he doesn't even have to think about it. But with a Qualifier hero and another Qualifier, look at how fast this goes up. 22 seconds. So quick. And Chasing the Sun now, grabbing himself the Weasel upgrade. He does not have the units to break through this army at the moment, I don't think. And he's going to try. Charges in with the Weasel. That gets sniped down before he can use the Solar Shield on it. And Eric has fended off Chasing the Sun for the time being. Military camp up. Machine Workshop coming through as well. Is that actually true, Recon? Is it build faster if you use the hero Qualifier first? I don't think it is. There's no way that's true. Actually, you know what? It might be true. I don't trust anything anymore in this game. There's the Tower coming over here. They're gonna knock these guys back. And Eric will be in position to defend for the time being. Just completely neutralizing any of these attacking attempts. Naginata Rider's up to the top, checking things out there. Nothing going to be there. Eric's not taking any risk in this game. He just says, all right, I'll get my farms up in my main base. Play super safe. No need to really take, no need to take any risks. He's going to have a huge amount of wood income as well from, well, he hasn't got the technologies in just yet, but a huge amount of wood income could come through if he grabs those techs, and he can spam all the farms out, literally take every single villager off of wood, put them all onto farms, take every villager off of gold, put them onto farms, and have the rest Qualifier on wood and gold, and have a crazy amount of eco. Temple over here getting targeted down as well. Just chasing the sun. Sitting back, still pumping out Samurai. I'm surprised to see him doing this. Surprised to see him not going for the next age here. Like, yes, getting out the Samurai. Now he's pre-queuing. Getting out the Samurai does mean you're going to get more passive XP to get yourself to heavy quickly. But I feel like heroic age here is very necessary, as I wouldn't be surprised to see a mythic age coming in very shortly from Eric. There's very little risk here. Breaking this position is super hard for Japan unless you have like one Udall out, or if you're in the heroic age and you have your siege weapons. That's the White Horse Cavalry. Coming over onto this side. We do see the walls coming up over here. I'll snipe one villager, but that's about it. There's a couple of fire archers do end up getting killed, but then the Naginata Riders charging to their death over here. But we do see that Raijin is going to come through for chasing the sun. Over onto this spot. White Horse Cavalry going to get taken out. No real escape route here, as the village is going to be blocking everything in. Eric loses those ones. But heroic age in for chasing the sun. Equal on military at the moment. And another town center. A ballet coming up. Going to grab the town center after this as well. How many does he have now? He's got 9. 9 Qualifier. So he's got to take 9 off of this thing, and you'll see how many villages he would have normally. I think a lot of this is because of the Miko that Chasing the Sun's built, right? Like, he's got a lot of favor income. There's a Samurai now coming through, ready to start getting some big damage done as the army needs to pull away from this. The Samurai now hit heavy as they all pull into this ballet. More damage coming through, but another ballet coming in. But Eric is just like, give me all the defensive structures I possibly can. It makes perfect sense here. Samurai, weak to pierce. Ballet do big pierce. Fire Archer out as well. The front line will be falling. I don't think Chasing the Sun can break through this, though. There's no way. Good control from Eric, but what is Chasing the Sun is still charging under this. He's going to lose everything to these ballet. I thought he was in a relatively decent spot, but he's just throwing away the entirety of his army here. I mean, resource differential still kind of close, but I think Eric is now going to have himself a third talent center. One idea here for Chasing the Sun will be to wander forward and drop a castle on this position so he can at least prevent Eric from grabbing that one. And now Gong Gong. After that big push comes through, Gong Gong, they got a choice here for Eric. I mean, score-wise, he's only a tiny bit in front, right? Villager-wise, he's really in front. You do have to also remember that all of these peasants are worth 80% of a villager as well. So this villager count is difficult to get a grasp on. right? It is somewhat difficult to get a grasp on exactly what it means. You can't just make a sweeping statement and go, that's 100 villages, that's 75 villages, gigantic advantage. It's not really how it works. It's the samurai yet again charging in here to try and take down these ballet, but can Eric actually defend this or not is the question. The samurai getting big damage done, but the fire archers are more than enough to push this back. Castle up for chasing the sun. He is kind of still chasing here a little bit. I mean, he's chasing the Eric at the moment, not the sun, but we'll see how it's all going to go. As with the Mythic Age comes a couple of very strong units. You've got Li Jing. You've got the Qiongqi. Not Qiongqi. What's it called? The Qinglong. The dragon. Does big damage and pierce damage at that with that special attack. And yet again, we see these Naginata riders trying to break through the earth wall and not able to do so. Shinobi would make a lot of sense here, actually, to kill off those fire archers. One weakness that China definitely does have is a weakness to the high pierce armor infantry units, like Huskar, Destroyer, Shinobi. But we aren't seeing them coming through for chasing the sun in this game. He's going Naginata Rider, Samurai to the end. As the town center up here does get spotted. Naginata Rider's taking a bit of a fight. He's kind of close on that Bushido there. 11,000 to get to the next tier here as the samurai making their way over. One scary thing would be the tidal wave hitting all of these units into the main base, but he goes straight into the town center here. The army for chasing the sun still mostly alive, but look at the differential in military resource value. The town center falls. The samurai cut off. Where is he going to run to? It's the Tiger Cavalry over here. Will end up going down. Li Jing drops his special onto that spot. As Eric comes around onto this one, we do see another big, fat thunderburst, which will allow these units to chase down the heavy archers on the back here. He also has some Yumi archers on this spot as well to get some good damage done. Eric charging over here. He's got the heavy target, or the champion target, going for the town center in the face of chasing the sun. Chasing the sun now has himself his champion upgrades in. The military differential is equal. Eric might be overcommitting on this position right now, grabbing the town center while more units are streaming in. There's not any fantastic answer to the Qinglong, but the unit quality now, the Bushi are in. The unit quality here for chasing the sun is through the roof. And Eric needs to pull back. Town center did get taken down. Villager differential 90 to 81. Still kind of close. Champion in for chasing the sun. A little bit of a fight coming through. The Bushi trying to take out those Qinglong. Good control there from Eric to pull back. The Tiger Cav here look like they will be enough at this point, as there has still not been any real attempt at making those Yari Spearmen, which is so important with dealing with cavalry. And Eric here does look like he is very much holding on this position. Pulling back to the castle. Eric says, I don't need to go through there. Maybe you can send some villagers over here and get the town center, or finish the town center off. He's got enough favor here to drop a creation down if he wants to get that up while this is all going on. Yeah, I think the best sort of units here for chasing the sun to be making is probably something like Shinobi Yari Spearmen. No? As the army does come, or the villagers do come up here, going to try and finish off that settlement there. As Chasing the Sun still just trying to hold on. His archer's going to get collapsed in on, as he cannot keep taking fights this way. Pops through his castle, trying to get that all sorted out. Eric's army just looking too strong at the moment. Town center on the top here for Eric. Now up. Coming over here, going to look to drop a ballet and grab this gold mine as well, taking map control. Eric, Chasing the Sun at the moment, has one gold mine remaining here. His army just simply not enough. He does have a lot of wood and gold at the moment, but with only wood and gold in the bank, no answers for these Tiger Cav. Very tough to keep going. He is making some Yati Spearmen now. But is it too little too late? The Mikor gets taken out. There will be not another Thunderburst for quite some time, I don't think. As the ballet does get dropped, that forest protection. We're just pulling back over here, and Eric will clean up the castle, take this gold mine, or prevent this gold mine from getting grabbed, take every little last bit of the map away from Chasing the Sun. And Chasing the Sun has to figure out some way out of this position. Yati Spearman. Actually, what about Yati Spearman plus Oyumi? That makes some sense as well. Because then those fire archers don't really do much. The Yati Spearman protect the Oyumi as well. Maybe that could be a way to try and push back, especially through this ballet spam that Eric is throwing his way. You see a market on the back. No trade route started, but he's going to be running out of gold very shortly at full population for the time being. But you are 210 versus 260 population here. There's literally 47 villagers on food for Chasing and 42 on food for Eric, as I mean, that's just so much resource, so much food income coming in. There's a lot of food here that you can sell for as well. So there's a little bit of life for Chasing the Sun to try and break out of this position. But Eric has got full map control. He's in a fantastic spot. The Raiju are going to be hitting a little bit of a raid over here. Takamikazuchi could be a pretty crazy way back into this game. The villagers, however, get pushed off the gold mine, losing tons of them here. Down 10 villagers, 11, 13 villagers in that one moment. As he will get back over to his town center, taking the fight now. As a little cheeky solar shield does get dropped down, but the samurai will end up getting picked off here nonetheless, even during the solar shield. Breaks through that one there. And Eric gets his cavalry onto the back line. Chasing the Sun just can't win these fights down this much population. He's trying to pump out a whole bunch of samurai into Fire Arch. It's just not going to be functioning for him. With 122 favor in the bank as well. What are you going to use? What are you going to use that for? And Eric does push him back. Do we see any attempt at like another ballet? Yep. He's going to keep on moving in. More castles. More is more when it comes to these ballets in this situation. Just completely lock Chasing the Sun off here. Eric maybe overstepping just a little bit, but I don't know if it matters. Look at that queue. He's got himself 7 ballet, each with a handful of cavalry queued up. He's only got 3 machine workshops, but I guess that's all he feels like he needs at the moment. There's now the town center for Chasing the Sun to go down as the villagers make a break for it, but there's not really anywhere to go at this point. No gold income. Maybe one trade caravan. Not even a trade caravan. Oh, there's a trade caravan. 2 deer caravans. Still attempted to break these guys, but villagers dropping left, right, and center. And Chasing the Sun in that moment does decide to tap out. a kind of a close game here. What happened in this game that was so wild, I think, was maybe Chasing the Sun tried a little too hard to break this position. See, here's the thing. He probably could, even if he just wasn't attacking the ballet and was instead going after the army, that's building up to Bushido, which is extra resources. But he just tried so hard to break this spot where maybe he should have just been playing for the late game. Grab this town center, get your base sorted out, get to the mythic age, get all your upgrades for the samurai. Because this Japanese army, regardless of the fact that, if we take a look at the post game, regardless of the fact that the economic situation looks so good here for Eric, for Noir, you do have to take into account the Bushido factor, which is 150 or 300 resources for medium infantry, 300 resources for archers, 300 resources for medium cav. Then you got the heavy, which is 600, 600, 600. Then you have to get your champion, which is 900, 900, 900. So yeah, no, the economic difference here doesn't really matter. What matters is military difference and teching and gold income and map control, of which Eric did a really good job of grabbing in this game. A great start for Eric. Takes the first win. We'll see if Chasing the Sun here can bounce back into game number 2. Let's jump into the let's jump into the draft and see what they're going to pick. Alrighty. Let's have a little look-see at what's going to happen next, as we've got ourselves the game. Have they started yet? Nope. Okay. Let's talk about what they're going to play then. Looks like it's going to be a Fushi versus Gaia game. We've actually seen this one already, didn't we? We have actually seen this one. So the win there for the Noir and the loss, unfortunately, for the Amaterasu. On the other side, we will be seeing the Fushi versus the Gaia. Meanwhile, Eric has a win. Are we on the map? What map are we on? Step? Wow, this is literally a run back of Mosca versus Adapes. And Adapes did manage to take that win, his only win versus Mosca. So we'll see if Chasing the Sun is going to be able to pilot that Gaia a little bit better than Mosca in this matchup. It's going to be a very, very challenging one for Chasing the Sun to overcome. So we'll see what he's going to be able to come up with here. And get some water into me as we wait for them to get this game on the way. Eric's out to avenge Boit, yeah. All right, it looks like we are currently on the way. Oh, this is exciting. So the qualifiers, for those of you guys wondering, will conclude at the end of today, which does mean that literally starting tomorrow, we could potentially have Champions League games, Challengers League games getting played. It's a free schedule for the next 3 weeks. So if you don't want to miss out on any games that are going to be getting played live, make sure you are in my Discord and checking things out there. Because that's where that's where all of the stuff is going to come in. That is not my Discord. That is definitely not the Discord we're after. I don't even. Okay, I'm apparently somewhere completely different in this Streamlabs chat. That is hilarious. Let's try it like this. Discord. Does that work? Oh, there we go. Fantastic. We'll send it over to YouTube. So make sure you're in Discord so you're going to know. I will be trying to put some little bits of advertisement out on when I can on YouTube and also on Reddit and things like that. But your easiest place to find things is going to be on Discord. Also, Liquipedia is probably going to be another place where you can check out when upcoming games are going to be coming through. So that's another place to go as well. Anyways, we're about to get into game number 2. Eric BR versus Chasing the Sun. It's going to be a Fushi versus Gaia on Step. And, well, let's think about it. Actually, maybe doing some sort of Leto idea here for Gaia might not be a terrible play. I wouldn't be surprised to see Chasing go that way. Because we did see a fast heroic try from Moscow, which didn't quite work out. The automaton, with that celestial weapons, it could be very challenging to make the automatons work, actually. So maybe not. Anyways, let's jump into the game and see what's going to be happening here. Alrighty. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Eric. It's Fushi. No, it's playing as Fushi. It's Eric. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Gaia, it is Chasing the Sun. Relics on the map. Down the bottom, Rhea's Crown. Making that town center a little bit cheaper. Over here, we've also got the Fur of Boit. She's going to be the healable heroes. Getting a bit of a regeneration rate of plus 0.25. That just means that heroes like the Son of Osiris can't heal from that relic. Every other hero can. Head of Orpheus here gets a building line of sight going up by 8. And finally, Grass Cutting Sword makes another appearance. Really, really important relic here for both players yet again. This is probably the best relic in the game at the moment, with the exception of maybe like the Golden Lions relic, which can sometimes be a little bit more impactful in certain matchups. And then some other sort of god-specific relics that can really help you out. Nonetheless, Chasing the Sun just going to be getting himself some early game economic upgrades. And I'm interested in seeing what way Eric's going to be playing Fushi. Now, so far, I've only seen Eric playing Shenong, Nuwa, Haltu. That's all I've seen on his on his side of things. He's only been going Haltu. He's been using the Earth Wall, and he's been playing some defensive gameplay. Fushi doesn't have how to. So that defensive gameplay is a lot more challenging to make work. So we'll see how things are going to go here now for Eric, where he has to try something a little bit different. He might go for an aggressive play here. Nice early barracks, barracks and machine workshop, trying to put pressure onto the Gaia and all the other good stuff. I mean, alternatively, he could just walk forward, grab this town center with Vanish if he needs to. And then he's going to have a pretty nice town center to defend this position. It can be kind of challenging to hold on to this, but he can just sit on the wood for a little bit while he builds up some stuff, get some buildings down. Maybe he can get some tower attachments to secure these positions is another idea. Nonetheless, for Chasing the Sun, he could also do something similar and go for a forward town center here. A little bit risky against the Fushi, but if you got a Caladria out and a whole bunch of hero citizens, you can make the trek over here and try and grab that one. And we are actually going to be seeing for, I think maybe the first time, I could be wrong on this, the first time this qualifier, we're seeing Zhennu coming in. On the other side, for Chasing the Sun, he does decide to go for Leto. Now, Leto doesn't necessarily mean he's going to go for Automaton, which I don't think are a good idea against Fushi. Reason being is that Nijar, the kid, is really strong, and then also Celestial Weapons with that divine damage for those Pioneers. I mean, the Pierce Armor from those Automatons don't really affect that much. Like, you think about, if say they've got 5 Pierce damage or something, that gets multiplied by 10 or whatever it is. So that's doing 25 damage. But then you get 1, but then that gets cut, sorry, by 60% with the Pierce vulnerability. Then you get 1 divine damage times by 10. That's 10 divine damage. Doesn't get cut at all. All of a sudden, you've basically doubled your damage versus the Automatons with those Pioneers. So it's probably not a great idea to be going for that, as a couple of Pioneers are making their way across the map. I haven't seen any buildings just yet coming out for Eric. He is just pumping Pioneers, looking for some early game pressure as the Chasing the Sun Classical Age comes through, and Eric is alerted to Leto, as we do see a counter barracks getting dropped down very, very quickly. Wants to get himself that those Terma as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Imperial Academy to come down. House also coming down. And the Terma spammage about to start. Little bits of damage onto these villages. Not the biggest of deals. He might have to pull this one back, but it will get healed back up by sitting on Lush. As a couple of Automatons. He's already got 3 Automatons out. It's so risky. Chasing the Sun literally just left. Did he leave that? He just left the Citizen there. I thought he was going to pull it back. Take some damage, pull it back at like half HP, and it's just going to heal up, and you can swap the village. Nonetheless, early game damage done by Eric as Chasing the Sun now coming in, trying to snipe a couple of those Pioneers here. Do we see any barracks up? Yes, we do. A military camp is up for Eric now. Meanwhile, the Nijar to come through. As the Terma trying to get a little bit of damage done, but not. It's a very tough unit to pick off this this Nijar here. We're actually seeing extra favor coming through here for Chasing the Sun. I almost think it's like get set up with the Spider Lair on a second gold mine early. It's probably like the secret here to making Leto work. Not even spending a single favor on those Automatons. Just be like, okay, which gold mine are we going to go to? This one maybe? And just start loading it up with Spider Lairs. So when the fight comes, you pull your opponent in on top of all of those Spider Eggs, and maybe you can survive the whole thing. But nonetheless, a couple of Halberdiers coming in, as well as Wuzu Javelineers. Eric has also grabbed this technology, Divine Books, and he's gotten himself the attachment here to allow him to get away with not needing to build a second military camp, and he can just go full send on the Halberdier, full send on the Wuzu Javelineer, and try and make this one work. As one Spider Lair does come up. He's trying to pick off these units as they're coming across the map, but the micro from Eric a little bit too strong, dodging arrow fire here, almost sniping one Javelin here, but as soon as those Halberdier get on top of him, it's scary as the Automatons coming through. The temple here getting very, very low. There's a couple of units actually going straight over the Spider Eggs on that spot, as now the Automaton can also sort of play a little bit of a blocking role here. There's a lot of Automaton in at the moment. Celestial Weapons has not been grabbed just yet by Eric. Definitely missing that one. While the Nijar is going to be really, really strong here, there are a lot of Automaton. As he's going to try and take this fight. Got to be careful. Sniping one automaton doesn't matter because you can just pull back and heal it up. But chasing this one out here is a little bit dangerous, as the halberdier getting on top of the turret on the back is a huge amount of damage to come through. And all of a sudden, all of the automaton get cleaned up, and Chasing the Sun now in trouble here, trying to return back over onto this spot here to take out the remainder of the army here. The Murmillo will be very strong. The Eric Najar, low HP, one automaton out, and he's got to be repairing up the automaton at this point. He needs those back as fast as he possibly can. Maybe nice spider egg there, trying to hold this position. Get those automaton back into the army. Does Eric see this though? No. He's not paying attention. Doesn't have the lanterns coming through. In fact, he's retreating at the moment, as Chasing the Sun is doing a really, really good job of keeping himself alive in this game, though he is now over onto the next gold mine. Automatons slowly coming back up. Has to pull back into his position there. Now Eric realizes, no, I gotta sit. I gotta sit here. I gotta prevent those automatons from coming back in because it's gonna hurt. One halberdier getting sniped there. The Najar gonna go down, which does mean the automaton are gonna get a lot of value, but those halberdier onto the back line there. Imagine absolutely massacring the Terma. He's gonna charge over at the very least, over the spider lair there to get off a couple more kills, as another spider lair gets dropped down. The automaton need to get back onto their repairing duty here, because these are going to start fading away soon. A really, really close game at the moment. I can't. This is incredibly close. Automatons tapping one time on each of those warrior automaton bodies to keep them alive, and all of a sudden, I think Chasing the Sun here might be able to get himself back up his automaton army. And Eric, while I do think he's got the answer for this, has not worked it out. Celestial weapons, also Tai Chi, also get the Najar back in, and then all of a sudden this automaton spam isn't going to be that big of a deal. But nonetheless, more automatons getting built, more Murmillos coming through, more Terma coming through. I mean, to be honest, if anybody knows how to beat the China, it's going to be China mains. Chasing the Sun plays so much China and also Atlantean. And there's a couple of players out on the ladder that have got some very spicy guys. For example, Zooked, one to look towards. Loves the automaton spam. So this is a very strong army as the Sky Lanterns coming through. A little move forward. Very risky villager gathering situation here. Does Chasing the Sun realize it though? The army for Eric moving. Where is he going? Does he realize it? I don't think he does. I mean, he's got to know his opponent somewhere on the map, but not scouting for that one. He's moving forward. Look at that amount of... There's 18 of them. 18 automaton. On the other side, for Eric, he's got 8 pioneers. No upgrade. He's got 1 Najar. So I think the automatons are actually going to overwhelm here. Because those fire archers, you have to micro them onto the Murmillos. The automatons are going to make things hard. So you have to focus fire that. You also have to focus fire the pioneers. And then you also have to control the halberdiers to get onto the back of those Terma there as well. Very, very tricky. As the pioneers coming forward. Got to be careful with these guys. Those Terma can just charge in and take them out. But Chasing the Sun pulling back ever so slightly now. A couple of shots in as he charges forward. But so too will the army of Chasing the Sun wander forward. The food in the bank right now for Eric does look like he wants to get to the next stage. Now, one of the best ways to beat myth unit spam is get to the next age. Why? You get the next tier of hero out. Sage, Zhang Xia. Even get to the mythic age and get yourself Yang Wick. But Chasing's army looks incredibly terrifying here. He's got to be looking to move up to the top here. Get that gold staff going. How many automaton?
Would you?
22 automaton total on the map right now. The economic guilds over here as well. There's going to be one on this side. Might even spot those villagers there. But Chasing the Sun not going for the gold mine, giving some advantage in. Moving in with that vanish here. Big play for Eric. Is it going to be working out? He's trying to get on top of the armies. Gets right in there to take out the Carabalister. The Spider Lair gets dropped down right in the middle, but immediately gets erased. What is Chasing the Sun doing? He needs to actually take a fight here. The Murmillo on the back. They're not getting targeted down by the Fire Archers. The Automaton are getting targeted down here. Who's going to win this fight in the end of the day? It's looking like Eric might be able to break through here. The Automaton coming back in. There's no answer for the Pioneers now that half of the army is down. And in one foul swoop, it's still close. There's not that many units remaining here. Now Eric has to start doing some shoot and scoop, but Chasing says, all right, gotta bail. He's now fallen very far behind in the military count. Great play there from Eric. The vanish walk in, but Chasing, he wasn't attacking for like half of the fight. Now Chasing has got no automatons remaining. His Murmillo numbers starting to look a little bit worse for wear. The Terma numbers also. They're naked Terma as well. Does he spot the villagers? He sees a silo. He might send some units over there to get a raid. Economic Guild getting sniped down. And now Chasing looking for another fight. This is not an ideal fight for him, but he does have Eric on the back foot. Eric wants that heroic age in. Dows turning around, sacrificing themselves to get out of this army as the Pioneer turn, sniping those Murmillo. Very, very quick with the Terma numbers, looking very, very strong here. Chasing needs to win this engagement here to stand any chance moving forward in this game. The Fire Archer numbers are really big, but I don't think it matters. Well, I don't think it matters for Eric here that he's losing them. There's no Murmillos remaining. The Herdman will clean up the remainder of those Terma. But it looks like in the end of the day there, Chasing the Sun does actually come out somewhat in front in that fight. He's still looking for fights. Villagers pulling back. They're looking like they're running straight through the middle of the map. I mean, this game is literally just, I don't know what I'm watching. It's just the armies just clashing. Where's the raids? These villagers over here just happily sitting on this gold mine. A couple of villagers running through the middle of the map. They will get sniped here. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 60 favor in the bank here for Chasing the Sun. Does he have 2 temples? He does have 2 temples, so he can pump automaton numbers out if he wants to. Moving up to the top here, Eric has now managed to click up through Gormang. If there is a time to strike for Chasing the Sun, it is right now. Heroic Age comes in. That's the stronger Najar. That's the Sage. That's the Yang Xia. As the automatons coming through, popping a couple of villages on that side there is Chasing the Sun, trying to utilize those Terma to get damage done. So many villagers in this fight. Really can't be continuing with those. But while the fight is going on, sure, sacrifice a couple of villagers, win the fight. Has to be the idea here for Eric. Gets his Herdman onto the back line there. A little cheeky spider egg getting dropped onto the fight, but only one maybe getting actually all the way. No, it doesn't even go through there. As the automaton numbers still alive. Pioneers barely enough here as Eric now gets pushed back. Villager numbers falling as all of a sudden, I think Chasing the Sun, even though now he's staring down a heroic age, he's found himself in a good spot, still trying to charge forward here. He's going to pull back away from this Chinese army of Eric, but look at the villager differential, 64 to 49. Huge for Chasing the Sun. Automatons coming back up. Eric into his main base. He's got to pay full price for the Najar, Sage, and everything else. This gold mine almost expired. Look at the map for Chasing the Sun. He sees everything. Everything. This gold mine's going to be gone. This Qualifier back into the main base, getting a Peach Blossom Spring, but he's grabbing food at the moment. Eric needs gold. Eric's got 0 gold in the bank. He's making Dow Swordsman. He can't figure this one out. Does he still not have the upgrade? He still doesn't have Tai Chi. He still doesn't have Celestial Weapons. Chasing the Sun, breaking the temple on the front. The army coming forward. One last ditch effort for Eric. It looks like. Is he still getting food? Yeah, he's finishing up with food. He's getting wood at the moment. Eric needs to start selling wood for gold, I guess, to get himself back up to a really strong army. He will get his Yangtze in, which is big. This guy does make those automatons 20% less powerful. Take a look at it. Have a read yourself. 20 meter aura, 20% damage reduction for myth units, plus does a hefty amount of damage. However, Eric, moving forward, looking to drop the ballet in the center of the map, right where the army is standing. Chasing the Sun says, I'm going to pull back. No, he wants to take the fight. The ballet goes up quick, though, as Eric is just sitting back, praying this one finishes. We do see Tai Chi there, at the very least, for Eric's heroes at the moment. The automatons coming through a great building there. The house blocking that all in as the Terma microing onto all the pioneers, onto the backline. The ballet, 9 seconds from completion. But the army for Chasing the Sun looks so powerful. Is it going to be enough? Immediate forest protection onto this position will make things difficult for Chasing the Sun, but the army numbers are staying so big here. Every unit into the ballet at the moment. And Chasing the Sun just needs to kill off the ballet. He's got himself the heroic gauge that boosts his warrior automatons even more. And he's going to have dryads coming through. And he's going to have upgrades coming immediately. Grabs himself the carpenters, the quarry as well. The Qualifier popping out onto the backside here as Chasing the Sun takes the ballet out. And Eric's Fu Shi is goldless with nearly no army remaining. The Terma sniping fire archers. Eric trying to micro. He taps out, and Chasing the Sun somehow, some way makes it through what has to be known as one of the best Chinese gods at dealing with this automaton strategy. But look at how powerful he makes it look here. Just the unrelenting pressure. Absolutely huge here from Chasing the Sun. Levels this series 1-1. I don't even know what to say, guys. This is Age of Mythology. Welcome. I hope you're enjoying. We'll move into game number 3 here. Let's jump back over to the draft menu. Actually, no. We gotta take the time here. Let's take the time and look at this post game. Timeline. Military resource value. Look at it. It's just this fight. This first fight from Eric was so good. So good. But he didn't take any advantage after the fact. And in fact, Chasing the Sun was able to get a lot of automatons back from it. Actually, no, that was this fight. This fight was so good. This fight was amazing. But then from there, Eric didn't take the advantage. He needed to get Heroic Age. Kept spamming units. Get Heroic Age. Get Yang Xia out. Get the Sages out. Get the upgrades in. And Chasing the Sun just kept on taking good trades, kept on keeping himself going, wasting that other gold mine or exhausting that other gold mine, and then he gets the full control of everything else on the map and carries his way to the victory here. Where's the mythology tab? Favorite myth unit, automaton 51. 51! Let's get over to the draft and see what they're going to pick next. ladies and gentlemen, we will be moving on to Bamboo Grove, of which we will be seeing Isis versus Susanoo. The spiciest of spices here for game number 3. Isis obviously very, very good on this map. Can grab a nice safe back town center. Sometimes have a really, really good time there. The Susanoo does get access to some really strong things. The question is, how do you actually deal with what Isis is going to want to do here? Which is namely, well, the first and foremost, the big scary strategy. We know what the big scary strategy is for Isis. Took down center, fast mythic, through Thoth, get that Valley of the Kings in and shove it down the opponent's throat and say, take these units. Now, there's a lot of ways through that. Players have started to figure out how to actually play around that fast mythic a lot better than maybe early days in Retold. But it also has had some nerfs and things like that. But we'll see how things are going to go as the players. They haven't even started a lobby? Let me just go lobby question mark. The drafto is inverted. Excuse me, my bad. Let me grab some water while we wait. I should also give some wins. Let's give a win for the Gaia and a loss for the Fushi. Alrighty. Yeah. If we want to talk about that last game a little bit more, the reason I was saying that the celestial weapons is so ridiculously important there for Fushi and completely breaks the effectiveness of automatons in that matchup is because if we basically it's because you've got this Pioneer, which has got a really large multiplier. It's got an 11x multiplier, which means it's 7 or 0.7 divine damage per second. Times that by 11, you get 7.7 divine damage per second, which then means that each one of your Pioneers is basically doing more, like they're starting to actually look like Toxote versus Hotblight. So it's a nice way to deal with those automatons. Plus, they're also then a little bit more effective against Murmillos and things like that as well. It does also give a bit of a boost for the other guys there too. Did I just break it? Don't tell me I broke it. My list is refreshing. Oh dear. I broke it. Sorry guys. We're going to just be a little hot second here. We're going to be just a little hot second. Hopefully I can get this fixed without having to restart my game. Okay, we're good. Oh, hello. Unavailable? Why? Why? For some reason, I can't get into this game. I'm going to have to restart my game. Hopefully it's going to all fix. Someone else could just quickly check and make sure that they can jump into that game. I'll have to get them to restart otherwise. Don't think I can get them to restart. But anyways, yeah, someone just jump in to the lobby if you can and get a spectate for me. We'll be Checking it out very, very shortly here. What's Susanoo good at? He's got, I mean, with every single god, there's many, many different ways to play them. And then there's like really strong ways to play them. There's less strong ways to play them. And there's really bad ways to play them. I think that Susanoo's best ways, the strongest ways to play is in the myth units or in god powers. He's also got a decently strong boom into the heroic age as well for myth units and things like that. But nonetheless, it is Susanoo versus Isis now, yeah. I'm trying to get this lobby working out for me. The problem is it wouldn't let me join. I was having issues. And I don't... Oh, God. I think there's something weird is going on here. Oh, I don't think I'm going to be able to get... I don't think I'm going to be able to get onto them, unfortunately. I don't think I can watch this game. I don't know what's going on. It's just not letting me in. Yeah, the game is I can't load into it. That's what's happening. It's for whatever reason it just says it doesn't exist. I'll keep trying. I did restart AOM. Just says unavailable. And then it goes, okay, we'll try one more restart. This is super unfortunate. I haven't seen this bug in literally forever. They turn spectators. Maybe. That's what you did that one time, Kavoth, right? You turned spectator off and then and we couldn't watch the game. I remember. Yeah, I don't have any other way to sort of get in contact with them while they're playing, and they're both going to be full focused on the game. So, we might just take a break because I'm not going to be able to. I'm not going to be able to watch this game until it finishes and we get the replay. Can you try another one of your accounts? Actually, that's a good shout. I might try that. Yeah, good call. I'll try that. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna call them in Discord. This is the link for the game room. If someone else wants to see if they can jump in, at the very least, we can get the replay from you guys as well. Actually, no, it was probably just going to be as bad. Excuse me, I'm sorry, guys. We're in a bit of a difficult spot here. I don't even know what my password for this account is. Okay, now we're in. Can't speak the game either. Well, I'll try. And if it doesn't happen, we're just going to take a quick break until they finish. We'll cast the recorded game. Hopefully it doesn't out of sync. We'll ask them to wait, watch the stream. That's what we're going to be doing if we can't get in. Try one last little try. Nope. All right. So we're gonna take a break until they're finished. And yeah, enjoy the highlights while we wait. I don't have any timer for it. I imagine it's gonna be somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes, depending on how long they take to finish the game. And I'll get the recorded game and we'll cast from there. I'll be back at the end of that, but sorry about that, guys. Nothing I can do. Out 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action, great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful. And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. This one, he charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force set is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Midi Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raiju goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adopessu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adopessu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adopessu's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adopessu says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Taowu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan does go up. Population-wise, it is looking like Aotepesu is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Aotepesu just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously the fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now, but that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Aotepesu. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages, but Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves, and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave. I thought it was a fail. Oh my god. But now, Hell's Wrath. Imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. But doesn't matter. I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough, is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdmen. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Karabalista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Karabalista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one. He charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Karabalista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Karabalista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The Forseti is on the way. Earthwall gets dropped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to, and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raiju goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Aotepesu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Aotepesu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Aotepesu's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Aotepesu says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tawu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan, does go up population-wise. It is looking like Aotepesu is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Aotepesu just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously the fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now, but that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Aotepesu. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages, but Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves, and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave. I thought it was a fail. Oh my god! But now, Hell's Wrath. Imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing axe from great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough, is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Alrighty, we are back. We have got our hands on the goodies. We're into game number 3 right now in the right-hand bottom corner of the map, spawning as the blue Isis. His name is Eric Bjor. His opponent today playing as Susanoo. His name is Chasing the Sun. Apologies for the technical difficulties, the delays, and all the other stuff. We are back rolling, and that's the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. Nonetheless, onto the map, Bamboo Grove. Let's have a little cheeky look at the relics and see if there's anything that's going to be super helpful here. We've got Hecates, or as the Twitch chat aficionados say, Hecate. Hecate's torch. No, it's Hecate's torch. Making those god powers cheaper. Huge relic for Susanoo. You can really, really get a lot of value with that one there. Lots of Kusanagi being a lot cheaper. And all the other things as well there. Fetters of Fenrir here as well. A bit of a boost to the village damage. Always nice. Tawara Toda. Last arrow. It's a hard one to say. Tawara Toda. Anyways, this is divine damage for your range attack. Huge relic actually for Eric here if he wants to go into Chariot Archers. Over onto this side as well, we've got the Titan's Treasure, which is going to be a nice one just in general. Make your economic, not your economic, your age ups a little bit cheaper there. So, map-wise, an absolutely gorgeous town center here for Eric. He's got a large gold mine in front of him. He's got a medium gold mine behind him. He's also got relatively safe hunt on the back, but against Susanoo, you do have to be a little bit careful. Early game raids can be pretty brutal, especially with the Kusanagi plus Naginata Rider type of thing. So while this hunt is at the back of his base, I wouldn't be surprised. Ooh, nice goat steals over here from Eric. I wouldn't be surprised to see Chasing the Sun able to navigate around the back there and get some nice kills on the hunt, especially, or even on the front here as well with the chicken, dropping a Kusanagi down, getting the units in, getting some damage. There's also an angle for the Susanoo player to open with a handful of extra, what are they called? A handful of extra kitsune, foxes, to link up with his cav to get some early game damage done. That being said, generally speaking, your best bet here with Susanoo against ISIS, against Egyptian in general, from my experience, is 2 town center play. And if you go 2 town center against ISIS, you do need to go Mina Katatomi, or if you're playing as Tsukiyomi, you need to get the a whole bunch of Miko out to help defend against those Anubites or whatever else. But anyways, that's generally your best bet, and we do see Chasing the Sun spreading his villages out. He's got himself a decent amount of wood, decent amount of gold, but income at the very least. But he has gone through an Inari Okami, which might prove to be a little bit disastrous for him if Eric catches him out on this. Of which, Eric, very smartly, over on this right-hand side, or maybe smartly, maybe luckily, I don't know, he's over here, he sees 1 town center, he sees 2 town center, he's going to have the eyes on both of them, he's going to be able to send his Anubites in straight away. And Chasing the Sun here will have himself access to the Jiragumo, will have him access to that Kitsune, can try and just, well, obviously can move in and just snipe these obelisks in the front of his base, can try and move in and try and get some chickens killed or something like that, as Eric is just pumping the priests out. I love this idea. Early aggressive priests, what are you going to do to stop those? Plus the Anubites to come over and start getting some pressure on the town center will get spotted here. There is a Miko, so a little bit of help where that's concerned, as the Jiragumo is just going to be wandering around here, sniping down obelisks. Eric is in full obelisk spamming mode. You pick off 1, I put 2 down. You pick off 2, I put 4 down. And we just get more priests and more vision. 1 relic does come the wayside of this Miko. Going to drop that one over here as a Kitsune. Going to come in, as well as crushing waves to come through. 1 divine damage onto those myth units. Really quite nice for the Kitsune here, as he's trying to harass some villagers over onto this side ever so slightly. Can't drop that Kusanagi down onto this position here because of the monument to the villagers. They're getting a little bit of protection where that's concerned. As Chasing the Sun's town center will end up getting finished up without any problems. On the side of Eric, he's just going to say, no worries, have your town center. I will also go for a town center myself, while also putting some heavy pressure on with the priest. That's a priest army out here, of which Chasing the Sun is going to have to figure out some sort of an answer there. Now, a good answer for it is probably, yes, a stable, making a handful of cavalry units, but that also might be playing into what Eric really wants to be doing here, which might be camel riders. Which might be, not chariot archers, but yeah, camel riders. He gets all of this line of sight, and there's no way for Chasing the Sun to deal with all of the line of sight which Eric is managing to get for himself without making a hefty number of those Naginata riders first and foremost. And he can do that. He can also try and get to the heroic age pretty quickly here, but Eric's now got himself his 2nd town center, and it's a little bit later than is possible, which does kind of give Chasing the Sun a little bit of a better game than otherwise. But with all the vision on the map, this is what Eric wants. He's sacrificing a couple of villages for just complete control of seeing everything and just making sure nothing can get thrown his way that he's not going to be able to deal with, that he's not going to be able to react with. This one Kitsune is just being incredibly annoying at the moment. Hasn't managed to snipe anything, but just wandering around trying to pick off villagers left, right, and center. Here we go. Maybe a villager snipe on this side. Eric does pull back, and he's going to get idled ever so slightly there. The town center has been spotted, and I think Chasing the Sun's going to know exactly what's coming for him. Is now the Anubite sneaking through. Chasing the Sun, does he even have a dojo up yet? I don't see the dojo. He doesn't have any units coming out. It looks to me like he's trying to get... Does he have an armory up? He does have an armory. It looks like he's trying to get a fast heroic off here, which is kind of dangerous. Especially no especially having no heroes. I mean, he's got the Mikor. That can be an answer, I guess. Because now the Guardian and Nubite upgrades are in. Dives in. That's going to be a villager snipe there. Chasing the sun. Oop. That's going to be a villager kill there as Chasing the Sun cannot pull away from him. Gets stuck on the berries. Pierced in there. That's got to hurt. Nonetheless, now turns around to take out the Naginata Rider. Is going to be retreating over and getting healed up by the Miko. We also see a dojo coming through there as well. As the obelisks getting sniped over onto this side. Chasing the Sun going to drop a shrine there. And Eric wandering over onto this side. There's a couple more Miko coming through here for Chasing the Sun. It's a really, really good answer to these Guardian Nubites. I think the Shuragumo also is a good answer, at least to like put some pressure back on. Healing up the villagers getting chased away. It's no problem there either. Is he going to be able to get onto it? Answer? No. Meanwhile, the priests, Spearman also trying to break through here, but this is completely locked off for the time being. No watchtowers in just yet, though it is pre-queued. As some samurai, Naginata riders on the way. Eric on the other side says it's time for Sobek. So a little bit of the Locust shenanigans to come through. As the Guardian and Nubites pulling out of here, and Eric is just going to be pulling all the way back into his main base, it looks like, as he's going to the heroic cage. Can't kind of take a fight, especially with all the healing from the priest there, but now relinquishing just a little bit of this vision that he's set up. I mean, you just look at the map, it's like he's playing with map hacks. Like, it's just, everything is lit up here. He's just got, there's nothing he doesn't see. The Naginata Riders charging in, but they're charging into a whole bunch of spearmen here as Chasing the Sun trying to get in onto this spot. He can drop that Kusanagi down. Chooses not to do so, just charging through, trying to get just a little bit of information in. Eric is about to be heroic age. Now he's there. Migdal's stronghold to come down as well as a monument to the priests. He's just like, these obelisks, they cost me nothing. He's like, how many does he have? He's got 20 obelisks. Might seem like it's free, but these 5 gold times 20, what is that, 100 gold? Is that it? 100 gold spent on all of those obelisks? And he's lost some as well, right? He's lost some as well. Nonetheless, Petsukos now coming through. Chariot Archers, the newly nerfed Petsukos at that, costing an extra favor, having a little bit less HP. Going to be sending those forward to try and hold on this middle position. As Ivory Netsuke getting grabbed. Raijin is pre-queued. I don't like this line which Chasing the Sun is taking versus this amount of priests and the army that he's facing. I don't think you want to be building a single myth unit until you deal with this. So whether that be, I mean, you just got to charge in, drop the god powers and try and take this army out, right? But he's going to kill up the stable. We see a couple of stables getting dropped on the back here. Naginata Rider, Samurai, the units of choice. So much gold in the bank right now for Chasing the Sun. Omniscience costs 100 gold. True. One of the advantages of doing this is that the Miko are going to get spotted over on corners and things like that. As Chasing the Sun just trying to take out these obelisks all over the place. We'll spot that Miko, dives into the shrine, but that Miko is going to get picked off. Meanwhile, random priest over here wanting to set up more obelisks and things like that. There's a camel rider getting poked, trying to get some more kills off. Will it lose its life? It gets picked up. Is that... The Shurikuma does get a huge amount of damage with that throw. Does manage to take it out. People were telling me that this guy's not that strong. There's 150 hack damage with that throw. That's a lot of hack damage. That's a lot. It's very, very good. Build more Shurikumo. Profit. As the medium Naginata riders turning around to take this fight, but those camel riders seem very, very happy to take this one. Good focus fire from Chasing the Sun. Eric not focus firing there. Ends up actually losing that fight. He probably would have won the fight if he focus fired that down, but nonetheless, the military differential, look at it. 4.6k to 1.9k. Eric is in the heroic gauge. He's got 2 Migdols. I almost said ballets. 2 Migdols. He's got a full army here. And Chasing the Sun is yet again back into playing the Chasing the Eric game here, where he has to somehow get this all sorted out. As now Raijin is queued up, so there will be access to a Thunder Burst God Power, plus also the combination of Swampland, Thunder Burst, and then even a Kusanagi to knock them back into the outside of the Thunder Burst and keep you locked in even more. Dojo getting taken down. Eric, does he have any Siege Towers? Siege Towers would be so good here. Charging around onto the left side, trying to get into the main base. Snipes a villager here. Chasing the Sun. Finding this very, very challenging to get into a good spot here as the Swampland gets dropped down. The Thunderburst gets dropped down. The no Kusanagi here. Just drop this one onto the side here, right? Like, you put it on the side and they get pushed back into the Thunderburst. And you get even more damage done, but nonetheless doesn't go for it. Gets a big amount of damage done onto that army there, but now he has to wait for another 3 minutes. A couple of units actually falling here, diving through the swamp. A bit of a mistake from Eric. Has to wait another 3 minutes to get another Swampland off here. However, onto this side, a whole bunch of Siege Towers and a rock drop from Eric as he takes the town center down. Is he going to try and get back into the rock? He tried, but the rock decided to fly off without him. So I don't know if that's worth it there. Huge amounts of damage. Saves 1 Siege Tower on that spot. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4 Siege Towers at 1,200 resources for a town center. Maybe it's worth it. I don't know. Villagers moving forward, they say, I don't need a town center back up. I got to get this gold mine sorted. A castle coming through. Camel riders. The Nubites on the way. It would have worked if he'd put the Siege Towers back into the rock and just took off. That's actually such a strong way to use that rock there. But nonetheless, the Kusanagi gets dropped down, keeps the villagers alive for a little bit longer. 5 seconds remaining on this castle. He will be able to get it up as the army of samurai making their way over here. But look at this army of Patsukos, chariot archers, and all the other good stuff. Eric still trying to snipe these units. They are up to heavy with that Bushido tier there. No, they're only on medium, excuse me. They're not up to heavy yet. Not quite there. There's no real myth units have been getting made as the Patsukos sniping everything. There's the Plague of Serpents here, not actually fighting underneath that castle as the rock drops down yet again. The Siege Tower coming over here to take this out. And Chasing the Sun does not have it in him to hold this position. He does have another Thunderburst here, but you want to drop the Swampland first and then the Thunderburst, if at all possible. And Eric about to break the castle, and that will be him breaking the gold of Chasing the Sun. One other thing is those priests, I don't know where they've gone. They look like they all died. There is an answer here inside of a whole bunch of Raiju, but he doesn't have the gold to get those Raiju out now. He drops himself the Thunderburst a little bit early there without having Swampland. And that there is going to be the game, ladies and gentlemen, I believe, as Eric claims game number 3. I believe the guys are going to be getting close to going into game number 4 right now. This is a recorded game, so we're going to quickly jump back to the draft, and then we'll jump into game number 4 and continue the series along. Alrighty. They are just about to get going with game number 4 as their god picks have been done. And we'll see what the gods are going to be. We do see a Ra versus a Tsukiyomi matchup. Another Egyptian versus another Egyptian versus Japanese affair here. As we can fix up these gods here, and we've got that win for the Isis. Really, really strong showing from Eric. On the other side for the Susanoo, unfortunately, getting that L. We'll see if Chasing the Suns, Tsukiyomi can carry him through here. He's obviously holding on to Uranus and Freyr for the Greeks for game number 5. So he has to get one win versus the big, bad Egyptian of Eric. So we'll see if he's going to be able to make that happen or not. Alrighty. They are just in game, ready to go. Hopefully they are good. Following this game, we will have our final best of 5 for the day. It's going to be Hell's Ravage versus Zukalo. So a really, really, really fun matchup for our final game of the day. Hope you guys are having a fun time hanging out with me. As I mean, this is a lot of fun for me. So I'm living the dream right now. Got about a 2-minute wait until this next one. But okay, let's talk about this matchup. What does Ra bring? We have seen Ra struggle, I think, against the Japanese once today. Did we? I'm trying to remember. There was a Ra that lost a game. Was it against Japanese? It might have been Garneth versus Ethereal. Exactly. We watched this exact matchup on Okuchichibu, and Ethereal managed to find... No, that's not right. It wasn't on Okuchichibu. That was a Hades versus Thor. Was it on Bamboo Grove? It must have been on Bamboo Grove. Nonetheless, we're not on Bamboo Grove here for the next game. We are on the map Elysium. So a nice open map. So very, very different. Very, very different. So I guess we'll see what Chasing the Sun is going to be able to do to try and stop the Eric BRR, or actually more importantly, what Eric's going to be able to do to kind of lock up the Tsukiyomi, because we did not see Garneth managing to succeed there. Nonetheless, we're about to jump into game number 4. Eric, 1 win from getting to the Champions League. Chasing the Sun, 1 win from staying with a chance to get into the Champions League. But if he loses here, he will be going into that Challengers League, which is always a fun place to be. Nonetheless, anyways, let's get into game number 4. Ra versus Tsukiyomi. Eric versus Chasing the Sun. Let's go. And here we go. Into game number 4. Left-hand corner, Eric. Right-hand corner, Chasing the Sun. Map, Elysium. And without further ado, we gotta get these relics figured out. See if there's going to be anything here. And then we can talk about some things that we might see in this matchup. Gungnir Odin Spear. Boosting up those hoplites. Over onto this side, we've got the Heavenly Jeweled Spear. Boosting up the hoplites again. Does this not boost up... Oh, boost up Prodromus, not hoplites. So you've got this one. Wait, where was it? Where was it? You got this one here, which is the Odin Spear, which boosts up hoplite, Herdman, Spearman, Catapultes. And this one over here is the Jeweled Spear, which is exactly the same for everything, except instead of it hitting the hoplite, it hits the Prodromus. Hello? Devs? Please answer yourself. Did the hoplites not hold the spear? I'm got complaints. That's one of the new relics there as well. It's actually really, really good. Big boost of melee attack maximum range can be a very, very big advantage there. Over onto this side, we got the Hecate's Torch. Always nice to make those god powers a little bit cheaper, especially for Ra. Also a little bit for chasing the sun there as well, but Ra for the rains is quite nice. Over here we've got 9 cauldrons. And while we are mid-cast and with not much going on, and I see Karma AOM in the chat, Karma AOM in the chat, please respond to my DM on Discord. Alrighty. Let's have a little look-see at this map. Town center situation, not really the worst thing in the world for Eric. He's got a decent gold mine up here. He can whack these deer underneath the town center and eat them very, very safely. Playing a one town center class. Oh, sorry, that's chasing the sun's town center. Never mind. Eric's town center is really bad. He will not want this town center at all. Yes, there's a gold mine nice and close to it. Very difficult to grab that one. This town center on the right is kind of a little bit more similar to what Chasing the Sun's got, but he has to knock these guys under here, and then he's also got the gold mine here. It's a little bit tricky. I don't actually expect to see a far second town center from Eric here, but being Ra, it is possible to do so against the Japanese. Shifting sands onto it, you can get yourself Skin of the Rhino as well, and make that work. A couple of obelisks getting dropped over here for Eric. He's wandering to the right-hand side of the map. Inari ore coming through as well for Chasing the Sun. As Bast in for Eric. So a little bit of the Bast action. Not too many villages on gold. A couple of villages on food. A couple of villages on wood. No second monument in just yet. Empowering up everything at the moment on the mining camp, the granary, the lumber camp. Houses can also start going down. We'll be dropping a monument to the soldiers now, so he is going for a little bit of extra favor. Doesn't necessarily mean he's going for mass Sphinx. He might be thinking about just utilizing the upgrades from Bast, getting to Heroic Cage, maybe using that Eclipse for some Pitsukos or something like that. Yet again, Eric here, he is going for his obelisk spamming ways. Unlike playing Isis, you don't have that prosperity to get yourself a huge amount of priests out early. It's also a little bit risky playing against Tsukiyomi. You can go for a crazy amount of cavalry really quickly with a new moon getting dropped on the stable. So if, say, an Isis player was to go for that fast priest spammage against Tsukiyomi, you would potentially run into like 5 cavalry sniping them before they get any value. And we do actually see the Sphinx coming through, so it will be Cryo Sphinx. It will be a little bit of pressure here from Eric. No barracks up just yet, just getting his myth units out, moving across the map to snipe a whole bunch of stuff. Obelisk getting taken out and all the other good stuff. And Dojo coming in for chasing. Shrines coming through as well. This Miko searching in to grab that heavenly jeweled spear, it looks like. As you want to keep it away from the spearman for sure, as the Sphinx is trying to chase down this Kitsune, but he's too cute. You can't kill him. You're an angry Sphinx. Go away. Kitsune's going to live. Feeling great. There's the Naginata Riders coming through here. And where to next for Eric? Some barracks now coming in as he does see those Naginata Riders, getting a bit of a read on what's happening before he decides to actually start spamming anything out. So he manages to snipe one Naginata Rider over here. And the game continues along. An armory actually coming down for chasing. There's the Spearman on this spot just in defense for the moment. It's a little bit risky here with the Spearman against all of these cavalry. Not that it's a bad move. The reason why it's risky is because of that swampland. You get caught out, it could be very, very difficult. They're on the Musha. are in a position to defend here. It might be worthwhile to drop the New Moon actually delayed onto the Watermill to give yourself a couple of some defenses or some villager HP or something like that. There's the Armory in, mark it up. The tiniest bit of raid over here, and Eric is respecting that a lot. Says, all right, I'll run, no problems. No units in defense for the time being. Wait, he's not respecting it at all. He lost vision and immediately was like, hang on, I can come back up here. A couple of spearmen are in for the defense here as well. So now chasing, going after a little villager kill. There's no upgrade for them. I'm very confused about what's happening here for Eric. He loses one villager. And Chasing the Sun is now out of here. Meanwhile, Sphinx sitting on this position in the main base for Chasing the Sun. A really, really interesting idea for him would be get to the heroic age for Hachiman. All of a sudden, these Sphinx that Eric's built out, they're not going to be that useful. And he doesn't need a lot of defenses here. He can drop the New Moon onto the towers and get himself some watchtowers in if necessary. If, for whatever reason, Eric gets really, really aggressive at this point. Obelisk getting taken out. The villagers on this back position defended by one on the Musha. I'm really liking the idea here from Chasing the Sun. Hachiman is queued up now. He's going there and he's going to get himself that Shogun. Just a fantastic answer to these Haruko Sphinx. And Eric almost dropping one there to the Onmush. Does so much damage. Also with that Jorogumo there as well. One Axeman to try and take this one out. She'll just pick it up and it'll be dead in an instant. As Eric sitting back, waiting, watching. What is this? What is this Miko holding onto the 9 cauldrons for? The most useless relic for Japan, unfortunately. But it is favor. It is favor income, nonetheless. And how much gold is remaining in the gold mine, though? 1,700 gold. Healing up the Sphinx and all the other good stuff. I wonder if Eric will... surely you just run with the Sphinx. You don't have to delete them. They're not like a behemoth or something that's just going to feed samurai. You can just run the Sphinx away from the Shogun and it's going to be fine. The priest popping... or the spearman popping in here. Chasing the Sun is going. He didn't drop it onto the armory. He dropped it onto the temple. Chasing's doing my strat. He's doing... I'm actually so pumped. He's unironically doing my strat. The Tengu Masters are in. Banks up the wood. Spends all the favor in one foul blow. He gets himself 3 Tengu out. And he is ready to go for a fight. There's only a handful of priests in for Eric at the moment. There's also this very, very strong Swampland as the Tengu Master. Got to be careful not to throw that one away. He does also have himself Ivory Netsuke in now for not for free, for his god power. As the Shogun comes through. And here's the big problem for Eric. He's going to run out of gold. This army is going to be so strong. Swampland on this position. And all of a sudden, what do you do? Yes, you've got the priest. They're going to be really, really strong. But all the rest of the units are going to die. The Shogun is going to have a field day with the priests. And this position here is going to be really tough for Eric to hold on to. Tengu just dives to his death there. Well, takes a little bit of damage, not actually to his death. He does have a lot of HP, it looks like. Only lost 200 HP to the priests for the time being. Actually, no, there's no shifting sands either for Eric, so it's not like he can just bail on that position to go elsewhere. The problem here for Chasing the Sun is 900 food in the bank. He's going to be sending a Naginata rider around the outside looking for a bit of a raid. Let's push in. Going to snipe off the priest. Eric's got to be careful here. Swampland gets dropped down. Locust comes through. Who is going to be the victor at the end of this one? One samurai through as the Shogun trying to get some damage done, but he does get surrounded. All the Tengu getting cleaned up. And this has not been the best of fights for either player here. All the Tengu down, but the villagers can't get onto the gold mine just yet. There's too many samurai here. Eric pulls back. Look, Eric charges forward. The Shogun can just turn and get some damage done. Does decide to just come in with those Ondamusha, almost sniping off the Hariko's Sphinx. Gets one more kill. Up to 354 HP. The samurai taking out the spearman beautifully here. There's a tiny amount of units for chasing the sun. He gets another samurai in as the Ondamusha will be able to snipe down that Betsukos. On the back there, the Shogun will be going down to the villagers here, but not before another samurai spawns. As the villagers falling very, very quickly, and Eric has got no gold in the bank. He is losing so many units, and chasing the sun finds the dub with a brutal 12-minute timing attack. Absolutely catches Eric out in this game. The Tengu might not have seemed like they did much, but do you want to know what they did do? Do you want to know what they did do? They forced Eric to spend a bunch of gold on priests, which means he couldn't spend gold on any other unit that was useful in that moment. On top of that, Swampland, absolutely amazing there for chasing the sun to help him out, but more so the samurai spawns. I don't know how many he got, but he's got 6 samurai left, and I don't think he built that many. But nonetheless, we're going to a game number 5. A decider, 1 game remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to be a champion? Who isn't? Let's jump out into the draft and see what this final matchup is going to be. Alrighty, so we are going in for the final game on Mirage. On Mirage, it's probably going to be out there. It's going to be a Zeus versus Frere affair. This is no surprise to me. I would not generally pick Uranus on this map. It's too thin, the Sky Passage abuse. And I would not generally pick Poseidon on this map with Zeus as the option. So, Mirage, Zeus, Frere, 1 game remaining. 2-2. This is where the palms are sweaty, the knees are weak. Mom's spaghetti. You gotta really focus in for this final game. I've had these games, and it's like the entire time. This is what these players play for. These sorts of moments. Alrighty, let's see. Have they got that lobby in? They've got to sort of sort themselves out before they get going here. As we are about to get into game 5. Well, we're about to start loading. We can talk about the matchup a little bit and maybe why. I mean, I know why Eric picked Zeus here. One, his Zeus is very, very good. He's played Zeus he's probably got more hours in Zeus than nearly anybody else, except for probably, what's his name? Oh, come on. How could I have forgotten the legend? It goes this guy, and then it goes Eric. What's his name? It's not Player. No. Maiden, you know him as well. You know him. No, it's not Divine. Maiden, you know him. He's a vanilla player. He played, it's not King, it's not Peggy. A vanilla player. He played ranked. Brian Chin. Brian Chin has got more hours in Zeus than anyone else ever, and Eric has to be number 2. Oh, dear. Well, looks like the players are in the game. We have to wait for the little timer here. Our final game, Mirage. Oops, that timer is not going to be quite correct. Let me fix that quickly. Okay. Let me finish my thought process. So Zeus is a bit of a comfort pick for Eric. Zeus is a little bit of a comfort pick for Eric. Zeus is good on water maps because you get food boost, which allows you to get your hoplites out and early and get pressure onto your opponent. Also, fast second town centers and playing that way also works kind of fine. Frere on this map, we've already seen Frere be incredible for Divine or for Aetherial today. Absolutely incredible for Aetherial. And my brain's just gone blank. I think I've hit my wall, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just kidding. We're just getting started. We still got another series after this. Are you not entertained? You're not entertained? You must be entertained. Alrighty. 1 minute. 1 minute, guys. Okay. Well. Okay, keys to victory here for Eric. He's got to use his god power as well. He's got to be avoiding the Ghoul and Bursty. He's got to be utilizing things like Underworld to sort of bait out the Tempest and try and avoid that. And he's got to just get that really strong Greek army that's going to feel great. Frere has lost a lot of power in the not a crazy amount of power. Maybe I said a lot of power, too big there. Frere's lost a little bit of power in the recent patch because lost a little bit of economic boost or economic income, whatever you want to call it. But on a water map, that type of stuff doesn't really get felt as much as on a land map for whatever reason. That's my take. I don't know if it's exactly true or not. But nonetheless, Game 5, winner, a champion, loser, a challenger. Let's jump into it. Left side of the map, Eric BR. His first S-tier main event in the palm of his hands. 1 win. And he can put all the haters to rest. Chasing the sun after his second appearance in the S-tier Age of Mythology Retold events. He had a good showing in Mythic Wars. He wants another opportunity to show that he can tango with the big boys. End of the day. There's one game. There's one winner. There's one loser. They can't both win. I wish I could have them both win. I want to see them playing more. Hopefully I do get to see them playing more because we got them. The loser does have that ticket to Challengers League as well. Nonetheless. Relics on the map. Canopic Jar of Imseti. Infantry train time, minus 25%. That's nice there for Eric if he wants to get aggressive early on. Rhea's Crown. Town Center, minus 10% of wooden gold cost there. Up on this side, we've got the Chariot of Sibel. Huge relic here, actually, for Chasing the Sun to help him out early game against any of those early hero shenanigans. If he picks that up, he's going to have those gold lions. He can deal with the Heracles. He can deal with the Jason without needing to overcommit. Up onto the top side, there is the Tusk of Dankang. I love this relic. It's not hugely impactful, but just the fact that I'm going to be getting a whole bunch of pigs throughout the game, the longer I can wait on eating them, the more... the longer my farm transition gets delayed and the better chance I have of winning a game. So it's a nice one. Taking a look at the town centers. Eric has to be happy about this. Does he know yet? Answer, he sees a gold mine in front. He sees the food behind, but does he know? Answer is he does not know. What am I saying you should be happy about? Look at the gold mines. Look at the settlements. No settlement is going to be able to secure a gold mine on this map for Chasing the Sun. So he does not need to care about a town. He does not have to care about a Gullenbursty here affecting any sort of gold staff. He can go for a one town center play here. And it is going to be really, really strong. Recently, the Greeks have gotten a pretty big buff going into this patch. Their Toxotes got boosted. Is that it? Their Toxotes got boosted, and generalist infantry units got their pierce armor reduced. So it's kind of a double buff for the Toxotes. There's a temple coming up for chasing the sun now. Both players are going to have their fishing ships out. You only want to build 9. Oh, do you only want to build 9? Oh, he's only got 8. Okay, no worries. You only want to build 9 fishing ships. Over here, Eric's doing the same. And he's going to be getting a nice, quick classical age in. And let's have a look at what he's actually spotted. He sees the town center. He sees the hunt on here. Beyond the fact that he shouldn't even care if this town center goes up, he could come in and he could kill all of this hunt out on this position here. And that would be making life very, very tricky for chasing the sun. For chasing the sun, what does he do in this situation? Well, he has to get a gold mine. Now, luckily, he does have this back one here. So he should be able to secure that so long as he doesn't try and greed out a second town center. You can get a hill fort down, play defense, but it's going to have to be a somewhat one town center gameplay for chasing the sun, at least through the early stages of this game. Now, unless Eric decides he wants to go for a town center himself here, then all of a sudden things change and chasing the sun can just go, well, we'll just walk into the middle here and maybe grab this one. Or chasing the sun can go crazy here. And I say go crazy as if it's not, it is crazy. It's not actually that crazy. Eric here is looking for his own town center. He might go for this one. He might go for this one. If he goes for the forward one, portable ram all-ins are on the menu for Mr. Chasing the Sun. Eric's going to get himself out his Heracles. The relic did not get grabbed, did not get spotted for either player. So this very, very helpful Golden Lions relic will not have any impact here. So a little bit lucky for Eric that it doesn't get spotted. He is going for this early hero attack shenanigans here as the Ulla will pop. And that's going to mean the units here can get some pretty significant revenge damage in as the Draugr sits on the back. Just trying to poke down that Jason as much as possible as the Heracles to come through. And the villagers will pull off the gold mine, and they will be making their way over to this town center. So the plan here for Eric is to get as much damage done as he possibly can while taking a town center for himself. As the restoration coming through from Eric, he is going full send on this damage early on. Charges him, but now no restoration remaining. Watchtowers is up. A huge spend. The Minotaur falls. The Draugr goes down. Villagers pulling into the tower here to try and keep themselves going. They can turn and start shanking. But Eric will have his town center up very quickly. This villager over here might end up falling. As these two are bailing away from the Heracles. He doesn't lose it. Oh, he does lose it there. A little bit of a turnaround from the villagers, but the Heracles can simply just walk through them. He is so big. He tramples. He's a giant. Eric gets some serious damage early on there with that Jason Heracles attack. And Chasing the Sun gets his Tusk of the Dank hanging, but the town center just about up for Eric. And Chasing the Sun now, he has no idea what he's facing. He hasn't seen a single hoplite. If Eric can show a hoplite as fast as possible here, he could make... If Eric had played... I mean, he's played a really, really good opening, but if he'd been able to get out a military academy and a hoplite and get this town center, he could have faked Chasing the Sun into the fact that maybe Eric was going for a big, fat one town center play. Now, we know that's not what's happening. Chasing the Sun doesn't know what's happening. He sees some hoplites now, but it's 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. How has he only got 2 hoplites? Where's the rest of the army? How do I have a free hill fort coming up over here? You got to be asking those questions as Chasing the Sun. Now, he's got 1 or 2 options now. He can either play a chase game, where he goes for literally, he's yet again chasing Eric, chasing Eric's economy, or he can be the madman. He can go for throw an axeman. He can go for raiding cavalry. He can go for a portable ram. The gold mines are not good here for Eric. But Chasing the Sun doesn't know that. In fact, he sees the gold mine over here, and if you aren't aware, as we are seeing the raiding cavalry coming in, if you aren't aware, the gold mine can spawn on the right side there for Chasing the Sun, whereas it can spawn behind the town center for Eric. But it doesn't. That's not what's happened here. A little bit of an attack to come in. There's enough units here. Let's Guardian Hill Fort will be up. There's 52 favor in the bank, so we're going to find out very, very shortly what type of play Chasing the Sun is going for. It looks to me like it's going to be a town center. Womp womp. Womp womp. I wanted to see the Rams. He might actually be going for a heroic age. Just lots of resources in the bank for Chasing the Sun. Now the town center is up. A significant villager advantage will be coming in for Eric. And he's going to be going heroic age now. Apollo on the way. Going to be looking for some sort of an underworld play. As the raiding cavalry wandering through here, trying to find their way over onto this side. Can't be throwing away units like this. The raiding cavalry going to be dying to the town center. Not ideal. Chasing the Sun will be moving over here. One very low HP villager. Doesn't know that there's no... He doesn't know that there's hunt back here. That's the thing. He has seen giraffe over here, so he knows that there's hunt somewhere. As the hoplites come through for Eric. Town center now up on this side. Chasing the Sun can get to the heroic age pretty quickly here and get his upgrades through as well. As he's just running around here, but he's losing HP. Eric's defended very, very well thus far. Playing an incredibly strong opening. The only problem for him is he doesn't have restoration in anymore. So he could be very much susceptible to many, many different types of attacks. Does he get the villager pick? No. Losing a maybe losing a raiding cavalry here as well. No, he gets out of there, but I mean he has to wait a long time to get those healed up. As A-Gear is pre-queued, but a full 90 seconds it looks like behind here. Actually, it's even more because he's out of gold. As Eric is going to drop his fortress down. He's going to go straight to the Mythic Age. He needs to defend the gold mine, obviously. That's the plan here. He's been gold starved one too many times in this game, and he's like, not going to get gold starved this game. Get the fortress up, play the game, and see what happens. There's a raiding cavalry. Looking for some shenanigans here. The Manticore cleaning everything up here as well. And Chasing the Sun did find that Golden Lions relic, but too little too late. And the hoplites dealing with all of these raids from Chasing the Sun. Chasing the Sun's got a lot of units here, though. 20 seconds away from this fortress being completed. Is there any way that this attack is going to get any significant damage done? Hoplites here going to be really, really strong with those medium upgrades, but the Throw-in Axeman as well going to be fantastic against the hoplites. The fortress is 1 second from completion. Does finish up. Hoplites to dive inside of the fortress, and Chasing the Sun will need to bail on this spot. Lose a couple of units on the retreat. Almost gets that Throw-in Axeman there, but so far so good for Eric. A-Gear coming through. Whole bunch of raiding cavalry, Throw-in Axeman, all of the good stuff. We do also see the Salt Amphora technology in. Is that coming through on the other side for Eric? No, he doesn't grab it. He wants Hera as fast as he humanly can. Min defending here, only a handful of hoplites. This is super risky. If Chasing the Sun has any inkling this is happening. Rams, 3 Rams, full spend, and go. And then that lightning storm will hurt him, but he's going to get a lot of villager kills before he loses the army, which allows him to then rebuild everything and be in a good spot. Let's hair up. Coming through. Longhouse coming up for chasing the sun. Does spot some villagers over here. Needs to get something happening, but there's still a handful of units in. Like, the differential in military is equal here. Chasing the sun doesn't really have anything to do at the moment. He's pulling back. I mean, what he could do is drop a fortress down. Could be a nice way to play around this lightning storm. Obviously, he doesn't know it's coming in, but still. Villagers getting sniped over onto this spot. Couple of very low HP villagers in the main base, but Eric is just playing a very defensive game, trying to get himself into this position where he's just not going to be losing against this Norse army. But Chasing the Sun kind of has a feeling that this is going on. He drops the Tempest down. The hoplites can just dive into the town center. You don't have to sit here and take this fight. And that's exactly now what he's going to be doing. Villagers, I mean, there's only 25 spots here. Villagers will be going down. This is the damage that Chasing the Sun needs to do to punish this Mythic Age from Eric. Comes in, gets a whole bunch of kills. The army popping out. This is heavy raiding cavalry, a huge amount of units. Eric doesn't need to fight this. He's got Lightning Storm coming through. He needs to use that to get that revenge fire in and stabilize here with his Mythic Age. It's the town center getting torn down. It's not going to be fast enough. Comes around trying to take down some units here. And there's the Lightning Storm onto the position as the entirety of Chasing the Sun's army. Not even the entirety. He retreats out. Does he get out with all of his stuff? No, he doesn't get out with all of his stuff there. A couple of units do manage to survive. But Chasing the Sun drops down to 90 population. He doesn't need to panic here. There is no need to panic. He's got the villager advantage. We are seeing a fortress coming up. There is a very scary unit out, though. Bellerophon is through this town center, attempting to go up. It's just not going to be possible for Chasing the Sun. Chasing the Sun needs to delay as much as he possibly can right now and just sit back on the villager advantage that he has, recoup the losses, get himself some units out, and then find his own advantage with his own Mythic Age God power. A couple of raiding cavalry Jarls coming in through. Godi. We've got the Vidar actually pre-queued here as well. So the house gets taken out. Chasing the Sun's longhouse getting taken out. This gold mine's going to get secured so that Eric does not get gold starved yet again. So far, so good for Eric. He's playing a great game thus far. But so too is Chasing the Sun. He's made a lot of really good decisions. Underworld onto this backside as Eric says, what's the next thing I got to do? We got to hit him while he's going to the Mythic Age. Take his town center down. Gullenbursty is available. The army is not in. And is Chasing just going to be sacking the town center? No, he drops that Gullenbursty. Going after the units here. And Eric says, great. Now we don't have to deal with that. And we can just play the game. No problems. A little dot coming up there. That one gets denied as the army coming through. Gullenbursty with all of that crush damage, hack damage as well. He's got to take out the underworld because the units can just come back in here. There's not that much army for Chasing the Sun. That being said, it is risky to pop back through here. And Eric says, I don't need to be there. Let's take out the Asgardian Hill Fort. There's a gold mine over on this side. No problems for Chasing just yet. Takes down the dock, takes down the underworld. Asgardian Hill Fort to fall. 232 favor in the bank for Chasing the Sun. You thought the Tempests were over. You thought, no. The army coming in for Chasing the Sun. If he can drop the Tempest and Inferno on top of this army, he can literally erase it in an instant. But he doesn't go for it. Eric's pulling back. He's getting his third town center. Of all the game 5s I think I've ever watched, I think this is going to be one of those special ones here. This is so close. A really good Tempest, a really good Inferno. Can Eric avoid all of the pain that's going to be coming his way momentarily. Turns around. The Inferno coming in. The hoplites, heavy hoplites pulling away. Completely whiffs on the army, but still gets a little bit of fire off onto that one as the town center will be getting taken out. Eric, he's got himself a restoration here to get his units back up to full HP. The town center will be going down. Fafnir joining in at the top as those cavalry units need to pull back all of the upgrades coming through for Chasing the Sun. Does he have enough to finish off the town center? Answer is yes. The Fafnir going to be going down quickly there to those double heroes. 300 gold over to Eric. Claimed. That's another Bellerophon that he can be building there. And Chasing the Sun gets some revenge fire with the Inferno, but that's all it was. He didn't really cause too many problems for Eric. The town center fell, but I mean, that just equalized Eric on the villager count. Now we are equal villagers. Chasing did take a little bit too many losses there. The only problem here for Eric is that Chasing the Sun is Frere. And look at these upgrades. He's going to be Iron. Full Iron. What's Eric at the moment? He doesn't have a single armory upgrade. Eric has 0 armory upgrades. Full Iron coming in. Plus... Oh, no champion infantry coming just yet. A little bit of a mistake. The champion cavalry is on the way. The villagers over on this right side. Eric's got the initiative here. He needs to be thinking about, I got to get the gold cut. I got to get that gold cut. And he's got to get these gold mines secured, because this is where you lose a game at this moment. 4,000 gold remaining over here. He needs this 6,000. He needs this 6,000. Chasing the Sun also needs those things. The Pegasus spot the villagers here. A couple of hoplites will make their way over to that side now. There's no military here. However, with the Berserk upgrades coming through, you can just convert a whole bunch of villages here. There's no problem with that to just defend this as Chasing the Sun looking to make another big attack in over here, but not going to be able to make all that happen. Villagers on this side getting taken down as well. Chasing the Sun is at full population, but he doesn't have his last town center. He's trying to get himself that fortified town centers in. Eric on the other side going to be doing the same thing. His iron upgrades now through, but does he have enough stuff to break through this army? I don't know if he does. We see over here, Berserks get converted. Tempest, for a second time, does get dropped down as Eric pulls through the town center into the fortress. Garrisons everything up here. Chasing's, oh no, Chasing's champion cavalry gets blocked up there by conscript cavalry. Pops out with all the hoplites. It's looking like Chasing's army is getting taken up. Where is the rest of Chasing's army? It just looks like he's got a bunch of, I don't know where his army is. It feels like he's so far behind in terms of the blob factor. I don't know what's going on. He's got units flying over or running over onto this bottom side here, looking for someone to take out. Chasing needs to get his third town center up. Wait, he doesn't need to take this out. Just rotate here, claim this gold mine. Maybe even plant a hill fort over here as well. Chasing the Sun is just hitting his head into this position. As the villagers do bail over there, the hoplites are quickly in hot pursuit for the time being. The Jarls, very, very scary, very, very strong. Does Chasing the Sun have himself Freya's gift yet? Yes, he does. So these guys are incredibly meaty. 314 HP. Also has that Twilight of the Gods there to get himself an extra 10%. So now Chasing moves over and try and grab his town center. Grab this gold mine. It's probably the most important for sure. Hoplites managing to take out the Jarls over on this side. Eric can come over onto this spot. We'd love to see some walls. And this is where the magic happens. This is where the late game comes in. These decisions are everything. The army on the town center getting caught out. On the hill fort, trying to build, denying the town center. This is what Eric needs to do to get some advantage in this game. Chasing the Sun, more units piling in onto this position. He's fallen behind on villager, on income, but his army is so strong because there's no armory upgrades for Eric. Even these berserks, they've got all their upgrades. They are going to be absolutely dominating this army. The Jarls are here. The Peltas, great control from Eric. But Chasing the Sun is winning this fight. Though he's pulling back, he is winning this fight. He has the armory advantage, and it's absolutely gigantic. Eric pulls back. He's got to be realizing soon that something is awry here. He's late game Greek. He's supposed to be, but the pressure, the mental pressure, as the Jarls are everywhere, the mental pressure of tournament, forgetting fundamentals like this, getting those armory upgrades, is hurting Eric so much here. The town center will finish up for Chasing. He's got himself the gold mine here. This gold mine is also up for grabs for Chasing the Sun. The villagers diving into the town center. Towers going down here. Now it's not over for Eric. He can still drop a couple of armories, get his upgrades in, and try and push back here. However, Chasing the Sun is going for a Titan. A fight onto this side. Restoration is a good way to play around the armory problems that Eric's got. Hill Fort up, and now Eric's starting on those upgrades. He sees the copper armor. He's got a long way to catch up. That's a lot of resources there. A lot of lost units in this game that he has to catch up on. A couple of units just hanging on this gold mine. I want to see a Hill Fort down there. This game is going to be lost. Won and lost for Eric based off of, well, one, the Titan that's coming for him from Chasing the Sun and whether or not Eric can get to his own Titan. And two, this gold mine down the bottom. If there's a Hill Fort down there, these villagers move down and start mining that gold mine first and foremost. Things could look very rough for Eric. Chasing the Sun's got his entire queue filled with units. Couple villagers getting sniped up here as the Toxotes going down. Bronze weapons, crenellations, hoplites. Eric is at full pop right now. Doesn't have another restoration for a little bit. Can bolt something if need be. The Jarl's charging in to take villagers down onto the left. Bellerophon getting called upon yet again. Chasing the Sun still killing off an armory. If he kills off the armory, he stops the armory upgrades. Now bronze armor coming through for Eric as the army from Chasing the Sun charging in to take down the town center. Can Eric defend against this? He's got to get over here and take a fight, I guess. But nonetheless, these are burning pitch throw and action getting bonus damage. The town center will end up falling, but it's a good engagement from Eric here onto this army. Takes down a bunch of berserks here. He's got the Hypaspist out as well. The town center immediately gets thrown back out. But Chasing the Sun says it's time for a Titan Gate. Eric is so far from a Titan. But he could cancel everything and go for one. Or he could try and rely on Zeus and his heroes. Bellerophon, Jason, Heracles, Odysseus can take down a Titan. But it is a very, very tough ask. And this Titan is going up fast. Eric needs to do something. He's been playing defense for so long. There's a Hill Fort getting cleaned up. And we do see now exactly what I wanted Chasing to do several minutes ago. But better late than never. Hill Fort, secure the gold mine. Eric's gold, 1,500 left. Eric's going for his own armory. The Jarl's charging through. Eric can drop that Titan Gate somewhere safe, maybe underneath this position. I don't know. The Hoplites do spot this position. They see the Titan Gate, the town center going down. Plenty of thrown axemen here to just get pulled off and defend against this. Eric will be pulling back here. He can't afford to sacrifice gold at the moment. The Jarls are getting destroyed in the main base. Good defense from Chasing the Sun. Has slowed down the Titan Gate ever so slightly, as now Eric can drop his Titan Gate somewhere. But where do you drop it? He's still got 90 population of villagers. He drops it right in the center of his base. He's got one villager on it. Dangerous. The units are in. The hill fort is still a ways away, but these berserks can clean all these villages. The units here for Eric, he's not seeing the hill fort. He's focused elsewhere at the moment. He finally notices 14 seconds on this one. There is a tower here, but luckily for Eric, he does manage to prevent. It looks, is he? 5 seconds, 4 seconds. I mean, the hoplites can take it down in an instant. So he doesn't actually need to mine, and he does manage to stop this hill fort from going up. But the Titan is coming. Does Chasing the Sun see where the Titan Gate is? Answer, no. He's scouting with a legendary Jarl. The Titan Gate can move forward here. He's got to get through this wall, though. Just Chasing the Sun, getting the entirety of the map sorted out. He's got to get this gate in. Eric's got every villager he owns. 68 seconds for the Titan to come through for Eric in this game. The Titan wandering in immediately. The four brothers of Zeus coming in to try and take the Titan down. But there's too many units here for Chasing the Sun. Eric's pulling back. If he gets onto the Titan Gate, it's all over. You can't finish that one. 40 seconds remaining because he hits every villager. He kills every villager with the strikes. Does Chasing the Sun see this? Not just a huge hit onto the Toxotes. He takes them all out. Eric is 70% here. He sees the Titan Gate. 20 seconds remaining. He's got to click on it though. He has to click on it, and now he's making his way over there. Disaster for Eric. 18 seconds remaining. The villagers will start to die. They've got a huge amount of HP. 13 seconds. Is it going to be? He drops Tempest. Is that going to be enough? He's going to be healing. The restoration from Eric. 5 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. The Titan falls and the game is over. I'm speechless. What a game, what a series. What a game, what a series. Congratulations, you're in order. Chasing the Sun is going to Champions League. He's going to go tango with the big boys. Eric BR not able to make it. We got to get on to the next game. That was such a good series. That was such a good game. I don't have any other words. I'm speechless. Like the game speaks for itself. the game speaks for itself. The series speaks. Both of these guys can hold their heads high. We have another match coming up very shortly. I'll be back in moments. I need to compose myself. We've got Hell's Ravage versus Zucolo coming up for the final champion to be placed. And ladies and gentlemen, this is just the start. This is just the start. Going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. The throw and action, great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful. And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Drago over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one. He charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've had 3 series thus far. 3 victors. Mosca, Aetherial, Chasing the Sun. If you missed any of those series, they were all top-notch. There's one more remaining for tonight. Zucolo versus Hell's Ravage. Well, I don't know what else to say other than let's check out the draft and see what we're going to be seeing. Are flipped around. What am I watching right now? Abaxi, so much for the 10 gifted. Thanks, my dude. Legend. Okay. Hell's Ravage. First picks Susanoo. Zucolo first picks Tsukiyomi. That's wild. Absolutely insane. I don't believe it. Is that must be our first Susanoo first pick. All right, let's see what's going on here. Have these guys jumped into the game yet? Are they going to start in 3 minutes? All right. Drop game lobby, please. All right, let's talk about this shenanigans here. Yeah, the Susan ace pick from Hells. That's a wild one from Hells there. He does get his Fushi. He does get his Frere. He also goes Aranos. Am I sure that this is Hell's Ravage's draft and he's not on the right side? The right side is looking a lot more like a Hell's Ravage type draft. You got that Tsukiyomi that's really good at... I guess he doesn't really play the Isis. He does play Matarasu. He does play Loki. I guess, after all, two best gods in this patch are indeed Uranus and Susanoo. So I'm not surprised to see Hells working that one out. I did show him... Wait, did I play versus Hells with Uranus? I think I did. I played a lot of games versus Hells. I'm like, of all of the players in this competition right now, I think the Hells Ravage is my training partner for this competition. Oh dear. And an interesting draft nonetheless. First map is on Mirage, of which Susanoo is a ridiculously good god on. I have not seen anyone actually try that one just yet. The reason why Susanoo is so good there is you don't have to worry about any of that early game stuff or as much of that early game stuff. You can defend very, very easily with a whole bunch of different sort of ideas. And you can then get into a big myth unit push in the middle, and that can be really, really strong. I mean, what else has Hell's got? He's got Frere. We just saw Frere being incredibly effective on Mirage. There's also Zeus for Zukolo on that Mirage there in the end. Hells has also got Hades, which can work nicely on Mirage. We did see the Set and the Shenong get banned out, and funnily enough, maybe Zukolo doesn't play the Chinese. I don't really know what his god pool is. Hells just grabs the new wire at the very end. Another decent god for Mirage as well. Alrighty. We are ready to go, or they should be ready to go. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, what a time to be alive. Schmack. And we are going to have to just wait. They're in the game. They're playing. We're just going to have to wait for the spectator thingamajiggy. And this is going to be a nice series, I think. Oh, I didn't see what the actual gods they're playing on this map is. I'm sure they did that already. All right. So it is going to be, ooh, spicy. 2 unexpected picks. Can you guys guess what? You got 1 minute and 35 seconds to guess. Quick, in the chat. 2 unexpected picks for this map. Somewhat unexpected. Not Loki Hades. Not Suko Uranus. Kronos, we see 1 Kronos. That one's correct. We haven't seen the other god yet. We haven't seen the other. Nope, still not there. Come on, guys. Let's get this one sorted. Come on. It is Kronos. Kronos is one of the gods. The other player is the one god none of you guys have said yet. Fushi! Fushi versus Kronos. Kronos is unexpected because Zeus is there, because Isis is there. Both of those gods are amazing on this map. Kronos is also kind of decent too. But yeah, it's a little unexpected just on the fact that you're expecting Frere as the god you're playing against, and I don't know about you guys. I don't like playing Kronos versus Frere. That's a tough matchup. That's a tough matchup for anyone. Nonetheless, one more series remaining for today, and then the tournament begins. Tomorrow, we might actually have ourselves... I was hearing rumors that we might actually be having a game already scheduled for tomorrow. There's a couple of players who have been waiting very quietly behind the scenes for the main event to start. I don't want to drop any names, but you know, there's 8 people who we haven't actually seen a single game from. So there is somewhat of a chance. I don't know if it's actually happening or not. So I don't want to. Anyways, we're going to be jumping into game number 1. Hell's Ravage, Zukolo, the final champion to be crowned. Let's get into it. In the right-hand corner of the map, it's Hell's Ravage. In the left-hand corner of the map, it's Zukolo. A Frere versus Kronos. Not Frere. What am I talking about? My brain has left me. A Fushi versus Kronos affair here. Well, this is going to be fun. Do you see the Peach Blossom Spring coming down here? One huge advantage for playing Fuxi on this map, and it's an advantage for all of the Chinese, is the fact that your dock has got a decent amount of favored land that you can grab early on. So it means that not only do you get that boosted fish economy, but you also get the boosted favor economy, which can then get which can then be a really, really nice thing for you, just to either spam out Qualifier or to spam out Chillin, or even to go for a whole bunch of Yatsa if you decide to go the Chi Yao route. Checking out some relics on the map over on this right-hand corner. Zhurang is here. Wall regeneration rate plus 10 per second. Over here, we've got the Hori's hunting bow. Plus 5% villager gather rate for the huntables. Over on this side, we've got the armor of Achilles. Damage vulnerability to hack, minus 5%. Over on this side, Thundercloud Shawl, minus 5% to pierce. I gotta say, I got no idea what this matchup is gonna look like. This is sort of why I said it was somewhat unexpected. Like, you've got Kronos here, which, you know, you can do a time shift idea over onto this water, but I mean, is that really going to be that useful? Maybe time shifting it later when you get to the heroic age and you can make an extra Nereid or something. So idea would be to, drop the fishing ships into the dock, time shift the dock, let it complete, start the dock back up and finish that one just as the dock finishes the time shift, and you will get that Nereid over onto this side for free. Well, the first free one. But then again, so does the Hell's Ravage Fuxi also get the same thing, so you can just defend that as well. There is also a deconstruction idea here from actually Zucolo. If Hells doesn't drop the second temple, or not the second temple, I just see a temple drop when I say temple, the second dock here, there is the potential for a deconstruction with some fire ship spam. Because fire ships are going to be able to deny a second dock from coming up because you can utilize them to take this stuff out. Like the villages out and things like that from the shore. So yeah, it would be in Hell's Ravage's best interest to just say, I'll just grab the extra favor just in case, to have the extra docks, just in case anything comes in. That being said, could use the Zhennu to get the Vanish in, and then that's going to be able to build up the dock anyways without any problems. As Prometheus coming through for Zucolo. Is he going to time shift the temple? Does he have a second dock coming up? Answers, no. It could all just be fakes here. There is a perfectly reasonable strategy here for Kronos, which is just drop second town center, fast heroic off the 2 TCs, go for something like that as one deconstruction comes down and another dock simply for Hells coming through as well. But both players have roughly the same amount, the same advance time here. Is it only 2 Qualifier for Hells? It is only 2 Qualifier for Hells. Huh? He's stolen the Peach Blossom Spring. God. Put a building on it. Put a building on it. You crazy man. The Pheasant coming over here, looking to maybe drop a dock again. Has to be careful against the Prometheans here, as looks like he has spotted that for the time being. The Prometheans coming up here. Still no dock, so he's not time shifting anything. Does drop a house over onto this side. As the Imperial Academy comes down, an immediate Najjar will be out, and that should be enough of a safety net here for him. And we are indeed going to be seeing the town center coming for Zucolo. I like this strategy a lot from Zucolo. A lot of fake pressure in, a lot of making Hell's Ravage uneasy about what's coming for him, while just playing a really, really solid strategy. Really solid against China. Nothing too crazy. You go for the town center, you get a big economy, you get a huge advantage in the mid game. You can push with destroyers, behemoth, and all of that stuff, and it can be very, very tough for an basically it's gonna be very tough for a Fuji player to deal with that. Nonetheless, a villager pick there from Zuklo early on. Got to feel good as the Chillin into the main base of Zuklo, trying to see what's coming from his way. Does spot one counter barracks here. No, he doesn't spot the counter barracks, actually. He's coming over onto the top side. Does see the town center. Going to be losing an Oracle. And the double Chillins going after these villages. I wouldn't be surprised to see Hells go incredibly aggressive here. The gold mines are all forward. And everything I've seen out of Hells tells me he loves a little bit of aggression in this game. Especially if he can... He's basically like taking a book out of... a page out of B's book. And it's like, if I can just mix a whole bunch of myth units in and get a whole bunch of units in on one town center, when the gold mines aren't that good, when the matchup allows it, it's going to be really good for him. He's very, very strong in this sort of style. But Zukalo's gotten some pressure. The Oracle is also sitting there waiting, watching. For any point, he can drop the dock up onto this top side. Jar coming in. We'll be able to snipe down some of those Prometheans there. As the Zukalo still not exactly sure. He does see everything. He's got vision on everything at the moment. Heart of the Titans coming through for Zukalo as well. He wants to get those heroes in as fast as possible. You can actually, once you get that Heart of the Titans technology, and you can sort of bank up the resources and catch your opponent off guard by heroizing them near instantly in the fight, and be able to like snipe off a myth unit or something very quickly. So it's actually a pretty good technology, sort of overlooked a little bit. As the Nijar coming in, does spot an Oracle just hanging out here. That one's going to get sniped down. But Zukalo's already got himself out 4, and he's going to keep on pumping them through, I think. It's going to get picked off. No. Nijar, not able to take him down. Up onto this side, the temple will get cleaned. Well, at least a little bit of damage. As the Chillin still charging around, trying to find villagers to snipe. Not quite able to get any serious damage done just yet. But I mean, if he gets in and picks off the villagers or something like that, it could be really strong hero termite. That's what I'm talking about. Immediately converting those. As Hells needs to pull back into his main base and deal with the raids coming forward. He hasn't really gotten himself any javelin ears in, which is what he needs. And Zukalo yet again steals this Peach Blossom Spring. Hells has not put this one down very nicely. He's going up to the heroic age, going through Gong Gong. Little bits of damage here, sniping the range units on that retreat. Picks off another Fire Archer. As the Chillin coming back in to say g'day. Meanwhile, Zukalo also going to the heroic age here. Oh, and that one big fat burn there from the Chillin comes through, trying to take these guys out. But, I mean, Zukalo, he's got to get out of it. He's trying to get to the next age himself. Shouldn't really be up here. The temple, unfortunately, looks like it will end up getting sniped. You can't really time shift this away. It's just going to die anyways. A couple of Terma to actually come in and put some pressure onto this. There's the time shift. There's a bit of a pushback. Nice idea here from Zukalo. He can't really fight this, especially with the Chillin getting that special ability in. You can see it's available, so you can just turn around and zap the units if he wants. There he goes. Come forward. Big zap. Get a kill. Get 2 kills. Come back. Wait for the special. Rinse, repeat. Now, the heroic age is in for Hells. But what does he get from this heroic age? Obviously, you get the stronger Nijar. Didn't actually build that one out, though. The gold mine over here just about expired. He's going to be dropping a Bowel Lay in his main base here. Is his plan to jump onto this Peach Blossom Spring and go for a Mythic Age? He might just go for fast Mythic, but... Oh, Zukalo, I think he's made a bit of a mistake here. If Zukalo goes for Bria right now, times just the temple back in, he can literally just walk through this base, and it's going to be so hard for Hells to defend all of this. Nonetheless, he's moving up. onto the Peach Blossom Spring. Going to take that one. It is on food, so he has to convert it over. I just got my eye on that just in case he's not going for it. But it looks like this is going to be somewhat of a fast mythic here as the gold's coming in. Lots and lots of hero Terma at the moment as the Chillin popping through, almost losing one of them. And they will be able to heal themselves up slowly, but that's a big amount of damage there. On the backside for Zucolo, he's getting his military barracks up. I wouldn't be surprised to see a palace getting thrown down fairly shortly. He's got a good answer for Qinglong and stuff like that, but the Great Flood will be able to take out a lot, if not every single one of these Terma. They are very, very flimsy to that Great Flood. Never mind. I lied. There is no Great Flood coming. This is a heroic age all in. Firstly grabbing the Peach Blossom Spring, and then Hells is going to push out of his base and try and make something happen here. Meanwhile, Mass Terma... I haven't seen Mass Terma in a while. I have not seen Mass Terma in a while. So the Vanish onto this side. We do see those White Cavalry. White Horse Cavalry on the way. Does not have himself the Hooves of the Wind. And now Hell's finishing up over... He can come onto this gold mine now, but he is falling really far behind. Wait, is he not building villages? No, he is. I'm stupid. Okay. Seeing Sages come in. We are seeing Tai Chi on the way as well. The Sage to steal away a Satyr or something does make some sense. Still no palace. There is a palace now coming up for Zucolo. And now Hells is under attack. He does get hit by the very mid-game fire ship attack, and Hells is not prepared for this at all. I like this idea. Not going for it too early. Picks off 3 fishing ships. I don't think he got the Nereid though, right? Or did he? No, he didn't get the free Nereid. So little mistake. There's the White Horse Cavalry coming in. Now going to start getting their raids. Not able to pick off any just yet. There's only 4 manners around, so these citizens are not safe. Not all of them. As Hell's now moving on to this side. Temple gets taken out. Lots and lots of units here for Zucolo. As the White Horse Cavalry getting the damage done. We do see a big chaos coming through here from Zucolo at the moment. Trying to snipe a couple of units. The Tao Wu getting sniped by the hero Terma. Takes a long time for that bad boy to go down with all of that Pierce armor. Meanwhile, heavy White Horse Cavalry onto the back line. Not going to be enough. Zucolo's army does look very, very strong here. What is Hell's using all the favor on? He still hasn't gotten Hooves of the Wind. It's such a critical technology for Gormang if you're going to be going for White Horse Cavalry. It boosts the speed. It gives a vulnerability to hack. Or reduction to vulnerability to hack there. Deconstruction onto the bow lane. The villagers will have to pull back here. Meanwhile, a third town center coming down for Zucolo now is he's just like, I'll just keep taking more of the map because why not? Fortunately, the fire ship's still a little bit idle here. And now the one town center of Hells is the player in trouble here. The player not able to get gold. Heavy Contarius getting charged after town center. Looks like it will be finishing up for Zucolo. Town center of Zucolo going to be getting beaten down over here, but there's just not... I don't know if he's got enough stuff here. I mean, the Terma are not useful here. So you look at all of this military resource value, these Terma, they're only good at really killing off the Chillin. So, Hells probably wins the fight. And the fact of the matter that there are a whole bunch of Satyr here, which are a bit of a problem. As the fire ship getting baited in underneath these docks. We'll see if Hells can deal with all of this or not. Down onto the bottom side looking for anything to raid. But the ballet is now up. And there will be another deconstruction very shortly. But not only that, Atlas is coming through. Zucolo's economy is so strong right now. As the Chillin get off yet more damage with that special. Those White Horse Cavalry coming around onto the back, trying to catch Zucolo in his grasp here. Big damage onto those Terma on the back. Can Hells break through here or not is the big question. Lots and lots of Halberdier. Should be very strong here, but the Chaos gets dropped down. The healing, though, from those Chillin is going to be an amazing assistance for Hells. It looks like he's able to completely dominate this army. I did say that those Terma were not of any value there for Zucolo. And he loses everything on that spot. But Hells has still got an absolute mountain to climb now. Zucolo can get himself full. Fontarius is going for Arcus as well. He's about to have an implode. If he hits the implode and gets everything killed off, then all of a sudden, Hells has got nothing remaining. He's only got this army here. No real resources in the bank. Still trying to just pump out White Horse Cavalry. As the hero Contarius getting converted there. Charging up to the Chillin. Snipes one. There's two more remaining. Two more remaining at full HP. But those White Horse Cavalry are just doing work. No real answer at the moment. Not making any of those catapulties. The Arcus aren't really a good option here. But Mythic Age now in for Zucolo. Does he just drop the implode? He's holding on to it for now. Palace over onto this side. Hells trying to find his way here. The Argus drops down that special ability. Unfortunately for Zucolo, he can't stun them there, and they just walk over it, no problems. There is that Najjar who can snipe them very quickly. Picking off an Oracle onto this side. The White Horse Cavalry spotting this gold mine. There is one really risky problem here for Zucolo, but he's got the gold still coming in, and it's that is him getting gold starved. Some Fanatics coming through for Zucolo. A good option against the White Horse Cavalry Dow Swordsman. As the Argus here will end up going down, it looks like. But also the Najjar does get sniped. Arcus picking off a couple of units. Straggler units here as well. Another Oracle does get spotted. How's the market situation? Can still sell wood at the moment if he wants to. But it looks like Hells is just not quite able to make happen what he wants to have happen in this game. The village is popping into the town center. Over onto this side, the Dow Swordsman getting sniped. Heavy White Horse Cavalry coming forward here as well as those Arcus pulling back, and we'll see if the Hell's Ravage army can break through this or not. More White Horse Cavalry onto the back for the time being. And Zucolo's score is just pulling further and further ahead. But the army comp that he's building, it just doesn't beat the White Horse Cav. Hells pulls in, gets on top of the Arcus. He's taken the Arcus out yet again. The military differential is literally equal, but the villager differential is doubled. And it's doubled at 100 nearly to 50. Citizens falling on this position, up onto this spot, Chillin getting pulled away. Zucolo does still have implode. You're absolutely right. But what are you going to use it on? There's no units to use. What is this game? What am I watching at the moment? I don't even know. Chillin's getting chased down. We're going to see a fourth town center getting grabbed anytime soon. Over onto this side. A couple of citizens making their way in as the champion Contarius gets taken out. Zucolo does notice it. He's pulling back for the time being. Snipes another citizen. I mean, every citizen snipe here. Basically, he needs to kill off like 3 citizens to stay like 3 sentences every 20 seconds or whatever it is to stay equal. 20, 25, 30 seconds, whatever it is. Yeah, 30 seconds to stay equal. Well, equal on the deficit that he's facing. Everyone to this side does spot another gold mine going up. Hells doesn't know anything about the score. He doesn't care. This gold mine is expired. Over on this side, Zucolo's grabbing another gold mine. He is getting his army in. Does he have armory upgrades? Kind of. On the other side, Hells doesn't even have an armory. He has 0 armory upgrades as well. Whitehorse Cav coming over here, spotting both of these positions, trying to get some villa picks here. Deconstruction over onto this side, however. That takes down the forest protection here. Hells falls for the oldest trick in the book. Don't use forest protection on a ballet versus Chronos. Always on town center or village center if you don't want it to be deconstructed. There's the Whitehorse Cav pulling up to this top side. They see another attempt at a palace over here. Has to take the fight first and foremost. No, goes after the citizens. Picks 2 of those. We see another forest. I keep forgetting the name of that. Another forest protection in. Trying to hold on to this 1,000 gold for some reason. I don't know why I'm watching Fanatics getting spilled catapulties. What is this game? And Zucolo popping through onto this. Still building. Still Gontarius. Just nothing but raiding units. Age of Cavalry. These guys went onto Reddit and they saw the Age of Cavalry post and they took it to heart. They're like, I'm only going to build Horse Archer or Cavalry unit. That's it. Horse good unit. I'm losing my mind at this point. There's a Gontarius coming up to this position. They do spot some villagers on this gold mine, and the economy of Hells is really falling flat. And in the 23rd minute here, after a good try of it, he does tap out. Not quite able to get that gold star he wanted. He took a little bit too much time with getting this all set up. Maybe if he just stayed classical age, pumped units, and just prevented these gold mines in the front from getting grabbed, this could have been a really, really interesting game, but I think Hells took a little bit too much time to get going in this one. And Zucolo's economy has just carried him through. Nonetheless, let's pop back over to the draft and see what's going to happen for game number 2. Alrighty then, first game down, best of 5. We'll see if Hells can bring it back for game number 2. But his Fushi is no longer with us. That being said, the Chronos for Zucolo is also no longer with us. And he did get the dub there. Alrighty. Let's see what is happening next. Not gonna lie, we are currently into hour 7 of this qualifier. My throat's hurting. This is the last match of today, and we are going to be seeing a Susanoo versus Loki matchup on the map Elysium. Susanoo versus Loki. So this is the ace pick for Hells. This is what he feels is going to be his best chance to win a game. Either that or he just wanted to keep it away from Zucolo. I don't know. I also have to say I worked before this stream, so it's today's been a busy day. Today's been a very busy day. Give me some more water. I hope you guys are enjoying. I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time. What do I do for work? I played some music today. I was playing jazz piano. Whoa. We're just waiting on the game room to come. Whoa. Apologies for the delays, guys. Am I just blind? Oh, it's in. Never mind. I got it. I am blind. Alrighty, so we got about 2 minutes to wait here before the game starts. So while we wait, let's think about what's happening with our lives. Oh. Alrighty. Susanoo versus Loki. Let's talk about it. No, I got a snack right here. I kind of want to eat. Do you guys mind? I'll take a mouthful. No, I'm not going to. We'll do it afterwards. So here's the thing, right? What does Loki have here that's so strong? Not a lot. Throwing Axeman a little bit better. Hercerk to kill off myth units. Don't need myth units in this matchup. Make 1 or 2 and then just use Swampland, Kusanagi, Samurai, Yumi Archer. Not even that many Samurai, just enough to deal with the Hercer. Samurai, Yumi Archer, Yati Spearman for Susanoo with God Power spammage. Sounds incredibly strong. But yeah, the Loki 10% bonus count, bonus against, or 10% bonus damage on the bonus damage. If that makes any sense. Can be a really big help against those Samurai. But I don't think you build that many Samurai in this matchup. Because like mostly you're going to be killing off all of the army with God powers mostly. And then if there's no Hercer, then you can start pumping out the myth units and catch the Norse player with their pants down. Just always the way to do it with those myth units. Never straight spam myth units and expect it to work. Always catch pants down. If you can. Alrighty. We're going to get into game number 2 right now. Hell's Ravage versus Zucolo on the map Elysium. Let's get it. Here we go. In the right-hand corner, it is the first, I believe, the first Susanoo ace pick in Champions League. Zucolo on the left-hand corner of the map, going with his Loki. A very, very solid start here. Let me tell you what I think the right way to play for Loki is here. And then I'll tell you maybe what else is going to be happening. Okay, so the right way I think to play for Loki is Heimdall. And spamming walls. I don't see anything better than that for Loki. If you don't spam walls and you don't go Heimdall, the best way to play here is a nice, quick advance with a very forward tempo, rushing in and getting some super early damage done onto the late advance from that Susanoo. So I'm going to see a watermill coming up over here. I know I've got Soup. I've got watching Soup's like icon pop up in Twitch chat going, why wouldn't you not put the watermill just one on the olive tree and then eat the gazelle right next to this, saving 25 wood. Anyways, you kind of want to go for a nice quick advance time here. Forward temple, bunch of Hersa, rush in, get some early game damage done, force out a nice overreaction to the defense, and then you're just going to spam walls everywhere, grab yourself a nice town center, and play a defensive game. I think that's most of the time the best way to play this one. He builds the watermill, so you have the privilege of killing these with the town center. And yet he just killed that. No, he killed it with the villagers. All right, let's take a little look at the relics. So we've got the arrows of the alpha, melee attack and range attack plus 15%. In the middle of the map, we've got ourselves the nose of the Sphinx, which is a hit points plus 15% as well there. Over here, we've got the nine-tailed fox charm, which is a regeneration rate of plus 0.5 per second there for myth units. Always nice. And finally, not the deer, but the jade hare, making those myth units move 5% faster. As if those Raiju don't move fast enough. Imagine Kavoth when he has to play against the Raiju with jade hare and double kitsune. What's the speed on that? 7 point what? Can we get someone to do some math? So I think the Raiju is something like 6.9 or 6.6 speed with the upgrade, and then you put the kitsune on 6.9 and up to 7.2 and up to 7.5 with this relic. Is that right? I need some nerdy age mythology math in Twitch chat right now. Come on, guys. I know you're out there. Don't think I don't know who you are. They might be the fastest unit in the game. Even faster than the camel riders, no? Everyone's ignoring me. It's fine. It's fine. Inari Orkami, 8 speed? I don't believe that from Matrius. We got the Inari Orkami coming in. And on the other side, we have Forseti on the way. So Zucolo did go for a pickaxe start here, so he's going for more of an economic approach, which does allow Hell's Ravage everything that he needs. Now, I don't think the Fenris Wolf is faster than that Raiju with double Kitsune. I don't think it is. Is it 7.9? It's so fast. Speedy boy. Anyways, a couple of Kitsune are going to be coming out. It will be the Crushing Waves tech for Hells. He's going to be looking for a little bit of early game pressure. Controlling these wolves is everything. It is also 5% of base. So whatever the base rate of those Raiju, I think it might be 5.5. So it's only a 0.3 increase or something. Alright. Kitsune, 6 point. Actually, the Kitsune might be the fastest myth unit. It hasn't grabbed Jade. Who grabbed Jade Hare, though? Must have been Zucolo. No, it's still here. Never mind. Has he spotted it? He has spotted it. Surely you go for it. He's making mass Kitsune, and he is unironically going for Wisdom of the 9. This strat is so obnoxious to play against because you just got to be so careful with your villagers. Look at the building placement from Zucolo. Perfect. But the villagers are open here. They're all on one little position as the army of Ursa coming in to hit these villagers in the middle of nowhere. And now Zucolo needs to... He might have to drop Kusanagi here. Does turn around, trying to keep his villagers alive, but that one will end up falling. Double stable as well from Hells. Not actually going for any early game samurai here, as the Juragumo is going to get picked off. Meanwhile, villagers over onto this spot. Kusanagi does get dropped down. Little bits of damage done onto this army here, but the Hersa are strong. He does have the Miko to help it defend. These Kitsune are waiting to try and dive into the main base and get some revenge fire. Trying to move back and forth. Will Zucolo be ready for this? Yes, his Hersa are in. These are nine-tailed Kitsune, so, and then they're quick. They've got some extra HP. Can they get a villager pick or not? Answer looks like No. There's more cav coming through for Hells. He's in a bit of a tricky position here. I mean, he can't even use the Kitsune to take these guys out. He's getting himself out some some Yumi archers, also a Bushi here as well. Gotta be so careful. He can heal them up with his Miko, I guess, but this is brutal. The miss of a couple of samurai here. One samurai plus a Miko might even be enough to actually beat, with all those Naginata riders as well, might actually be enough to actually hold against all of this stuff here. But nonetheless, the army starting to muster up over here, pushing back. We are going to be seeing the herdmen and the walls now started. Zukalo knows what's coming for him. He sees the Kitsune and how speedy they're going to be, and these raids are going to be brutal. Moving out now. 4 Naginata riders plus the Kitsune. You can use them to actually take out the trolls, which might sound crazy, but 2x versus myth units plus 7.2 and 1 divine damage and attack. Yes, that's a bit of a funky one, but nonetheless, the army charges in over onto this side. Yumi archers get cleaned up. No, dives for the tower. Nice save there from Hells. Searching around onto this side, sees the walls coming up, sees the villagers on the front here. He does have Kusanagi, and he does drop it down onto this spot, going after these units, hits the villagers away, trying his best to at least snipe one, but he's going to like lose so much. He drops down the swampland as well as the army to pull up to the top here. Loses 1 Kitsune, and it looks like Zukalo is fine. He barely lost anything there. Sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you don't. Dropping that swampland down first and using the Kitsune, the Kusanagi second is the sort of way that I've normally seen it used and have a lot of success with, but unfortunately Hells goes for a bit of a different order and gets minimal value out of that first usage there. Now Hells looking to pull out. He does have that passive myth unit XP coming forward. He does have a hefty amount of... She doesn't really. I mean, losing one Kitsune does hurt quite a bit. If he wants to go for myth units, there is a world tier where something like Joragumo plus Samurai would be really scary to deal with, especially with like Kusanagi to hit units towards the spider ladies or something like that. Nonetheless, Zukalo looking for a bit of a raid here. He's got to be careful. His villagers over on this side here. Does Hells notice it? Answer? Maybe not. He's going to be pulling back for the time being, a little bit scared. Sashimon or Bannerman to come through. That's going to be a little bit of a difficulty. The villagers pulling back as Hells needs to pull up here and get some defense. Loses a villager. Great raiding from Zukalo thus far. Sides, he can take the fight. There are a couple more units now coming through. Got to be careful with those Kitsune though. He loses one. You hear it. Have that little cry. It's always a sad time. Hells needs to get his villagers back to work though. Fully focused on the fight as his Kitsune are falling. Tries to get on top of these bad boys, but not quite able to do so. The villagers now going back to work. And Hells will now get himself, at the very least, an extra 50 favor very, very shortly for either more Kitsune, which he is building, or some extra god power usages. The 65 favor. What do you want to spend on it? Mass Kitsune? I don't think so. Not against this. I'm surprised to see not a single dojo, especially when there's no throwing axeman in here. Zukalo is literally begging Hells to just come at him with like 10 samurai. But all Hells wants is Naginata riders and some archers here. Taking the fight, drops down the Kusanagi here. You see one troll spawn, but that's going to get taken down quickly. As the fight ensuing, those Herbmen going to be able to completely dominate the Naginata Riders here. Hells pulls back, tries to snipe down those medium raiders, does a good job of it, but a Valkyrie spawn as well. A huge, huge fight. Does look like it's going in the favor of Zukalo here. As the Kitsune get taken down, the archers get taken down, and Hell's Ravage is left in his main base, getting pushed off of Hunt. Villagers going down here. He does manage to swing around, only losing one there before getting into the tower. Doesn't quite manage to snipe the cave troll with the bushy. Now the town center can at least help out a little bit with dealing with these units, but Zukalo does not overcommit. The one saving grace here for Hell's Ravage is the amount of fighting that's taken place means he is half of the way through to Bushido Tier 2. Guardhouse coming up. Market on the left side. Armory coming up on the back. Hells has got just a sliver of gold left in his main base. And we'll see if he's going to be able to make something happen. He will have another swampland very, very shortly. And this could be enough for him to get out onto another gold mine and potentially also get himself up to heavy in the next fight, which might be all he really needs. Meanwhile, a little bit of a raid up onto the top side as the Miko does get spotted here. He's not paying attention, does garrison that one, but in a little bit of a trouble over onto that spot. Just trying to get himself out somewhat of an army. Zukalo here could fall for a little bit of a trick that, you know, I mean, this is what happens when you play against Japan. If you keep staying in the Classical Age and you keep fighting, oftentimes that Japan army will just, you'll just get the Bushido Tier 3 and your opponent will be stuck in the Classical Age on medium versus Shore heavy. And yes, there is a villager advantage for Zukalo. Yes, there's an army advantage, but there's a god power in the bank. There is a god power in the bank as well for Zukalo, but it's only Healing Spring, which, while is not terrible, it's not as good as not as much potential to be as good as that Swampland. As Hell's pulling back, ready to take the fight. He does drop down the Swampland there, and immediately the army pulling back. Lots and lots of dead units there as the Herdman numbers falling. Now it's an equal fight. It's a bit of a micro fight as the Herdman getting sniped up onto the top side, though. Some raids onto the villages of Hell's Ravage. He's getting closer and closer to that next Bushido tier. Zukalo pulls back behind his wall. Got to be careful at this point. There's a lot of Herdmen here. The fight coming through. Those Herdmen sniping the Naginata Riders down so quickly. As a troll spawns right into the fight, and the army of Hells getting erased yet again. You have to ask yourself, where are the samurai? How are the samurai? Why are the samurai? And Hells crashes out in game number 2 as Zukalo pulls to a very quick 2-0 lead. I'm shook. I don't understand. This was Hersa, Herdman, raiding cavalry, and not a single samurai was built. Of course, you will face throwing axemen, but you want to face throwing axemen because you can utilize your Yumi archers to take them out, and you can utilize your Kusanagi to mess them up and things like that. But a well-played game there from Zukalo nonetheless, as we'll move into game number 3 and see if Zukalo can clean this one up in a clean sweep, or if Hells can somehow manage to pull himself back. Looks like we're going to be going onto the map Ghost Lake. And it's going to be an Uranus versus Zeus affair for game number 3. Uranus versus Zeus. Alrighty. Is there a lobby already? Yes, there are. They're already in the game. And we are off to the races already. So let us jump into game number 3. Match point. Can Zucolo convert here? Let's wait and see. In the left-hand corner of the map, Hells needs to shake off the jitters here. He has not been playing himself thus far in this series. Zucolo playing a very, very strong start here. He's now going to be going in with Zeus. It's a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake. Hells is on his Uranus. Both gods very, very strong here. Uranus, fantastic. Can jump around, drop sky passages all over the place, and basically only take fights that you want to take. Zeus has got a lot of Pegasus that he can spam out, so he can actually spot what's going on. Plus, I believe they don't cost any population because you've got the 1 population reduction. Or is it 1 pop? I don't know. At the very least, it's the minimum 1 pop. So you can get all of the vision on the map on all of the gold mines. So no sneaky sky passages that you're not going to be able to see. Or no sneaky villages roaming around the map either. Relic here, we got the Kui Drum. Really, really good here for both players. Love this one actually the most for the Uranus, because you're oftentimes going to find yourself making a whole bunch of hero Mamillos or hero units in general. Dragon Palace Crystal here, going to be making the wall towers, getting a little bit more HP. Over onto this side, we do have the Shenong's Okra Whip, which makes the farms a little bit more powerful. And am I blind? Yes, I am. Skulls of Cercipes coming in here. Love that relic. Always good for early game pressure or defending against early game pressure. Like, for example, if early game Zucolo decides he wants to send his Jason and Heracles at Hells' base, Hells can grab that relic, have those monkeys, and it's going to be able to help him defend against that really, really quickly. Now, one thing that has changed in this specific matchup is going to be the effectiveness of Toxotes versus Mamillos. So Mamillos have had a little bit of a Pierce armor reduction, as well as Hoplites have also had a Mamillo Pierce reduction, which does mean the Arcus are also going to have a little bit of a better time there. But the Toxotes have also had a little bit of a DPS increase, as their attack speed has been reduced by 0.1. So it used to be 1.1, now it's just 1. Athena, they've got a choice here for Zucolo. A pretty quick advance time, but it's not anything super fast in terms of rushes. So I imagine Hells is not going to be too far behind here. He's just about to advance. He's going up through Oceanus. It's only a 18-second differential to some degree there for Zucolo. He gets himself out the Jason. He's going to be heading up to the top side here. What relic is he going for? This one? Shenong's Okra Whip is nice, but this Skulls of the Cercipes is one of those relics you basically want to grab straight away. You see an attempt at a little bit of a sky passage in the top corner of the map onto these caribou. I don't know if you guys know, I'm not a fan of sky passage first. I think it's risky. If you get caught out, you lose it, and it really sets you back. Your start gets slowed down. It's really good. You don't even need it either. You've got the boars in your main base, the fruit or the hunt in your main base. You can just eat, no problems. But nonetheless, he is going for it. The Toskopos coming through here. A little bit of a shank onto that one. Takes a bit of damage. As the Citizen dives through the... Oh, no, doesn't dive through that. Sitting over onto this spot as the Toskopos is going to be making its way up to the top position. Will be scouting the Sky Passage and giving that one away. In the main base here, we see double military academies for Zucolo. And military academy. Oh, sorry, military barracks and military barracks for Hells. So it's going to be some Murmillo on Hoplite action. At least to kick it off. No fast second town centers. No playing defensively here for Zucolo. No playing defensively for Hells. And it's just going to be all out aggression yet again. Hells trying to get just a little bit of information here as he's making his way across the map. Minotaur wandering over here as well, just hanging out. Azucolo's got himself how many hoplites? He's only got 4 out at the moment. He's just garrisoning them, trying to keep them secret, keep them safe. And Hells. Now, we'll be spotting those hoplites coming through. Generally speaking, just playing defense here as the Uranos player. So strong. Because you know that he wants to send the hoplites out here. This is 5 hoplites. That's it. Hells can just sit in the sky passage and just wait. You come in, looking to get any amount of snipes here. Well, you're not going to get anything. You just wait. You sit in the sky passage. Call it a day. We'll see the army coming through as Zucolo retreating back. Unfortunately, the hoplites have a little bit of issues there on the forest. Unfortunate for them. Zucolo pops back, sees what he needs to see, and all is well in the world. Caraballister now coming in. This is another really good way to defend is you get the Caraballister into the sky passage. Sit in your main base there, and we do see a little bit of a high 5 in the middle. It looks like, whoop, spots a little bit of the army as all the villagers will be heading over onto this spot. Is there any real situation for a raid here from Hells? He's got a feeling that this position is going to be grabbed, and he is somewhat correct. But his villagers on this caribou here will have to retreat. Hells does pull back. He's going to be losing the sky passage now. He'll try and pop out with the Caravel. Oracle going to go down. And Hells doesn't realize he can move in here and get this damage. He doesn't see that. So not only does he lose the sky passage, did he lose the Oracle? He lost the Oracle as well. But he doesn't get a revenge raid onto Zucolo. Does he have his upgrade for his Murmillo? Yes, he does. He's got at least he's got the 5-speed Murmillos at the moment. Oh no! And now he's moving out with Caraballister. This is super dangerous. A bolt onto one of those Caraballister, restoration as well. What are you gonna do? Hells takes the fight. The Minotaurs headbutting away. Bolt onto one Caraballister, the other one gonna get taken down. Restoration to come through here. Shockwave comes in. Can Hells actually win this fight? Is the big question. The Minotaur slowly going down to the Hero Murmillo. The other Murmillo charging in here, trying to take this one out. Heracles picks off one of those units. Medium Hoplites comes through mid-fight here, but that's not going to be enough. Jason gets taken out. Hells decides, all right, let's pull back. Where are the Caladria? Where are the Caladria for Hell's Ravage? I don't even know. Did it die? It's over here. He can heal up everyone back up to full HP, whereas Zucolo cannot. There's a hoplite coming in onto the left side. Going to take this position out. Already in for those hoplites. I mean, you can pull back with these units into the sky passage and defend this. Hell's not paying attention. Pulls back into the sky passage. Trying to deal with this for the time being, but he's now going to move up to the top position and grab this hunt yet again. Hell's just got to be just that little bit more patient here. As he's charging up to this food over here, but does he spot those? He does spot the villagers running around here, or the villagers, the hoplites running around here. As he's just so active with these hoplites. But he might get caught out here. A little bit of a ring around the rosy from Hells. As the temple almost going down. The Murmillos can chase. Does manage to snipe one hoplite there as well. The Oracles do spot some villagers on this spot. Now, does Zucolo see this? No. He's got great vision on those villagers there. So a little bit of a revenge raid could be really big for Hell's Ravage moving forward here. Alright, so the hoplites pulling away. House up now for Hell's Ravage. He's lost 2 oracles. He needs to rebuild these. We'll be getting back another one. As his Caraballas numbers are coming through, we are seeing the hoplites coming in as well. And Hells continues to try and force fights here. He will have another shockwave, maybe? As the hoplites diving in onto these Caraballas, retreating into this spot, but he's frontlining with the Caraballister. He loses those so quickly. A couple of Murmillos going over to take down the villagers mid-fight here. A shockwave just about to be up. The Caladria are going to be a big, big help. As another Caraballister now coming through. Shockwave onto just a handful of units to allow him to pick off a couple more. Over onto this side, one villager does go down. The Murmillos coming back over to help out. And Hells manages to win this fight. The Caraballister was almost down. Villagers will pull off the food now as well. And Zucolo is just still full hoplites, full send, and that's it here. All right. Now, the hoplite raids yet again starting up. Still haven't seen that attempt from Hells to really set up his Sky Passage network anywhere. Like a random Sky Passage over here on the corner or something, so he can come in and raid this spot. Over on this side so he can lock off this stuff. Great little attack in. Does get a citizen. Now going after the town center. Super risky as the Murmillos are in. The hoplites starting to pull away, but 5-speed Murmillo versus 4.9 speed hoplite. It's going to be a hard retreat here as Hells is trying to zone him off. You'll spot the army going this way, and he sort of jukes. He's going one way, going back the other way. Little spread out here from Hells. And Zucolo is like, it's getting a little bit of snowy business, slipping on the snow. And Zucolo is now using this as an opportunity to send more units up here. The hoplite sneaking back forward. Can Zucolo get out of here? He's going to lose a citizen. Caraballister here trying to snipe some units. Gets a couple of them pacified up, but the Caraballister gets pulled back. Murmillo's coming through for Hells. 2 citizens down. Zucolo just does gives the old 1-2. Fakes left, goes right, fakes right, goes left. But which way did he actually go? And he gets out of there. He gets out of there. Dionysus on the way now for Zucolo. And Hells still pumping units. It's right now is the time to get forward, get a fight. Look at the military differential here. He's got to come in here, take the villagers out. There's no gold. The gold mines for Zucolo are really, really bad here. As the hoplites swinging around here. Going to look to potentially steal this. He can charge in and take the town center out, but the army does get spotted. Murmillo's coming through, and Zucolo is playing this so well here. As well, one, Hells has to respect. Oh, these guys are just so confused. Hells has to respect the hoplites coming in and taking his coming in and taking his town center out. We see the army getting split up. Now Dionysus is in, which means, well, answers for Mamilo come in the shape of the Paspists. Mamilo charging through to try and take down all these units. We'll be able to at least clean up the majority of the Toxotes. As onto this side, retreating back. We see a restoration on that few. Those few of the units here. The Caladria is actually keeping the majority of the units alive. After all is said and done, as the villagers pulling off this position, Shockwave is available to stop these villagers from pulling back into the main base. If he wants to, he can get a couple more kills in. Just deciding to chase this one down. So villagers pulling in under the town center, no problems. But now a very, very big problem for Hell's Ravage coming in. There's a Shockwave to just delay and get out of this place, but he's trying to force bronze or something, but Zucolo doesn't want to throw it down just yet. Carabalis are getting some big, big value on this fight, but so too is the Hydra, slowly starting to get some heads up. More units flowing in from Hell, sort of missing half of the fight as the military differential now equal. And Hell's pulling away, carrying the Carabalises, but they will both end up falling on the retreat. There is a big villager differential, which is probably helpful here for Hells. Is trying to get some Terma out, maybe to deal with any of the Toxotes or even some Peltast, I guess. Here are Carbalista coming through, can be a big help as well. As Zucolo might be thinking it's time for a big bronze push. He will have a restoration in again in 13 seconds. He's going to have the favor there. Realistically, he's got no rush here to try and finish this game, but Hells is applying pretty good pressure as Zucolo drops the bronze and Hells to pull back into his main base. Yet again, the Carabalist are getting caught out every single time. Hells can try and utilize... Where is he going with it? He can try and pop into this little choke point here. Drops the Shockwave. Now, in underneath this position. The Restoration coming down, trying to take the town center out. The Carabalista will be able to clean up the Hydra at the very least. But the town center is going to fall here. But can Hells just win the fight is the big question. He's still got a villager lead, so he doesn't need a town center. But he needs the micro of those Termina be very, very strong. Not able to hold here, it looks like. He's got the watchtowers to help him out as the Terma are going to start pulling out of this position. More Murmillos queued up, getting Carabalista through as well. He's sniping a handful of units on this right-hand side. The towers to help out. And Zucolo feels like he's in a fantastic spot up onto the top position now with the monkeys, with the hoplites, sniping all of these units here. And Hells looks like his economy has fallen off a cliff here. He can drop into the sky passage, put a sky passage on the left or something. I don't know. Still fighting underneath the towers, but there's just no units remaining. So, I mean, if he stays here for long enough, yeah, he's going to lose some dudes. Hell's trying to just hold on, but, I mean, it's a big, long road ahead for him to try and pull himself back in this game. Does drop down the Carnivora, which at the very least will be enough to pick off one hoplite. And now Hells can use this as a defensive little resource. Carabalista will be giving a big amount of help on this fight. And I think as the bolt there goes down onto the Carabalista, I think Hells is going to be able to hold. But he taps out instead. Lots of resources in the bank there for Zucolo. And a quick 3-0 here for Zucolo. an incredible performance after a long day to finish up the qualifiers. Congratulations to Zuccolo. We will be seeing him in Champions League, competing along other fellow Italian men inside of the Matrius. The Matrius? Inside of Matrius. Not sure who else is Italian in Champions League, but that's it. That's the day. We've got all of our champions decided here. Let's pop over, take a look at them, and we'll wrap up for today. So, finishing up for today, Mosca will be seen in Champions League. Aetherial will be seen in Champions League. Chasing the Sun will be seen in Champions League. And Zuccolo will be seen in Champions League. Congratulations to everyone. Well done to everyone who competed today. An absolutely epic day of Age of Mythology. The groups start tomorrow. Games could happen as soon as tomorrow. I don't know what else is happening here today. I think there is the King of the Rockies going on still, which is the LAN for the Age of Empires 4 crew. I might send you guys over to them. I'm going to be signing off for today. And organizing the groups and all the other good stuff. I'm really looking forward to watching some players. So if you guys are looking forward to it, we've got let me go through the players. The entire list of the players right now for the entire list of the players for Champions League Season 4. We've got El Matador, Soup, Kavoth, Matrius, Recon, The Mister, The Rapple, Tunison. We got 3DB. We got Grass, Mini Yeti, Nyan Racing Cat from Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2, Mosca, Aetherial, Chasing the Sun, and Hell's Ravage. We'll send the groups out in the Discord server if you want to see it straight away. We'll be doing some advertisement throughout the week and all the other good stuff. There is also Challengers League. I have a short list here of the Challengers League participants currently confirmed. So we have to get those all sorted out as well. So let me just give you guys that rundown before we finish off. So we are going to be seeing Avely, Nullus, Deziv, Kyber, Asem, Izamato, Ulysses, Shelty, Darthnox, Zookt, Tiger Boss. Still waiting to hear on Kama if he wants to participate or not. And from today's losers, I have to hear if they want to play or not. Otherwise, I have to go into the AOM stats, the tournament ELO. But we've got Adapes from today, Eric from today, Garneth from today, as well as Hell's Ravage from today to compete in the Challengers League. Nonetheless, I am going to send you guys, if this is going to work, over to see some Age of Empires 4. And I'll see you guys later. Thanks for hanging out with me today. It's been an absolute blast. I'll see you guys, if not tomorrow, maybe on Tuesday, for some more casts from the qualifiers that I missed, or potentially we start the actual games then. Nonetheless, bye for now.